Okay, there it goes. It says live. All right, let's see. It was like hung. I was like, oh god, how much breath will I need? All right, let me see if it's showing up in the dashboard yet. Stand by. Yes, it says we're live.
Okay,
it says we're live.
Pop out the chat. Pop it out.
Yeah, exactly. TikTok. We got to do the theme song still. TikTok. We're talking TikTok. Get some.
Oh, what up, Gamers Unite? First through the door. What up, gangster?
Hell yeah, brother.
Hey, TikTok, metalhead man.
Welcome to the carnage that is TikTok.
I feel like it should be metalhead person, but then you'd lose the alliteration. So,
hey, you don't tell people how to name.
We'll
themselves.
let this one slide. Okay. We'll let this one slide, I guess. Fuck yeah, Jerry! I've binged your old videos last week. Whoa.
Oh, really? He binged me, huh? Oh man.
Actually, I don't know what. So words are weird. It's probably is probably the right spelling for binged. I don't know.
Let me see here. I can confirm. Is it binge? Yeah, that's how you would spell it, right? But I could also see that being like
it's also how you would spell binged.
Weird.
So like,
yeah, that's one of those words.
But maybe binged isn't really a thing, right? So like binged probably isn't a.
I do actually say I binged something. I've used that term before. I'm sure it's not proper, but I've used it.
in the sense of like how you use Google
like I search
as a verb.
Exactly the same. Yeah. All right, let me copy the link here. Send it out to all the people that don't believe we're live right now.
I'm not live. This is I just pre-record all of this stuff.
You're an AI simulation because I figured since I stopped paying
really
you,
good guesser.
Jeremy, since I stopped paying you, I figured we'd. I owe you money.
Baiko, it's Mrs. Chenandaler Bong. Thank you very much. Okay.
Who what now? Say what now?
I've seen enough friends to know that it's Mrs. Chenandaler Bong. Thank you very much.
Oh,
I'm just kidding.
Oh, by the way, I just read a headline. Check this out.
Oh.
X is going. You know how X bragged about how live streaming was going to be a thing on their platform, and now come live stream on X.
Oh, sure.
And blah blah blah. They just announced that now it's only going to be available for for people to pay.
I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm not surprised. But they scrubbed Periscope, so are they digging that back out of its grave?
Well, okay. Well, you know what Elon does, right? Elon takes something that was already invented and then just makes it go away for a little while and then brings it back and says it's new. He's been doing that for years.
To be fair, Twitter scrubbed Periscope before Musk took over, but either way.
Are you sure? Also, are you 100% sure on that?
Q thing, you're spelling that wrong.
Are you 100% sure on that?
I'm pretty sure.
Because I could have swore that it was still around. Maybe it wasn't called Periscope though, but there was a live, you could go live.
Yeah, they may have integrated Periscope into.
That's what
Twitter,
it was.
But that was definitely before Musk came along. Yeah.
I remember Periscope used to be like pretty popular too. Like I'm actually really surprised they killed that, honestly.
Yeah, I don't understand it.
Especially since TikTok, like right after that, ran with their live streaming stuff, right? Mm-hmm. Like TikTok in the beginning didn't have. TikTok didn't have live streaming in the beginning, did they?
Not that I recall.
I don't recall them having
it wasn't an initial thing. It took a little while, yeah.
Because I only remember it popping up during the whole when everybody was doing the fake war streams. Remember that when the Ukraine war first broke out?
Oh yeah.
Everybody was doing all those fake streams where it was just like, an audio track of like, oh help, the bombs in the distance, please help me. Help me. And it'd just be a 15-minute clip on loop over and over again, looking out some window with no bombs going off, no explosions in the dead of night. And people would just be like 100,000 people in there tipping. And I was like, oh my God, a lot of people
made a bank off that grift like that.
It was such a scam, dude. Such a scam. That's why I tell people it's like definitely don't get, if something pulls you in or something, you see something online that captivates you and it like pulls you, especially if you agree with it. This is the weird thing. It's the opposite. Like if you think it's accurate, like it should raise your spidey sense even more. Like if you hear something on the internet and it aligns and jives like perfectly with what you want to believe, and it seems just like super convenient, and it's like, oh, this is exactly what I wanted. That's when your skepticism radar should go to 10. Like it should just blow up, and you should really start doing some research, because there are so many ways now online where you can just grasp onto something that a large group of people is just waiting to hear, and then just like blast that shit, or even something like that you think that group will never hear. They just want to hear it, but it's never ever going to happen. Even if you just red-faced lie about it, it's like 10 or 20% of that group will believe it initially and pass it on without verifying anything.
Oh yeah.
And if you can get that wave, if you can get something that's just enough that it's believable, just enough that a group of gullible people will perpetuate it, then the next group of people will think that it's even more valid because the previous group that shared it are trustworthy sources to them. So now it like validates it for them. And I see this all the time, and I'm sure there's a name for it. I'm sure somebody's like come up with a word for this specifically as it applies to the internet, where you're basically taking misinformation and giving it weight by channeling it through a bunch of sources. I guess it's kind of like a confirmation loop in a way, right? It's where you want to believe something, then people share it as a lie, and then enough people perpetuate it that it becomes trending, and then by the sheer volume of people that are perpetuating it, you start to believe it yourself. So it's like, yeah, I guess that's what it is, to be like a confirmation loop. So people need to really start like, putting on their A game, because this shit happens every single day now. I see it multiple times a day. Where I'll just be like cruising through social media, reading posts, and I'll see something trending, and I'll be like, no, that isn't right. Like, I know that's not right. I've been following this. Like, I know that's absolute and total bullshit. And then you go look, and it's like people like Elon Musk are retweeting it. And you're like, I know that's wrong. Like, I literally just watched like 3 sources that say that that's not right. And then when he does it, it's like 180 million people see it instantly. And it's like, there's no way to get ahead of that at that point. Like 180 million people see the lie, but only a few 100,000 might see the truth. Like, you cannot keep up with it, because the lie is so much more popular than the truth that it just overwhelms it. It's like, and it takes so much time before everybody gets caught up, if they ever do in the first place. Yeah.
We're all guilty of like wanting to believe the things that,
for sure,
that we already like agree with or believe. Right.
Yeah. Yep.
Like nobody wants to have their, well, their belief systems or whatever, just anything that they know to be true.
To be clear, I'm not talking down to anybody. I do this myself. Like, I catch myself sometimes I don't. Yeah, it's like this is something that happens to me. So when I'm giving advice, it's not from the perspective, oh, I'm better than you and I don't know. It's from the perspective of I fall for this shit myself.
It's the same as with the kids, man. I say this stuff because I need to do it too. I try to.
Exactly.
I don't buy into the like don't do as I do as I say. Like, if I'm gonna say it's wrong for you to freak out, then I shouldn't freak out either. Like, I should embody the things that I'm trying to.
Yeah, it's like walk the walk, talk the talk. Don't be
100%.
Don't be what's the word? Hypocrite. Yeah, don't be a hypocrite.
Yeah, man. And it's and it's good to be held accountable to that. Like, hey, and I don't know. There's some wiggle to it, because like things change, opinions change and whatnot.
Oh, sure.
There's that. I don't know, there's some that kind of stuff.
Yeah, no, I try to like also having a son myself and raising him, I try to have that same perspective. Like, I catch myself all the time telling him not to do things that I do myself, and then I have to like rethink it, in my head. I'm telling him not to do it. And it's like, I understand there are some things, like, I'm an adult, like I'm allowed to do things that kids aren't allowed to do.
Yeah, right?
So there are things that are different. But I do catch myself all the time where it's like, oh, you can't do this even though I can. And then I kind of catch myself and I'm like, but why am I allowed to do it? Like, what?
And that's the key right there. Yeah. Is the why. Like, why? And sometimes that's hard to explain.
It really, and if it's hard to explain, that's when you really got to think about it. And you're like, wait a second. If I can't justify this, am I just parroting something that was done to me by my parents without giving it any thought or justification? Am I just perpetuating the same problem without adding additional thought? And so, like, as a parent, I'm always thinking about that in my head. Like, if I'm going to tell my kiddo to do something, there needs to be a reason. It can't just be without reason.
Yeah.
And a lot of parents don't agree with that. A lot of parents are like, oh, my way or the highway, blah, blah, blah. If I say it just goes blah, blah. No, I don't think that's a good strategy, because all you're doing at that point is just creating a kid who's not going to tell you the truth. They're not going to be honest with you. I don't think they're not going to trust you. They're straight up just not going to trust you.
Yeah.
And that's bad. That's absolutely a bad thing. So whenever I'm talking to my kiddo, I try to like look at it from a little bit of a different perspective of, why am I telling him he can't do this? Why am I able to, if I'm able, why am I able to do it? And why isn't he able to do it? Am I just perpetuating something that was repeated to me so many times by other people that I'm just naturally repeating it? Like I'm not giving any thought. I'm just passing it on blindly. And more often than not, the answer to those questions when I ask myself is like, I catch myself and I'm like, oh no, this isn't really that justified. Like if I had to give an example of this, just like recently, my son was being like overly dramatic about a tooth pain that he had. I mean, to the point where we're like, dude, we got to take you to the hospital. Cause I mean, he was like screaming and punching his pillows and yelling. I mean, it was so over the top we're like, what's going on? And we were taking him very, very seriously, right? We never even thought for a second that he was just being dramatic for the purpose of being dramatic, right? And for attention, rather. And so I was like, I never even for a second thought that this could be a show. Like, I'm just like, as a parent, I'm genuinely concerned about my child. And I'm like, oh, we got to take care of this. And he kept this up for like a couple of days until I finally sat down and I had like a level talk, like an equal talk to him. I didn't sit down like a parent and yelled at him. I just sat down and I said, hey, could you explain to me like what this tooth pain is? Like you're, when you get really excited like this, I get really scared and I want to take you to the hospital and get you checked out. So I really need to know like what's going on. So can you tell me a little bit more about it? We kind of went back and forth and he started like calming down and like telling me what was going on. And like in the end, he's like, yeah, I am just being overly dramatic because I don't think you guys are understanding that I'm uncomfortable. He's like, so he basically admitted to just ratcheting it up until it got to the point where we couldn't ignore him anymore. And I totally get that. And the thing is, we never ignore him. Like he is, but being a kid, you feel ignored sometimes. Even when you are being ignored, it's like if you were not the 100% center of attention the entire time, you feel like you're bored. You're not engaged, right? Yeah. So I really got down. I talked to him, and it basically came down to like he was ramping things up to get my attention, and I had to explain to him why that's a bad thing, like why that could endanger him in the future. And then as I was explaining to him, I started to realize, wait a second, a lot of this applies to me too, in my hyperbolic nature. And I started like seeing some parallels where it's like I do the same exact thing. Like sometimes, like where if somebody doesn't understand the gravity of what I'm trying to tell them, I will escalate it, and I'll try to put it into terminology that they will understand the gravity. Like for instance, if they don't understand the gravity from my perspective, I'll try to make it like I'll do an analogy, for instance, and I'll try to make it bigger than it is, so that from their perspective, they see it at the same 10 that I see it at, right? And so I started kind of looking at it through those eyes, and I couldn't be mad at him because I was like, I kind of get it. Like, I get it. You're in pain. You're frustrated. We're not giving you, the over the top attention that you want in the moment because you're uncomfortable, right? And he genuinely has, tooth pain. It just wasn't as bad as he was acting. And because we were trying to get him to calm down, we actually had the opposite effect. We ended up like getting him to ramp it up to like 7,000 to where we're getting like Shakespearean level performances where he literally ran in the room and threw his arms up there and he's like, why God, why me? Why are you causing this pain? I can't live anymore. I mean, it was so over the top, dude. I was like, holy shit. Like, seriously, I almost went out and like, to the shed and made a Grammy for him and brought it in like, or an Oscar. It was like this just insane level of performance. And I was like, and that's when the thing clicked in my head, and I was like, wait a second, this just keeps getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. But he was like fine a couple of hours ago playing his video game. Like when he was distracted, he had no problems. So I started kind of putting things together. And another thing that we did too to kind of figure out that there was a little bit of shenanigans going on was we were giving him medication, right? And we don't give medication lightly in this house, right? It's like Xander is super, super healthy. So we want to make sure that we don't give him any medication he doesn't need. So we were giving him kids Tylenol and kids Motrin for the pain for his tooth. Well, we started to notice that when he came in extreme pain and we gave him the medication, within like 2 seconds of giving him the medication, he's like, oh, my tooth already feels a lot better. I'm like, that's not how medication works, though. He doesn't know that, though. He doesn't understand that. So I'm like, wait a second. Okay, that's a little weird. So I talked to his mom while he's sleeping. I'm like, you know what we should do? We should mix up some water and some flavoring and put it in the old Tylenol bottle or whatever, and give that to him and see if it has the same effect, to see if the placebo effect worked. And sure shit, it did. So we gave him basically sugar water for his pain, and his pain would completely go away. So to the point where he's like, oh, it only hurts like a tiny bit. Like, oh, this isn't bothering me at all. I'm fine. He'd run and he'd go play and everything. And then 6 hours later, he'd come back, woe is me. Or whenever he was bored or it was time for bed, oh, woe is me. Oh, it hurts so bad. Help me. Tears rolling down his face. Give him a little sugar water. He was fine. And so my wife's like, what the hell is going on here? Like, is this the placebo effect? Is he really playing us? Like, is this a combination of everything? Like, what's going on, right? So it was an interesting experience because we've always had a very open and trusting relationship with our son. Like, we give him a lot of rope to hang himself with because he's always been super trustworthy. But he's now 14 years old and a teenager, and he's starting, he's really going through puberty. He's a late bloomer like his old man was. But when he's starting to go through puberty and you're starting to notice the hormones are at work and stuff, and we all remember what that was like, right? That was a shitstorm where it's like now you start looking at women or whatever, and you're like, whoa, what's going on there?
There's like a built-in push to be like contrarian and whatnot at around that age, just because.
Yeah.
I mean, in my mind, it's because you're supposed to like, leave your tribe and go find somewhere else so that you don't have a bunch of inbreeding and stuff. But like that totally expresses itself nowadays in like rebelliousness and like they won't listen to you, but will totally take the same advice or the same instruction from someone else, like a different adult.
Yeah.
And they'll take it serious, but they don't listen to you. And it's a similar sort of thing.
Yeah, actually, my wife will get mad at me sometimes, like very rare, but she'll get mad at me sometimes where she'll tell me something and I'll just kind of like let it pass, like, oh yeah, whatever, like, oh, that's not gonna work. And then like a couple days later, my friend will give me the exact same advice, and I'm like, oh, that's a great idea. And then I forget that she gave me the advice initially, and I'm like, oh, my friend recommended this, and I'm gonna do it. And she's like, dipshit, I told you that like 3 days ago, and I'm like, oh God, you did, and I dismissed it. And then I instantly feel bad because I'm like, oh, wait a second, you're absolutely right. Sometimes I do listen to my friends when I don't listen to you, and that's not, that's not cool. Like, I shouldn't be doing that. But I mean, everything's a learning experience, right? I mean, we all make mistakes. But it's how you learn from your mistake that really ultimately, defines you, right? It's like everybody makes mistakes. You make mistakes. I make mistakes. Everybody in the chat makes mistakes. We all make mistakes. But if you don't learn from them and you keep making the same mistake over and over and over again, then you don't grow. You don't gain anything. Doesn't matter if you're a kid or an adult. But if you do learn from it and you do change, and it doesn't have to be, you could make a different mistake. You could make a mistake, try to correct and make another mistake, try to correct and make another mistake. That's entirely possible. That can happen. But as long as you're changing, as long as something is different, and you're not repeating the same thing, you're not just stuck in this loop of creating the same mistake, you're good. Like, that's growth. That's heading in a positive direction. As a matter of fact, wasn't it like the Mythbusters or Adam Savage or something that said, that you actually learn more from a failure than a success?
Well, yeah, of course.
Yeah, and it's like if you succeed in something, that means that you already knew the right way to do it. Like, you did confirm it, so you did gain some knowledge from it. You took something from your mind, you did it, now it's practical, but you expected it to work. That's the whole reason you did it. When you have a theory, you don't expect it to fail. You expect it to work, and then it fails, and then you learn from that, right? So if it succeeds, you really didn't learn a whole lot because everything you did was obviously right if it succeeded. So you do learn a lot more from your failures. And so a lot of people get down on themselves, including myself, where it's like you do something and you fail at it. And you're just like, God, man, you're really mad at yourself. You're like, shit, I should have got first place, or I should have done this, or I should have done that. Hindsight's 20/20 kind of bullshit, right? But if you really look back on it, it's like the things that you gain from losing actually set you up even better for the next time. Like, even had you just won, if you had a won, or you had figured it out the first time and it had to be, you would have missed other things that you would have learned if it had failed. Because if it failed, now you know new things that you didn't know before. So now instead of it just succeeding the next time you try it, it's like you actually personally observed a mode of failure, and you can analyze that and apply that towards the solution, which you wouldn't have had that before. Even if you did succeed, you wouldn't have had that mode of failure. Now, you could argue that that mode of failure didn't matter because you succeeded, obviously. But what if that mode of failure led you down a different thought process that actually ultimately gave you something better, or it applied to something else entirely? It's like people do that all the time, like where you invent something on accident. How many inventions have been an accident? Like, most of them, right? Like
chocolate chip cookies.
Yep, chocolate chip cookies, peanut butter.
The rumor goes, at least.
I know peanut butter was.
I don't know about that.
Microwave.
I did a thing on George Washington Carver. And I think that was deliberate. The guy found like 300 different uses for peanuts, from like oil to all kinds of stuff. So I don't know if peanut butter was necessarily an accident.
I thought I had read that I thought that I had read that, well, the peanuts in the hopper or whatever, like, well, they were like pouring or whatever, they were crushing under the weight in the bottom, and you noticed that there was like an oil forming.
I can see that maybe.
Yeah. So it was like the peanut oil. The peanut oil was the linchpin, right? Because you smash up the peanuts, you get them down into small little particulate matter, and then you stir it in, and then the oil, mixed in with it, you essentially get peanut butter. Because you can you can add sugar to peanut butter and stuff, and a lot of people do, like for flavoring and stuff, and stabilizers and things to emulsifiers to keep it from separating and everything like that. But realistically, like, you can just make peanut butter just from crushing peanuts. You can literally just smash peanuts and stir them into themselves and make peanut butter. It'll express enough oil to do it.
Like Tom's. I think it's Tom's. The brand
I think Tom's is right.
Basically just crushed. Maybe I think they might add like some salt, but it's like that stuff. You get it and it'll separate. It gets oil on the top. You got to stir it up all the time. Don't put it in the fridge. Yeah.
Yep. I'm kind of curious. Here, let me go. I'm going to ask AI this because I'm very curious about this. So I want to see. Give me a list of inventions that were discovered by accident. Now, one of the most famous ones that we've talked about before is the microwave. The microwave oven, complete fluke, complete 100% fluke. Like,
I believe that. I believe that because like that's more of a like an observational thing, right? Where
exactly
high-powered like radar was noticing being like
it melted a chocolate bar in somebody's pocket.
Or no, that's it. It was the chocolate bar, and from there like experimentation goes, and then you find it's some fucking microwaves and stuff.
Yeah, so some dude. I mean, long story short, some dude in the Navy was climbing a mast on a Navy ship that had a radar emitter on it.
Mm-hmm.
And back then they didn't know a whole lot about they didn't think the microwave radiation was harmful in any way. And so he climbed the mast and he was working on the radar while it was activated, and he had noticed, and this is weird, he said he didn't notice anything else in his body, like nothing else changed, which I found really bizarre.
Yeah, right. It'd be low power enough that it's not going to cook him.
Exactly. So he had a candy bar in his pocket, and he had noticed when he climbed down the mast and he reached in to grab the candy bar, it was like almost liquid. It was completely melted into his pocket, into goo in the wrapper. Mm. And he was like, it was like he couldn't figure out why. He was like, it's not a hot day out. It was cold. It was a cold day at sea. And he's like, I've got this hot, warm, gooey chocolate bar in my pocket. And so it didn't take him long to put 2 and 2 together to repeat the experiment, to climb up the mast with another chocolate bar and literally observe it melting. And that's when they started doing the research, and they started realizing that microwave radiation vibrates water molecules. And that vibration of those water molecules creates friction, and that friction creates heat, and that heat essentially creates steam. So microwaves can cook anything with water content. So the more water content, the better it cooks. So, and that's why like a microwave, if you throw something in there that has absolutely no water content at all, zero water, it won't even get warm. It'll have zero effect, right? Things like metal and stuff, will arc and spark. And I know there's a reason for that too, but it has something to do with like the sharp points of the metal. Like if you put metal in that doesn't have any sharp points or any edges, it won't arc and it won't spark. Because you have to have like, I know it's the wrong terminology, but you have to have like a nucleation point. You have to have like a little point for it to progress and focus that energy into the arc. But yeah, it's crazy. We wouldn't have, everybody has a microwave oven and just takes them for granted today. But it's like every microwave oven on Earth, everywhere, started with just a dude in a melted chocolate bar in his pocket.
Yeah.
So check out this list. I just asked for a quick list of inventions that were discovered by accident, and my mind is blown by the shit in this list. You want to hear this?
All kinds of stuff.
Check this out. So safety pin, accident.
Interesting. That's weird.
Ice cream
That seems
cone.
like it'd be very deliberate. It's such a fucking it's like an involved design. That feels like it would be very deliberate.
Let me look at the source here so we can verify this is no hallucination.
Or like I can see. So I guess we need to have a better framework of what is accident, right? Like were they trying to make a fastening device and just kind of stumbled onto this design that worked? Or is it something like accident where like I'm trying to make sugar cookies and a bunch of chocolate chunks fall into my bowl?
Correct.
And now I have chocolate chip cookies. Like,
well, tell me if this meets your standard.
Unintentional discovery?
Okay.
Or like,
does this meet your standard? Because I actually looked up the source because I wanted to see where AI was getting its information.
I'm curious. We have to have a better framework of what accident.
So you get to determine. I'll read these and you determine if they're accident or not. All right.
Yeah.
So inventor Walter Hunt was sitting at his desk trying to figure out a way to pay off some debts when he started to futz around with some wire. As he played around with the scrap of metal, he discovered that when coiled, it could clasp to itself and unclasp again. On April 10th, 1949, Hunt patented his idea for the safety pin. So he's literally just bending around a piece of metal, and he's like,
around with some paper clips.
Yeah, it catches on itself.
And like, oh, hey, that's neat. Yeah, that sounds accidental.
Yep. And then the first one on the list, surprisingly, when I opened the not the AI answer, but when I opened the source, the very first one was the microwave oven, which is funny. We talked about that before it even popped up, and it says, Percy LeBron Spencer was working on a magnetron's high-powered vacuum tube that generates short radio waves called microwaves. He accidentally discovered a microwave cooking. The engineer was doing his job as usual when he noticed the candy bar in his pocket had melted. Quickly, Spencer realized that the magnetron that was causing this it was the magnetron causing this phenomenon. By 1945, he had filed a patent for his metal cooking box powered by microwaves. So in this one, it says that it was a magnetron, which is, that is the key component of a microwave. Yeah. But they leave it out. It was actually a radar. Like I know that for a fact because I remember reading that in history. They say in here it was the vacuum tubes and or the magnetron powered by vacuum tubes, but it was literally
technically yes, but like
yeah.
The source of like the investigation, right? Like why did my chocolate bar melt? I didn't feel anything until you start poking around and then you discover, oh shit, it's the magnetron.
All right, does this one fit your okay, so post-it notes. Post-it notes were accidentally created.
Interesting.
It says, as the Post-it website tells it, 3M scientist Dr. Spencer Silver was doing research on strong adhesives when he came across quite the opposite, one that slightly sticks to surfaces but doesn't bond tightly to them. Silver initially had no idea what to do with his discovery, but years later, another 3M scientist named Art Fry came up with the idea to create a bookmark that could stick to paper without damaging it, and eventually that evolved into the Post-it note.
Brilliant.
So, which is funny because people use Post-it notes for bookmarks. Like tons of people use them for bookmarks.
Silly Putty was originally developed, I think, out of Nike. They were trying to find a better rubber for their shoes, but they couldn't. Like this stuff was just like it was too melty, right? It's like floppy and shit. And so, like some buddy, like a friend of one of the guys developing this rubber, was like, hey, I'll take this stuff off you. You like, this seems kind of interesting. I'll find something to do with it. And like rejiggered it into Silly Putty. Again, so the rumor.
Yeah, that's the rumor, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I've never delved into that. But
and then the movie Flubber is based on Silly Putty. So it's like there's like an evolution, right? The first artificial sweetener was also accidentally discovered, saccharin. It said it was discovered in 1870. I didn't know it was that old. 1878 by Konstantin Falberg. It said the Russian chemist was working in the lab as a chemistry professor. Of chemistry professor Ira Remsen when he accidentally tasted some of the chemicals he was working on and realized how sweet they were. After
he's just randomly
licking his fingers and stuff. Cyanide.
Science. That's science in the late 1800s right there.
Seriously.
This looks interesting. Let's lick it.
Actually, gross fact. If you know any mechanics like that do it for a living, they will just lick fucking like fluids off a car, antifreeze, oil, all kinds of shit. They'll just lick it off their fingers. Yeah,
and you can tell quite a lot. Like, if there's like motor oil in your transmission fluid, or or that you don't want to be doing that a lot every day. It's the bartender thing, right? Like, it's okay a little sip, but don't get drunk on your own supply. You're not taking shots every day, right?
Yeah. My dad, I remember he used to when oil would like seep out of a thing on the engine, he would lick it, and he could tell by licking the oil if it had water in it or antifreeze in it, so he could tell if it had a blown head gasket.
The ethylene glycol is very sweet tasting. That's why your pets eat that shit and die.
Isn't that weird though? Like they'll check the fluids of the car by like just putting a drop on their finger and licking it, and you're like, antifreeze, poisonous as shit. Oil probably ain't good for you. Like petroleum distillate isn't good for you.
The dose, right? The dose makes the poison. I don't think ethylene glycol like builds up. I think
ethylene glycol is probably pretty passive, right? I mean, I think glycol is. Or what am I thinking? Am I thinking of glycol?
That's not the right stuff. What is?
No, I'm thinking of glycerin. I think we're thinking of glycerin.
Glycerin
just gives you the shits. Glycerin gives you the mad shits.
So ethylene glycol is the key ingredient in automotive antifreeze and stuff. But does it build up?
I know it causes kidney failure. I know that if you like drink, it doesn't have to be a ton either. I think it can be like half a cup or something of antifreeze. It's enough to cause kidney failure, like rather rapidly within a day. So
it says progressively metabolized over 4 to 12 hours. An anion gap metabolic acidosis develops secondary to the accumulation of glycolic acid. But does it build like could you slowly poison someone, or is like you got to like are you okay after a while?
Yeah, does it have to hit them all at once, or do they heal from it if you give them a little?
Check out the well, I don't know if I trust the University of Florida Health Department. But we're going to look at this article anyway. Swallowed accidentally, or maybe taken it as a substitute for drinking alcohol, ethanol, but most of it occurs in ingestion of antifreeze, blah, blah, blah. Search systems, blah, blah, blah.
Do you want to know what kind of chemicals this dude was tasting to figure out artificial sweetener?
All kinds of fucking crazy stuff,
really bad stuff, man. So let's see here. Osulfobenzoic acid, phosphorus, chloride, and ammonia. And he said, and that creates benzoic sulfamide or saccharin. So it's like 3 deadly or at least 2 of them are deadly chemicals, phosphorus and ammonia, right? And that creates so like when you're eating your artificial sweetener that was basically made from like cat piss and the shit that they dropped on people in Vietnam. It's like terrible. Penicillin was an accident. I think we both knew that one already, right? Because penicillin was
but I feel like that's like a deliberate accident, right? Like the guy was searching for something and just happened to discover that this was the solution.
I thought here. Let's read this because
wasn't he deliberately trying to find
they were trying to find something that could treat bacterial infections. Yes, but the reason that they found it was because they noticed that poor people. If I remember right, I haven't read it yet, but if I remember right, it was poor people were drinking. They were wondering why poor people weren't getting sick and rich people were, and it was because the poor people had moldy fruit. And they had to make that connection. But here, let me read this and see if that's true.
Yeah.
Was it bread? I thought it was I thought it was oranges. Okay, let's see what it says.
Well, yeah, we'll see.
Discovered in 1928, penicillin, which, God, 1928? Fuck, man. It's crazy how old that is. Penicillin was one of the world's first antibiotics, but the man who discovered it, Dr. Alexander Fleming, never actually meant to revolutionize medicine at all, as he later described it. Rather, Fleming came across the antibiotic entirely by chance when he left out cultures of Staphylococcus aureus in a petri dish in his lab for 2 weeks and returned to find their growth had been prevented by mold called penicillin notatum. So, but it doesn't say where it came from. Like, was he?
Yeah, but how did he discover
like he was
that
treating it? Yeah. I mean, doesn't that sound like he was like putting shit on it? Like, and he found out that it worked?
Or like it grew over the petri dish and like tried to touch his old sandwich or something?
Yeah, I need to find more information on that. Like,
yeah, we gotta dig into that one.
How was penicillin
I'm sure the Wikipedia will spell out the whole thing.
Yeah, there's got to be here. Okay, so what is penicillin? How does it work? How is it discovered? There we go. Okay, so penicillin was, penicillin's derived in two groups, penicillin, same as amoxicillin. What are the side effects of penicillin? What happened to allergic penicillin? How is penicillin discovered? Here we go. Okay, so Scottish physician and bacteriologist, I've never even heard that word, a bacteriologist, that's awesome. Alexander Fleming accidentally discovered penicillin. After returning from a vacation, he noticed some petri dishes containing that bacteria had been contaminated with mold in the Penicillium genus. Okay, so he didn't mean for it to be there. The Staphylococcus did not grow as expected in spots where the fungus invaded. Fleming obtained an extract of the mold, named its active ingredient penicillin, and determined that the extract killed several types of harmful bacteria. Fleming published his findings in 1929, but could never isolate the newfound compound. For a decade, Fleming sent his penicillin mold to anyone who requested it in hopes that they might be able to obtain pure penicillin to no avail. The compound was finally isolated in 1939 by a group of scientists led by Ernst Chain and Howard Florey, biochemists at the University of Oxford of England. They also conducted the first test of penicillin on animals, injecting 8 mice with harmful bacteria and then providing 4 of the rodents treatment. The next day, the untreated mice were all dead, but the treated animals survived. On February 12, 1941, let's see here, Florey's team gave the first dose of penicillin to a human, according to the American Chemical Society. So this is like 20 years after it was discovered, a human finally got it. Albert Alexander had a life-threatening infection, and within days of receiving penicillin, he began to recover. Unfortunately, Florey's team ran out of the drug before Alexander was completely healed, so he died. Oh, that sucks.
Oh, bummer.
I know, right? According to the Emerging Infectious Disease article, in 1941, Florey and Chain traveled, that could be a movie, Florey and Chain, to meet Cletus Thom, the principal mycologist in the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and Andrew Jackson Moyer, director of the department's Northern Research Laboratory. Thom identified the species of mold that enabled Fleming's initial discovery, Penicillium notatum, which had initially been classified as P. rubrum. He also helped determine that the different penicillium species produce 6 times more penicillin than Fleming's strain. Moyer suggested using a waste product of cornstarch manufactured to grow the mold and make copious amounts of penicillin, and soon after, drug companies developed a new fermentation technique to do the same thing at industrial scale. Wow, the story I heard, it couldn't have been more wrong.
Cow.
Couldn't have been more wrong.
This is so weird. This is so weird. This is like after, just from the Wikipedia, it says after a worldwide search in 1943, a moldy cantaloupe in Peoria, Illinois market was found to contain the best strain of mold for production of penicillin using the corn steep liquor process.
That's wild. Okay, so what's a fruit mold? A fruit mold ultimately.
They go on to then Pfizer then goes on to use this corn steep liquor fermentation process to mass produce pharmaceutical grade penicillin. That's so crazy.
Or like anemia.
They couldn't figure this out until like near the end of World War II. It took them 25 years or something. Like, holy cow.
Yeah.
To figure this out.
Yeah. Did you know they used to treat anemia back in the day by boiling rusty nails? Like that was actually your prescription
to get
from your doctor to get the iron
kind
out
of
of
makes
it.
sense. That kind of makes sense.
So I mean, I'm just thinking of that, but I'm like, I remember like as a kid, I was always told you get tetanus from rusty nails or whatever. And it's like back then they're like, no, just boil a bunch of rust. You want rusty nails. Like rust them some bitches up and boil them up and drink the water. And apparently it worked. Apparently that was an effective treatment back then. Oh, you know what's hilarious? What did you use as your example when you were just joking around about accidental inventions?
Chocolate chip cookies.
It's on the list of accidental inventions.
That's famous. That's famous.
Oh, it is. Okay, I didn't know that. I thought you were just like throwing shit out there.
No. That I used that on purpose.
Oh, the X-ray machine. I think we've talked about that one before too. So the X-ray machine was also an accident.
Huh.
So, and I believe that was oh God, what was that? Was that the
I would have thought
no, we knew about the X-rays before we set off the nukes. Because I remember the nukes allowed people to see bones through their hands. You remember those stories? So the X-rays that came from the actual blasts of the bombs, the people that covered their eyes with their hands could see all the bones through their skin clearly. And it was because the blast emitted a ton of X-rays and it actually like illuminated their bones. It was weird. Everybody, there's still people, I think there's still, I don't know if he's still alive today, but I know one of the survivors from the explosion, from the test that they did in Nevada in the desert, they said that they remember putting their hand up and seeing the bones in their hands. And it was the creepiest thing they'd ever seen. But the X-ray machine says, let's see here. Somebody was experimenting on vacuum tubes covered in a cardboard box when they noticed a mysterious glow emanating from the chemically coated screen nearby. Confused and intrigued, he named the new X-rays causing this glow X-rays due to their unknown origin.
He's like, what is this?
Yeah, and after playing around with some more of the new rays, so he's sitting there just bombarding himself, he discovered that putting his hand in front of the glow allowed him to see past his skin to his bones, thus leading to the world's first X-ray. Yeah, because you don't need a film. You don't need a film. If the X-ray source is powerful enough, you can see it with the naked eye. Do you remember the shoe sizing machines they had?
Being able to like hold your hand up and see the bones,
see your bones.
That's like you're done for, dude. Like there's no way that is like an okay dose of X-rays.
So up until the late 60s, they used to have these shoe sizing machines like as a gimmick. So you'd go into the shoe place and you'd stand on this machine, you'd stick your feet through these two holes, and then you look down through a lens and you could see the bones in your feet. And it would have like a little sizing thing next to it so you could see what your size of your foot was. And if I remember right, these machines like gave you like it was like 2,000 times the dose of radiation as like an X-ray you get today. And so they're all illegal now. Like they've been gone for like 40 or 50 years. Apparently people still buy these things, but you can't even sell them with the tube. Like the tube has to be destroyed. You can't sell them with an intact X-ray tube.
Yeah, man, you got yourself a beam of cancer right there.
Yep, and it was all unshielded, 100% unshielded. There's no lead between you and the source or anything. You're literally looking right down at the X-ray emitter, just blasting your eyeballs and your face and your upper torso with X-rays. It looked cool as hell though. Like you can still go back and watch like old videos, like old films that they did of, step into the store and little Jimmy's checking out the size of his feet. Look, you can see his bones. Those are some healthy bones. Jimmy, not anymore because now he's got bone cancer from getting like blasted by this shit. But it's just crazy, that we discover stuff like that. And this is kind of what scares me about AI too, as far as a segue, is like humans have a really poor history when it comes to safely using technology when it advances too quickly. Like when we discover something, we fucking run with it. Like we don't slow down. We don't try to figure shit out, especially if the competition knows, right? If everybody knows and it's a race.
That's fucking capitalism right there, man.
It is, dude. It is like the space race between us and Russia, right? It's like we got to the point where we're just like, fuck it. Like people are literally like burning up inside of capsules on the ground and shit. And it like, little roadblock. Let's slow down for a couple of months. Okay, right back on the launch pad again. Like we just get reckless when it becomes like a competition and there's a bunch of money involved. Leaded gas has killed more people. By the way, I saw that from Gentle Stone in chat. So leaded gas has killed like more people than like anything, any other weapon, any other war, like everything combined. More people have been killed from cancer caused or like illness caused from burning leaded gasoline.
I put it in the chat, but there's I guess it's like a conspiracy theory or something, you know, along those lines, that that's part of why, that might be partly why there were so many serial killers in like the late 60s and 70s, was like mild lead poisoning.
Yeah, because lead poisoning does give you psychosis, doesn't it?
Yeah, man. Or fuck, leaded paint. There's leaded gas, like it's vaporized. You don't think the lead just transforms into something else just because the gas burnt? Like that shit's got to be out in the air. It's got to be put out there in the exhaust. So
I'm looking up the lead poisoning symptoms. Yep, developmental delay, learning difficulties. Those are the first two in the list. Irritability, right? Sluggish and fatigue, abdominal pain, vomiting, constipation, hearing loss, seizures.
Probably further along, but like a mild lead poisoning, I bet.
Wow. So yeah, the two highest ones listed for lead poisoning in children include developmental delay and learning diffimetals. So, and if you notice, most serial killers have a childlike disposition, the way that they look at things. Yeah.
Maybe. Well, and then, I mean, there's also to be said about like guys like Ted Bundy, who are very clearly like charismatic, nothing smart, all that kind of stuff. Like, but well, I'm curious how it might present itself if someone was like already an adult. Because like, what if you're already like 25,
right,
in 1968, or I don't know exactly when leaded gas and all
like
that
your
stuff
brain is developed enough to learn, but you're still susceptible to maybe having your morality dissolved away.
Yeah, right. Like, and I'm pretty sure lead is one of those ones that like it builds up.
Yep, it does. Well, any heavy metal, right? Any heavy metal builds up and won't leave your system. It basically embeds into your cells, and you can never get rid of it.
Yeah.
They can actually tell. I was watching a thing on YouTube where they said they can tell where people were born. Like you can actually do a test where you can figure out where people are born, like the general geographic area, based on the radiation that's in your bones, like this thorium isotope or something.
Yeah.
Same thing with wine. They can tell they can tell you if a wine was made before or after a date, depending on which nuclear bomb was detonated where on Earth. So they can like tell you, like looking at like the thorium count or whatever, the different counts of these different isotopes in the wine. They can tell you if it was like after this bomb was detonated or this other bomb was detonated. Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, based on, because like if it was sealed up and stuff before 1942 or whatever, then it's more likely that it'll be, you know, one of these old ones from a boat or something.
Or like with carbon dating, they can use meteorites. They use like certain isotopes that are identified in meteorites, and they look for that in domestic stuff, and they can tell you if it happened before or after the Earth formation.
Right.
So they can basically be like, oh, this happened while the Earth was still broken up into big chunks. This happened while it was all as one whole piece. This happened like before the asteroid hit or after the asteroid hit that killed the dinosaurs. Like they can do all this like carbon dating shit and figure those things out by just like comparing the presence of certain attributes in everything on Earth. Like it's in everything. It's pervasive.
It's so cool.
So yeah, like everybody on Earth has radioactive, like trace amounts of radioactive material embedded in their bones. Like literally as you formed in your mom's womb, you took on these radioactive isotopes that are just present in our atmosphere that will never go away, or at least for like billions of years. Super crazy shit. It's amazing that humans figured that out. Like some of the stuff we figure out is just wild. But going back to lead poisoning, like where you're saying that, you know, hey, maybe some serial killers, you know, could have had their mental state disturbed enough. If you think about it, there are tons of chemicals that we've discovered that can completely alter your morality. Like from a little bit all the way up to like just I could give you a substance that would make you without even question like harm yourself or harm somebody else. And so humans don't like to admit that we can be manipulated in that way, because we like to think that we have like this idea of like a soul, and it's like we control that, and we're, you know, there's no way to like really mess that up. But no, you can be with chemicals, you can be made to do anything. Like absolutely anything. Like there's a really strong drug that's used both in the medical field for treatment of motion sickness, but it's also used by the CIA to interrogate people. And it's not sodium pentothal. They haven't used that in a very long time. Sodium pentothal is like old school truth serum, right? Now they use something called scopolamine.
Oh, I've heard of that.
Scope is like the street name, right? They call it scope. Scopolamine is an incredibly strong drug that when you give to people, depending on the dose, it can either alleviate motion sickness, it can calm you, but in slightly higher doses, it can cause you to completely hallucinate and see guided visions. So somebody can literally say, like, you see a monster and you will see that monster. Like they can literally guide what you're seeing and what you're experiencing by just telling you. And even higher doses, you can turn the person into an absolute zombie that literally all they can do is respond truthfully. Like they have to. There's no, it completely blocks the emotional center of their brain where there's no shame, there's no disgust, there's nothing. They could literally sit there and tell you how they like dismembered a child with absolute detail without being happy or sad or otherwise, just being completely indifferent, as if they were explaining how a transmission in a car worked. And the shit is it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. And there are some YouTube videos that you can go watch on this where they show some of like the trials where, you know, people are responding to questions under the influence of scopolamine. And it's literally the truth serum from the movies. Like it's straight up what they presented sodium pentothal as, which, by the way, it was never like in the movies. Like silencers in movies are bullshit, right? Same thing with sodium pentothal. It's like, yeah, it can loosen you up. It can make you, it's like being drunk. It can inebriate you to the point where you will tell the truth and stuff and you don't feel encumbered. And it does cut down on emotion. But this shit is crazy. Scopolamine is like a whole different level. Like scopolamine is like just turn you into a zombie and you just got a dummy terminal where the information just flows. It's super wild. You can even hurt yourself on scopolamine. Like if you're on a high dose of it, like if somebody told you to take this knife and just stab yourself with it, you would, because you'd see no reason not to. You'd have no fear of it. You'd feel it, but the feeling, you know, when you hurt, you jump and you're like, ow. Well, that feeling, that behavior of like ow or whatever is like your brain responding to the stimuli. It's like, this is dangerous. Well, you still feel it on scopolamine, but you don't react. So like on scopolamine, you could sit there and just cut yourself and you'd be feeling it, but your brain would not be interpreting that as a bad thing. Your brain would be interpreting that as just neutral. So, dude, it's crazy, crazy shit. So that's a drug we have. You have stuff like PCP, or, you know, what they call in the street, angel dust. Demonetized. Oh, sure. So PCP can like can make your brain work for long periods of time without oxygen. So they actually developed it originally as an anesthetic for brain surgery, because one of the hardest things with brain surgery is keeping everything oxygenated while they're working on the brain and the vessels around it.
Oh, no shit.
And so they created this medication, but the problem is it also keeps you from being sedated. So like when you're on PCP, it's like no amount of opiate, no amount of fentanyl, nothing will put you under. Like you are literally resistant to being, so people were waking up on the operating table. That's why they never used it in a medical setting after that. However, if it can't be used in the medical setting, of course it leaks to the streets and it becomes a street drug, right? And so PCP is said to make you feel invincible and make you feel really strong and really energetic.
Dude, but I remember news stories about guys being high on PCP, like crashing through the glass doors of a casino and getting shot like 19 times and still coming right at the cops and stuff until basically their body just like stops.
There's a video.
There was like a year of stories like that, man. Just all kinds of PCP was fucking bonkers.
Yep. So there's a guy. Yeah. There's a story of a guy, and you guys may remember this because it made national news. This would have been back in the 90s. There's a guy who basically killed his family inside of the house. And this is a big dude. This is a dude who's probably like 6 foot something, weighs 450 pounds, big old dude, right? Yeah. He's in his house. He's high on PCP. He like kills his family, kills his kid, kills his wife or whatever. And the whole house is surrounded by police officers. And this is recorded. There's a video of it. Like I've actually seen this video. It's so disturbing. And the guy walks out on the porch holding a shotgun. He's not aiming it at the cops or anything. He's just holding the shotgun. He comes out. And he's like raging. He's like, "Rrr, rrr," and he's like, "You can't stop me." And the cops are like, "Drop the gun, drop the gun." And he doesn't drop the gun. So so one cop shoots him. The other cops start shooting. They all open fire on him. You can just see his chest, just, you know, like his shirt's going like this. Like you can see the shots hitting him. And he's just crazy. Like, he's like, "Rrr, rrr," and he runs at the cops. And they shot him like 27 times with like 45 and 9mm. Just like literally center mass, just peppered his whole center. His heart is gone. His lungs are gone, everything. And he is still running at the cops. And he is still fighting them until he finally just dies. Like he literally goes from being fully animated to just now he's dead. Yeah. Like it was like instant. And it was because his brain and all of his nerves and all of his muscles and everything were still being driven. Even though his heart was like exploded. Like his lungs were exploded. Like your brain in that moment should shut you down. Like at that moment, your brain should, for preservation's sake, and so you don't suffer, your brain should just knock you out. You should be unconscious. But this doesn't allow you to go unconscious. So, and it was like he didn't feel anything. Like this dude, if you walk, he does not react at all. These bullets are hitting him. And he's just wearing a t-shirt. It's just a t-shirt. There's no body armor or anything. And this dude is not even reacting. Like as he's running, you can see the shirt moving from the bullets hitting it. And it doesn't even slow him down. It doesn't push him back. It doesn't drop him. Nothing. The dude is like completely unaffected. When I saw that, I was like, the fuck? like the fact
Seriously.
that a substance can do that, like this dude literally snorted something that normally a single shot, like the hydrostatic shot of that bullet hitting him in the chest would have knocked him out cold. Like he would have instantly, the blood pressure spike in the brain would have knocked you out unconscious on the ground. And this guy was basically invincible until his brain had no more oxygen, like in the blood, in the physical brain to function anymore. Wild stuff. James Campbell said that raises some interesting questions about consciousness as an emergent property and how much power it actually has in your body. For sure.
Serious business. Yeah. Like it's really remarkable at the things that are often like felt to be involuntary processes in your body that can actually be controlled with practice.
Yep. Oh yeah. Like the monks.
Yeah,
there's these monks
like slowing your heart down,
yep.
slowing your heart rate down to next to nothing, or being essentially impervious to pain. Like,
what's the name of the dude that goes in the ice water?
Wim Hof.
Wim Hof. Go look that guy up if you want to see mind over matter.
That's some crazy stuff. Where like they inject him. There's a video where they inject him with, and that's what it was. Yeah, some kind of virus. Yeah, and by like breathing appropriately in the right way, he like hyperactivates the adrenal response and it just crushes it. Like it ends up not having.
Keep in mind, this isn't like
reaction.
Yeah, and that's not a news crew recording this story. This is literally doctors in a hospital, like a reputable hospital that did the study that injected him with this. Like it was a part of an actual study because they did their research. They made sure that they could undo it.
Vice did a really good. I don't know if it's a series or just one long video or whatever, but Vice did a really good documentary, I guess.
Didn't they send somebody? I think Vice sent a dude that like did all his stuff, right?
They've sent like 4 people, I think, but it's like the crew.
Yeah, it was like a lady, a man.
And they go through the whole, they say like 6 weeks or something with him, and then they all walk up this mountain in basically shorts and boots, and because they do the right breathing and stuff, they stay, and they're walking past people in big puffy jackets and stuff, and like, we're gonna summit this mountain as like this is your final exam, this kind of thing. It's really neat, man.
So John Zuck said, don't ever do Wim Hof's breathing technique in water. People have died from it. They did it improperly if they died from it.
I mean, I would say like, yeah, I mean, if you
and I can say that with some confidence because Wim Hof has literally taken thousands of people through his course. Where he's actually taken them from not even being able to stay in the water for like 1 minute to being able to stay in the water for an hour, come out and have their blood perfectly perfused throughout their body. So
my buddy Rob, we call him Ninja Rob. He dove real deep into it, and he got up to almost, I want to say it was just shy of 6 minutes. He could hold his breath. Like on
that's
an
quite
exhale.
the feat. That's quite the feat.
Yeah,
like
it was crazy. Like. Just it's neat, but yeah, I mean, especially in the cold water, I could see where people have died from it because like you
can actually hold your breath longer in cold water than warm water, but you have to stop the shaking. You have to control the what do they call it, the response where your body shakes to keep itself warm, keep the circulation. It's like hypothermic response. You have to be able to suppress that mentally because if you don't, you'll burn too much energy.
Yeah,
I think it wasn't the world record held for a little while by that magician guy. God, what was his name? David Blaine. Yeah,
Blaine. Okay,
so David Blaine really got into this whole holding his breath thing.
It's neat.
Through part of his life.
Really interesting stuff.
And I think his record was on live TV. He held his breath for 28 minutes. And the way he does this is he basically breathes pure oxygen for like an hour. Now, granted, it took him years to work up to this.
You hyperoxygenate.
He hyperventilates pure oxygen for like an hour, and then he goes directly from that into the water. He doesn't go more than a couple inches under the water, and he hangs perfectly lifelessly so that all of his muscles in his body relax, and he slows his heart rate down to just like it's like 10 or 20 beats per minute. Like he slows it way down. And he's able to go like, it was like 28 or 29 minutes without dying. And this is verified by like actually Guinness Book World Records. They were there. They had all their people there. They were making sure you could observe him. Like he was actually in an observable environment where they could make sure that he couldn't have any oxygen available to his nostrils or to his mouth. You could see him exhaling the bubbles at a slow rate. Like he actually did it. Like this wasn't like one of his bullshit illusions. And I was like, that is crazy that you can condition the body to do something like that. Because the average person will drown within 3 minutes. The average person will hold their breath for about 2 minutes, then they'll become unconscious and they'll drown by like the third minute, like because they're burning oxygen so quickly because of the fear response, right? But if you breathe pure oxygen, keep in mind, what is the oxygen percentage in the air we breathe at sea level? It's like what, like
7% or something.
It's not a lot. It's under 10. I know it's under 10%, like at sea level. And the rest is just nitrogen. So if you breathe pure oxygen, your blood can hold a massive volume of oxygen.
It's really interesting. Buddy of mine used to work at a fish store, and they had like tanks of oxygen, and he'd take us in the back, and remember they used to do oxygen bars. Even you get super energized, like it's like super clarity. If you just breathe pure oxygen, it's super like. It's super energizing. It'll wake you up real for a little bit and stuff.
I want to get an oxygen generator really bad because I feel lethargic a lot of times and I have to do CPAP therapy to sleep.
It's a real interesting. I mean, you can get all the stuff you need. You don't need an oxygen generator, but if you wanted to test it out, you can get yourself a little can of pure oxygen and some I can't recall the proper term, but the little nose jobbies and it'd probably wake you right up, man.
It's just too expensive. Like I looked at the can stuff already, and it's like a single can is like $12 or $15, and it's like 50 breaths or something like that. It's not a lot.
Oh damn!
You burn through it so quick.
You can. I've seen them at the like Dick's. You can get like a can. It's like man. You can get them for like athletes and stuff. It's got a little face thingy, and and like you said, it's only like 20 shots or whatever, but yeah, you can totally just buy them. I remember seeing them at Dick's.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
I looked at because I wanted one really bad like a while back, and the cheapest method to get are the sieve ones, the oxygen sieve. They basically use a microscopic sieve that basically separates the oxygen out of the air and then compresses it.
Interesting.
But they're big machines. They're kind of loud, so you want to like put them in the garage and then run a hose from them. But I found used units between like $500 and $800. But they also make little portable ones that you can get for like $200 or $300 from China, but they only produce about, I think it's like 10 or 15% pure oxygen that you have to mix the rest with nitrogen. So it's still like double or triple what you're getting from the atmosphere. So definitely noticeable. But if you want to breathe pure oxygen, like if you want to do, which you shouldn't do for any length of time, by the way, because pure oxygen is very poisonous to your optic nerve. So it's not good to breathe it nonstop. Like it's okay to have like a couple sessions here and there, but you don't want to breathe pure oxygen constantly because after a couple weeks, it will break down your optic nerves. It's weird. It like dissolves them or something. Because I remember that was a really big deal when my son was in the hospital when he was born. They had to have him on pure oxygen because his lungs weren't developed. And they're like, if we have to keep him on oxygen any longer than this, he'll be blind. So they're like, we have to get him off of pure oxygen and wean him off of it. Otherwise, the optic nerve is going to suffer, and it can also cause other problems too. So yeah, the world record, by the way, is now held by a guy, Budimir Sobat, who held his breath for 24 minutes, 37 seconds. Okay, so it wasn't 29 minutes. It was 24 minutes. But still, think about that. Like when the average person struggles to hold their breath, like even a minute, most people are uncomfortable holding their breath for a minute. Like seriously, like if you just take a person and say, hey, hold your breath. A lot of people think they can hold their breath a lot longer. No, most people. And it's harder to hold your breath underwater too than it is outside of water.
Keep the pressure.
Because the pressure pushing on your lungs. Yeah. So the fact that somebody was able to get their heart rate down so low and get their muscles down so low that they could keep enough oxygen to keep their brain, functioning and conscious for 24 minutes without breathing in any additional oxygen. That's amazing to me. That fascinates me to no ends. Aren't rebreathers less than $500? Oh, I've never even seen a rebreather for sale. Where can you buy rebreathers? I mean, I know they have them for like scuba divers and shit.
I've seen these crazy. They make these crazy setups for that.
Don't breathe. Don't breathe the oxygen. Don't breathe the oxygen you get from a welding shop. That is not medical grade oxygen. The oils in those pumps and shit are toxic as fuck. You don't want to breathe that. Like, don't do that. You definitely want medical grade oxygen. It has to come from a machine that isn't lubricated with any toxic, oils or anything like that. Same thing with like scuba shops. Like a lot of scuba shops can give you something like what's that called? Nitrox. Have you ever seen that?
Oh yeah.
So when we went scuba diving, we used the nitrox mix to be safe.
Nitrous, right?
It's like, I don't know if it's nitrous oxide or what the deal is, but it's supposed to prevent the bends. So like if you breathe nitrox and you have to do a sudden rapid surface when you're scuba diving from 60 feet, you won't get the bends. Or trimix that's what they call it, right? Trimix. It's like nitrogen, oxygen, and nitrox, right? Or what is a nitrox here? What? I'm curious now because it's been a while. What is nitrox? Because technically I am certified scuba diver. I've got my PADI certificate.
No shit.
Yeah, seriously, I'm certified to 60 feet. I've only gone scuba diving twice in my life, but yeah, I'm certified to 60 feet.
Dude, it freaks me out. I mean, I haven't done scuba, but like I've snorkeled a few times, and like I'm pretty good at like keeping my cool in the clutch. You know what I mean? But there is something about putting my face in the water with nothing but like a tube coming out my mouth to breathe that freaks me out. It is probably the most like visceral fear that I have ever felt.
Do you remember the first time you took a breath underwater through a snorkel? Like, dude, how you had to like force yourself to breathe? Because like everything in your body tells you not to do it.
Every ounce of like concentration and willpower to not hyperventilate.
Yep.
I have to focus so much on my breathing when I put my face down into the water in the middle of the ocean that like it's not, I don't think it's really thalassophobia. Like I don't mind being out in the water. I'm not afraid of what's in it or the deep.
I love the water.
There is because like I can go out on a lake. I'm fine in a boat. I'm fine just swimming around, splashing and shit. Like that's fine. It isn't so much the fear of the water. There's just something about like there's some deep horror, like my ancestors screaming at me from across time that like you're gonna drown. It's the drowning that is I'm afraid of. It's not the water. Water's fine. It's like being up high. Yeah. I'm fine being up high. I'm not afraid of heights. I freak out when I start looking down or I got to climb down a ladder. I'm afraid of falling from a height. Yep. I'm not afraid of being up high. That's not the problem.
Yep.
It's man. Whew, and even just thinking about it, I'm like.
So in my scuba diving class, I couldn't breathe when I put my head under the water. I'd put the regulator in my mouth and I'd put my face in the water and I couldn't breathe. I couldn't take a breath.
Oh, yeah, right.
And I tried like so many times. Yeah, the instructor said it's perfectly normal. Like the instructor's like, this happens to a lot of people. It's not just you. Like, because I was like really like, oh fuck, am I gonna be able to scuba dive now? And what they had to do to get me to do it was crazy. So what they did is they put the regulator in my mouth and they had me breathe deeply on the regulator above the water. Yeah. And then as I was breathing in, as I started to take a breath, they dunked me. And so as the regulator was forcing the air into my lungs, because when you start breathing in, it actually pushes air into your lungs if you've ever felt it before.
Don't you have to like breathe out first? Because it like it blasts the air back at you as hard as you breathed out, right?
Dude,
I feel like that'd be difficult to get a hang of too. Because like as soon as you start hyperventilating, like the thing's gonna be blowing you right back at you.
Yeah, so check this out. I didn't know this when I first started the scuba diving class. Like this blew my mind. Is I thought when you breathed off like a scuba tank, I thought it was just like breathing through a snorkel. You take a breath in, air goes in your mouth. You breathe out, air goes out your mouth. Yeah. I had no idea that it actually like a CPAP. It pushes the air into your lungs under force. So what happens is when you start to breathe in ever so slightly, like that vacuum pressure of you breathing in opens a diaphragm. And then a metered amount of air gets injected into your lungs until you stop it, until you put force back against it to stop it from inflating you. So it feels like every time you take a breath, it feels like somebody's inflating you with a leaf blower. It is the weirdest sensation. So you're like, and it like pumps you up and then you stop. And then when you breathe out, the bubbles come out and then you use force to exhale. But when you breathe in, there's zero effort. Zero effort. Doesn't matter the depth. Like that pressure pushing on your chest that you normally get like with snorkeling, you don't get that with scuba diving. Like it literally just forces the air into you. And it is a cool sensation. It's really weird out of the water though. Like when you try to breathe off a regulator before going into the water, you're like like it just you have to slow it down because it's like trying to pump you up. Wow. It is a weird ass feeling. So that took a while for me to get used to, honestly. Like I breathed about a half a tank of air just walking around the pool before I even put my face in. And then I couldn't. Every time I put my face in, I'd be like, then I couldn't breathe because my dive reflex would kick in and I could not force myself to breathe no matter what. Once my head was under the water, I couldn't do it. And so the way that you're supposed to fix that, and it worked like a charm, was exhale sharply and then start breathing in slowly and then go underwater as you're mid-breath. So like you're like, you know, you're above water like this and then you go and you keep breathing in as you go down. And then once you do that one time, that's all it takes is one time, and your brain immediately lets go, and then you can breathe underwater. And I was like, it was the coolest experience. Like once I could do that, And being at the bottom of like a 14-foot pool and actually taking these like really sharp, crisp, like cold, refreshing breaths, it's awesome. Like seriously, I wish I had a scuba tank just sitting next to me that I could just take hits off of because it's just such a cool experience. YouTube's the only way you'd want to experience cave diving. Cave diving is the most dangerous thing in the world. Like honestly, pick any other thing and it's not as dangerous as cave diving. Like so many people die cave diving. It's ridiculous. I'm surprised that's even legal, honestly. Let's hear. Gaming Matty Rock said longest time breath held voluntarily female. The longest time to hold the breath underwater is 18 minutes. Was achieved by Caroline. What do you mean by held voluntarily? Because I would consider it voluntarily the record breaker of 24 minutes. He was definitely voluntarily doing that.
Yeah, no, he did that involuntarily. They held him down.
Yeah, they held him down. He was like, I'm not dying, you sons of bitches. Graham said, Jerry, I finally got to play body cam on that 30 series GPU. Thank you so much. Hey, you're very welcome, man. I appreciate you, Graham.
How'd that go? They totally bit off of another like tech demo, but I'm curious about that. That body cam looked interesting.
Yeah, give us the heads
I gotta
up.
say, this is totally tangential. We're going to go way off of this fear stuff and diving thing. But yeah. I noticed something recently, and this is actually, this was mentioned by another streamer.
How huge my wiener is?
It was like a light bulb. It was in regards to kind of a rash of there's been a handful of extraction shooters, like early access extraction shooters that would come out. Project Leet, I think, was the one in particular that they were talking about. But there've been a good spate, like a handful of games that have come out recently that are built on Unreal 5. But by
the way, Body Cam is a video game, guys, if you're wondering.
They're not very good mechanically. Right? They look amazing because, of course, Unreal 5 just kind of hands that to you on a silver platter. But the mechanics of it are not good. And I feel like we're gonna see this wave of almost trashware where like, oh, the trailer looks great, right? And you have these people who, you know, it could be even, oh, these are captured in game. These aren't pre-rendered, blah blah blah, because the Unreal 5 looks amazing. But then like, it's all jank, right? The game doesn't play very well. There's weird bugs and that does come with early access. But when you're trying to get like $30 a pop for,
because Body Cam's $33 right now. I was gonna go get it. Yeah, and I was like, I don't got $33 right now, but I'll get it eventually.
So there's Body Cam, and then there was another one that I'm following on Steam or that I have on my wish list.
You notice how they have to censor the faces because it's so realistic? They don't want to give people like PTSD. I'm guessing that's why they're doing it, right? Because
where is it?
Because I know Unreal can do realistic human
Unrecord.
faces.
That's the one that I think Body Cam is biting off of. They just kind of rushed to get this out because Unrecord is very, very similar. Super photorealistic. It's about like cops and stuff. You play as like a cop or whatever. But I was curious about Body Cam and a few others that are similar to this that like, man, like, is it good or does it just look good and you got to like get through a bunch of shit?
And that's what I was wondering about Body Cam too, because I've seen videos, but all the videos are played by people that like got approved for a special pre-release and stuff back when I was watching it. So I was like, you know, do they really have incentive to be brutally honest about it? Not really, right?
Right.
And but there's no denying how realistic it looks. Like you can't fake that. Like the gameplay could totally be trash, but it looks like real.
A 4K, this is amazing, and like that's part of what sets it apart too. Is like real Body Cam footage isn't that good. like let's be real here.
It's not.
Those action cams that they got on the chest of the constabulary are like 1080p at best.
So there's a link to the game, guys, on the Steam library right there. If you're wondering, they've got a clip like, on there you can watch, and it's fucking crazy.
That's a funny price too. This is clearly not from the United States. $33.32. That's a localized price right there.
Yeah, that's like pounds converted.
It's
or
probably $29.99 in wherever.
Actually, I can figure that out. Here, let's see. Give me the price. $33.32 in every different.
It looks pretty good. I mean, the gun models are a little meh. Like just a quick look at there's like a board with all the guns on it. Those didn't look that good, but the environment looks amazing. The environment looks great.
It's insane. It's absolutely insane. And then there's another game. What is this? They added some maps. Abandoned Hospital. Okay, the one I saw, there was only one level. I never saw any other levels.
I haven't played it myself, Jogel. But in as an example, the one that I was watching, I think it was Project Leap. What was it? The NPCs could target you through foliage and stuff. Like they again, this is more of a I feel like it is more of an early access sort of a deal. Like you're going to improve your AI and stuff, but like the AI can shoot you through foliage, but you can't shoot them. Like the trees and stuff are basically solid as far as your bullets are concerned.
Yep.
AI stuff where like you'll snipe somebody like legit, like you're way up on a freaking hill and silenced sniper off. You'll got the guy and like half a dozen dudes who are nearby would just instantly turn and like can laser you.
Yeah,
that kind of stuff.
Okay, I looked up the prices.
Weird fall damage, like you'll be slipping down a hill, and you'll just accelerate like it's just a sheet, like no physics. You'll just and then you'll hit something and take fall damage and die, stuff like that.
Let's see.
And again, early access is fine, but dude, if you're charging $35 for that, and it's that janky. I don't know, man.
So a bunch of people are leaving reviews saying this isn't unrecord and acting like this was trying to be sold as unrecord when it clearly isn't. So I don't know what unrecord is.
Body cam's totally I mean, it's definitely different, but the idea is almost exactly the same.
And by the way, it must be European pricing because you're right. It's $29.99 is what it converts to. As of the last prices in
euros.
This is euros. Oh, sorry, euros. Yeah. So yeah, EUR. Yep. And the only other one it could be is NZD, which comes out to $50 even.
New Zealand.
So it's either New Zealand or Europe is probably where the game was created.
I'd say somewhere in the EU. Yeah, that makes sense. Poland or something.
But I'll take it. I'd rather pay $33 than the $70 fucking that like every game in the US is now. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, man. Hey, I have some mixed feelings about the pricing.
How are games more expensive now when you don't even get a box, you don't get a manual, you don't get media, and it costs more?
That's man. I feel like. The games industry, especially when it comes to AAA stuff, they're high on their own supply, man. We've gotten to a point where, just like movies, right? Where what movie out there now has a budget under 100K or 100 million, right? Like it's crazy. But I think part of that, when it comes to movies, there's some fraud going on. There's like cooking of the books, or people are like, they're $1,000 toilet seats kind of stuff going on when movie budgets. I know it's cliched, but late stage capitalism in a big way, actually. Yeah. Especially in games too, where, and the market's shifting in a big way too. The consumer is not putting up. Nobody is going to buy. A perfect example of this, Skull and Bones from Ubisoft, just recently released. I think the cheapest you can get it is $70, and it's not. And they're trying to claim it's like a quadruple A. Oh, we did such a good job with this. It's a quadruple A game.
Just making up ratings.
It's clearly not, right? Like it's not. But they also are way over budget. They're way over time. It took them like 7 years. It was supposed to come out right around the same time that Sea of Thieves did, and that sort of thing. But the big companies, EA now, now Microsoft and all of the properties that they own and stuff underneath them, they think that just throwing it's twofold. They think that just throwing millions and millions of dollars at the game is going to make it better. And two, they are trying to appeal to too broad of an audience, which means it's shitty. I've mentioned this before. Part of the reason that Baldur's Gate 3 was so massively successful is because they focused on a very small niche gamer interest. That's it. They focused on and Larian in general, that's what they do, are these great isometric CRPGs. But they focused, and they did a great job with their early access. I think they did that. That is how early access should be done. But they focused on a very narrow niche of the market, and they executed what they intended to do like flawlessly. Because that's all they weren't trying to get everybody. They weren't trying. Like, how many reviews did you see when that game like officially launched of like fucking Call of Duty players and stuff being like, "Oh, I hate this fucking turn-based shit. This game sucks." It's like, well, you're not the market. Well, hang
I feel like so Kentucky said Starfield really let me down. I have to agree with that. There's a lot of people that really loved it, but I found it to be way too grindy even for a Bethesda game, honestly. Like when I first started playing it, I was like, wow, like it really hits you in the face when you first start playing it and you're like, holy shit, this is amazing. But it did get really redundant really fast. And I also feel like
yeah.
too
many loading scenes.
Yeah, it was too much loading, too much of the same. It like usually Bethesda games, I felt like the missions were a lot more diverse. I felt like every mission was the same in this.
Yeah,
go find something, blow it up. Go find something, steal it. Go find something, blow it up. Go find something, steal it.
Man, if they could have just made a sci-fi Skyrim and everybody would have just went bonkers.
Yeah,
but no, they had to like.
There was no coherent story. It's like they created every story to be like a mini series. They kind of made it like Outer Limits, where it's like every story doesn't depend on the other story. Like every episode is a standalone. And so it's like really hard to get into it because you're like what is the story? Like there is no story really. It's like choose your own adventure, but you never really get that deep into anything because the deeper you get, the more they have to restrain the game, obviously, and they want it to be as sandboxy as humanly possible.
Really? They could have just done and they basically did just keep the same engine, which they need to change that too. I don't recall what I think it's called, the Infinity engine or something like that. I don't know what they call their engine. But it's just crazy to me.
Do you think? Tell me if you agree with me on this. If they made it like multiplayer, like GTA 5 style multiplayer, would you change your mind? Would you think it's an amazing game?
No, I think it would make it worse.
See, I actually think the opposite. I feel like I would have played the ever-living shit out of it. How
are you supposed to get anything done? There's so much loading going on. It's true. I'd play No Man's Sky. I'd play No Man's Sky before I would play a multiplayer Starfield. I would just go play No Man's Sky.
I mean, that's fair. No Man's Sky, and or even Star Citizen, right? Star Citizen is the ultimate
or
space
Elite
experience.
Dangerous.
Yeah,
or,
Elite Dangerous. You know, I've only ever played
if I want to build bases
once.
and go explore cool planets and shit and stuff, I go play No Man's Sky. And it's cross-platform. I can go play with my brother who's on his PlayStation, and we all play together.
Did they ever actually add multiplayer to No Man's Sky? I never played it multiplayer.
Yeah, 100%,
okay, so you can
100%.
encounter other people now and stuff? Okay.
Yes.
Because I remember they lied about that in the beginning. Like, you can encounter people, and then nobody encountered each other. And it's like, oh, but there's 10 trillion worlds, so the odds of you encountering everybody's like real life. It's like, you fucking guys.
No. That was like almost immediately. The people were like, no, we're on the same planet like right now. Like, why are we not seeing each other? But and then they admitted it that like, oh yeah, we haven't really implemented like full on see each other multiplayer and all that stuff. But man, that's a rags to riches story right there. They fucked up the release of No Man's Sky. Like it was not anything. And again, this highlights why you don't let your game developers and designers talk to the press. But I digress. Well, because they make big promises that they can't keep. There's a reason you have a marketing department. You let the PR people talk to the press. You don't let your idea guys talk to the press. But they fixed it. They put so much effort in. And dude, even a year later, I know now it's like 7, but even a year, their first really big update to it, like I think a year later, incredible, completely changed the game, and it's only gotten better from there.
I feel like the media, like
greatest comeback.
I feel like the media just wants to complain. Like I feel like they just kind of want to complain. That's their thing. And so anybody that looks to the media for like advice on how to improve something, just realize that they have to complain about it. So even if your game is perfect, they have to complain about something because that's what gets the views. Like they have to have a negative thought. And because they have to have a negative thought, if you take anything they say seriously, you could ultimately end up doing the opposite and destroying your game. So
and it's prevalent in a lot of online spaces in general.
I agree.
Just it's so easy to be a like hate creator, essentially. Talking all about how much something sucks or why this. And
I feel like most reviews are negative now online. Not for everything
being negative, but I hate seeing there's a nuance that has been lost, especially when it comes to video games, where reviews are conflating I don't like this game with this game sucks. And there's a big difference. Like a good example of this, there's a game called FTL. It's not I've grown to enjoy these sorts of roguelike games that FTL exemplifies. I've seen enough gameplay and of people who love this game and have played it. I can with confidence, wholeheartedly to my core, say that is a perfectly executed game. 10 out of 10, 100% review, whatever. I've never played it. It's not my style. But I can look at that and I know that they had an idea in mind and they executed it perfectly.
Wait, which game?
It's called FTL.
Oh, I've heard of that game. I've never played it, but I've heard of it.
It to me, that is a good example, again, of a company who had an idea, a niche that they wanted to hit, and they did it, and they did it literally perfectly. It is amazing. They did a great job. Hands down is great.
Hey, can we get a shout out for Daniel Terry for that $20, dude?
Oh yeah.
Woo! Daniel Terry, yeah.
That was for smart people. I mean, in a sense, it takes some learning for sure. Like what all the different, like I think now that I've played some other types of roguelikes that are vaguely brutal in that way, I could probably enjoy it. But man, the hands down, a perfectly executed game, but not for everybody. And if that's not your style of game, it would be completely unfair and out of pocket to say this game sucks versus this game's not for me.
I don't know. I kind of look at it as like the GTA 5 effect, where it's like after GTA 5, every other company saw the success of that game and just wanted their shit to be sandboxy.
Yeah,
and so it really took away from like the different styles of games that we were accustomed to getting, like unique experiences. But everybody was like, this is the experience that gives the most modability, the most people can play it, the most this, the most that. And it kind of feels the same as like what's happening with social media. You notice how all the social media sites are the same now? They all have videos, they all have shorts, they all have bookmarks, they all have like highlights, they all have like the same feature set is the same. So like it doesn't matter. Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, X, they're all the same. They're all the same. You couldn't, if you weren't looking at the user interface, they'd have the same functionality, 100%, one for one. And that wasn't the case before. It was like if you wanted like short form videos, you went to TikTok. You went to Instagram if you wanted like longer videos and pictures. You went to Facebook if you wanted posts and more interactions. You know, you went to X if you wanted chronology, you know, like a chronology full. Well, not anymore because Elon killed all that. But you used to go to X for that. Yeah, it used to be chronological, and you'd get stuff and get only stuff from the people that you follow and not a bunch of like noise. All that's gone now. I mean, X, I looked at it the other day. X is actually worse than Facebook now. Like literally, Elon took Twitter and turned it into Facebook and made it worse in every way you could imagine. And the only people I see praise Facebook or X at all anymore, the only people I ever see step up for bat and say it's a better experience are just the Trump supporters. That's it. I never see anybody who's not. Seriously, and it's because they see a lot more of what they want to see, obviously, because that's what the algorithm was designed to do. So I understand their point of view. I totally get it. It's like if you're on a platform and you see more of what you want to see because that platform is heavily biased towards you, sure, you're going to love it. But everybody else is like, what the shit is going on here? This used to be awesome. Like, this used to be like I could follow people and I would only see the stuff.
That's why I'm on Threads more than anything. It's still not quite like, it's not super perfect or anything, but it scratches the itch that I was getting from Twitter.
Put it this way. This is how bad it's got. So check this out, dude. This is how bad it's got. The other day, I posted 3 posts in a row, all in the same chain. So I posted, replied to myself, replied to the reply. So that's typical, right? To create like a chain, like a thread. So I go on there and I create 3 posts. Everybody's responding incorrectly to the third post as if the second post wasn't there. Like they were asking about it and saying stuff as if they didn't see the second post, even though the reply they were replying to was after that second post. I'm like, what the shit is going on here? So I go over to my alt account, Hugh J Anus. That's my alt account. I go over to Hugh Janus and I look, and guess what? I can't see the middle post. I'm like, why can't I see the middle post? Because I said TikTok and I said Instagram in the post. They filtered it. They hid it. So you couldn't see it. The only way for me to see it was I had to actually go click on my account. And then I had to scroll down under replies. So I had to basically click on my primary account from my alt account, scroll down under replies, and then I could see it. But I couldn't see it if I was just in my For You feed looking at the post. And so I was like, this is really weird. But here's the interesting thing. I already know that they filter posts if you use if you name a competing platform, they hide your post. So not very many people see it. Like they have to go directly to your profile to see it. They'll never see it in For You. They'll never see it in following if you mention the other platforms. But I specifically misspelled them. So I spelled TikTok T-E-E-K, so like teak, and then T-O-C-K, and I spelled Instagram like Instagram's name, G-R-A-H-A-M. And I was like, how the hell did they filter this? And because I looked at the code, the source code that's over a year old because they haven't updated it, and they used to just look for phrases. There's no way if they were just looking for phrases that somebody put every single misspelling of every single site in there, right? I think they're using AI. And the reason I think they're using AI is because I went over and I said in AI, I said, you are a bot that is designed to detect misspellings of competing websites. And I gave it a list of 5 competing websites, the real names. And I said, I want you to reply with yes or no if I am attempting to get somebody to see the site name by spelling it incorrectly. And I did the wildest misspellings that you could ever even possibly think of, with apostrophes, spaces, using ASCII characters. And it was 100% accurate in giving me yes and no if I was trying to fool it or not. So just by creating a simple prompt saying so I think that's what's happening now is AI is being leveraged to where you can't circumvent it. You used to be able to circumvent filters by just misspelling the words or putting spaces or just getting clever, right? The AI can work around all that. And now you don't have to go create a algorithm or a regular expression that can detect 1,000 different spellings. You just basically have AI look at it from a language perspective and see if you're trying to fool somebody. Yes or no? Am I trying to fool somebody? Yes? Okay, hide it. And so sadly, that's a big problem over on X. That's getting worse. And it's not just X. To be fair, this is happening everywhere. This happens in YouTube comments. This happens on Facebook. It's just I notice it more on X than any other platform. I would say X is the most aggressive at hiding stuff across the board, just because Elon is so adverse to so many things right now that he's just blanket hiding the shit out of everything. Because the only way you're going to get the minority to become the majority is to hide so many things, right? Because there's so much diversity in that majority. But he's managed to do it. So now you look at trending, and trending on X doesn't look like trending on any other platform. If you go there at any given time, right? It's always, you look at that, you're like, wait a second, some of the shit that's trending should not be trending. Like, it's stuff that wouldn't trend on any other platform. And you even click on it and it's like, it's getting very little engagement. And yes, it's trending. It's like, well, trending usually means it's getting a ton of engagement, right? It's getting more engagement than anything else.
You think.
But that's not how it works anymore. So, and they changed the name, right? Now it's Explore and Highlights and stuff. They no longer call it trending. Probably because it's easier now to explain that, it's no longer trending. It doesn't work that way anymore. We changed how it works. So we're going to rename it to something else. But I feel like games are doing the same thing. That's kind of what I'm getting at, is like games where they all used to be their own unique thing, just trying to cut out their own little niche with their own little audience that really loves it. Like, you either love it or hate it. Create something that you either love or hate, and everybody's going the avenue of create something that everybody just likes. Not loves, but create something that the majority likes, just for sales sake.
Yep.
And I feel, and the weird thing about that is, like, when you look back at GTA 5, the most successful game of all time, right? I don't even think that's disputed, right? Like, many, many times over, has made more money than any other game. It's been around longer than any other game, like as far as like people still actively playing it. It's broken every record. But you'd be the first to say that there's nothing about that game that everybody likes. Like, there's people that probably are adverse to like killing cops and picking up hookers and playing a gangster and a drug dealer and stuff. Like, there's people that obviously are going to be turned off by that.
Yeah.
And yet it still became this massive cult hit, right? That everybody plays. So, but I think other companies just completely let that go over their head, and they're so focused on the whole sandbox experience and trying to duplicate what that game did, that they're not thinking about the other side of it, which is create a unique experience that some people will love and some people will hate, and focus on that audience that loves it. Yeah, and ignore 100%. The hate. And they're not doing it. They're all bending.
The big companies, at least, are trying to cast too wide of a net. And but there are a lot of great smaller companies or developers out there that are focusing on doing their one thing and doing it really, really well.
Yeah. Elon has a third
stop
kid?
buying Call of Duty and buy other stuff.
BB Junkie, you're lying, dude. No way. Elon has a third kid with the Neuralink employee now, the AuxxZillary lady.
Why not? Whatever.
Oh, you went back and tapped that a third time or second time? Well, he had twins first time, so second time. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. I'm sorry. That guy just gets my blood boiling, man. That guy just gets my blood boiling. I know you're indifferent on it, but for me, I'm like, fuck, that guy gets under my skin. Oh, are we surprised? No, I'm not. I'm not surprised. And I guarantee you that she's not exclusive. I'm guarantee he's hitting 5 things on the side, and he's got his like little prostitute horde. I'm sure of it. 11 kids that we know of. Like, oh my god, dude. My biggest,
he's catching up to Nick Cannon.
Seriously, right? Dude, I could not believe how many kids Nick Cannon had. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Like, I was actually kind of shocked. What doesn't he have, like, is it 13? Does he have 12 or 13?
I thought he was around 11 or 12.
Yeah. Like, oh my God. I was like, because he looks young. Like,
yeah. I mean, he is fairly young.
How many kids does Nick Cannon have? Let's see. How many kids you got, bro? 12 kids. Okay, so yeah, Elon's almost got him. They're in a competition. Except for Cannon shares his kids with 6 different women, including ex-wife Mariah Carey. God, that guy rolled the dice, didn't he? Won that lottery. Jeez, 12 kids. My God, dude. Dude, what do you think his like alimony and child support payments must be?
It's gotta be insane.
My God, dude. And I bet you, like, Mariah Carey, like, right? Because don't they base child support based on, like, an established quality of life? Like, I'm pretty sure they do. So, like, you don't pay, it's not like a fixed amount. It's like if your kids were raised in, like, a rich environment, like if they were conceived in a rich environment, the judge is like, they need to not have that disrupted. Like, that needs to be their quality of life moving forward. So it's like your child support payments aren't based on, like, what you can afford to pay. It's based on what their quality of life was before the divorce, and then you have to maintain that quality of life moving forward, as I understand it. You guys will have to correct me because I've never been divorced. I've never had to deal with any of this stuff, obviously. But that's how I understand it, because I know I watched, like, what was it, like, one case with a famous celebrity. Was it no, it wasn't Robert Downey Jr. Who was it? There was a person who was arguing that he gave his wife $40,000 in alimony a month, and the kids got $25,000 each. It was 2 kids who were with their mother. So, and he's like, I haven't had an acting job in like 3 years. I had to sell my house. Like, my income is negative right now. My net worth is only this. And like, I literally cannot support this. Like, if I was still married to her, he was arguing to the court, if I was still married to her today, our quality of life would be radically changed based on, you know, my new life situation. And he was arguing for like less money. And the judge was like, no, like, no, you have to keep up on this amount, and if you don't, we'll throw you in jail. It was wild. It was like wild. And the dude's like, I don't have the money, so I guess I just run out of money and then I go to jail, right? Okay, judge's like, yep, that's how it works. Sorry, bro.
Jeez.
And I was like, holy shit. And the funny thing is, like, the mom wasn't working, right? The mom was just like, you know, had the kids, and it was like, she wanted to be a full-time mom and everything. But it's like, come on. Like, seriously, you get $40,000 a month. Each kid gets $25,000 a month, which is still controlled by the mom. That's the money for, like, their clothes and their food and stuff like that.
Crazy.
But I'm like, $25,000. Could you imagine that? Like, being a kid, it's like, oh, okay, mom, can we go get some Louis Vuitton for lunch? Like, you know, can we go hit up Prada? Hey, mom, I don't like this car. We should be driving a Lamborghini Diablo. I don't know. It just seems really, really weird to me. So it kind of makes me wonder, like, what do you think Elon's, like, payments are? Because he's been divorced, what, four times? And even if you're not divorced, I think if you have kids with somebody, you still have to pay child support. Like, you don't have to be married to them ever, right? You just have kids, right?
Yeah, of course.
So I mean,
the married thing, it becomes alimony, right? That's for, like, the wife.
Right.
Your partner, right? Yeah.
So I'm like, how much money,
whether you're married or not, man?
How much money do you think he's putting out on that? Because it's got to be like an astronomical amount.
So much,
because they stay quiet. Even his first kid who's trans, who had to change their last name because he was basically putting him in danger, attacking him every day on X.
That's so whack.
Even the mom of that kid hasn't said anything publicly. The mom and the kid completely underground, completely gagged, won't say a word. That, like, they're literally, like, afraid. And it's like, you got to imagine that Elon's like, you know, I'm going to pull the plug. I'm not going to give you money if you say a fucking word. Like, that's got to be how he's controlling everybody, because they obviously don't like him. Nobody likes him. Like, nobody's hanging out with none of these women. Talk about him. He's never around them. He's never around the kids anymore. Well, there's probably got to be like a provision. There's got to be a provision. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, which fine. Okay. Like, whatever. Yep. I get the feeling that nobody really wants to be involved in that nonsense anyway. Like, who cares?
There's no winning going up against him. There's no win. Like, if you go to the media,
dragging that drama into your life, like, it's just dumb.
Like, Elon's one of those people where it's like, if he just wants you dead, you're just dead. Like, there's not really much you can do about it. Like, if Elon woke up tomorrow and he got an X and he saw one of my tweets about him or whatever, you know, in the sea of tweets, and he decided he was just in a ketamine-induced rage or whatever, he could just have me disappeared. Like, there's nothing, like, he could click a button on the dark web and fucking transfer some Dogecoin, and I just disappear. Like he's at that level of wealth and has, like, zero accountability for any crime. So it's like, that those people are kind of scary, because you're like, if you were ever his wife or had his kid or anything like that, it's like his level of control and the things that he could do to you. He could probably take that child away at any point. Like, he could corrupt any court and pay any amount of money or everything to tie that person up and destroy them, to where that kid's only logical place to go would be to him, because nobody else would be able to support him just because he drained all the resources. And that's kind of freaky if you think about it, because here in the United States, our legal system allows for that, which is really scary. Like we do have some states that have slap provisions that prevent you from filing frivolous lawsuits. But that doesn't insulate you entirely. Like, they can still file lawsuits that are legitimate and then argue their legitimacy and then keep elevating them to higher courts until just one court bites. Remember, if the first court denies, second court denies, that Supreme Court, it can go all the way up to the federal Supreme Court. And if they can get one person in that entire chain of custody with all their lawyers, high paid, money going to this, paying campaign contributions, greasing people, if they can just get one person to play along, now they can apply that pressure to the other person until their money is completely drained and they have no more resources. So even if they're in the right, even if they win every case, they show up there, you've still completely destroyed them. There's no way for them to walk away unscathed. And so when you're in a position like Elon, and Elon would never have to show up to a single court case, he would never have to hear about it again. Like, it would all be handled by just his attorneys and everything for like his retainer that he's already paying him. They'd just be in the background doing this. And there's a lot of people that do stuff like that. Like they just apply that level of legal slap, procedure. Like, I know there was like an oil billionaire guy that Last Week Tonight. Who's the Last Week Tonight guy? Oh God, the British guy. Can't remember his name. Anyways, he
Not Colbert. Damn it.
Colbert.
I know
Colbert. No, yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, it is
Okay,
Colbert.
okay.
Colbert. Stephen Colbert. So Colbert called out this oil baron guy because he sued him. He literally sued them and sued the network. So he called it out and he made it all stupid public.
Oliver.
Yeah. Oh, Oliver. Sorry, Oliver, not Colbert. And so he calls it out all publicly and shows this guy. And apparently this like oil billionaire guy, just anybody that says anything about him online, anybody that has a dissenting video, he immediately like copyright strikes it, sends a cease and desist, sends his lawyers. He just puts maximum pressure to overwhelm everybody into taking the shit down and getting scared and running away. And if they don't, he just takes all the resources until they can no longer reach anybody in the public because they're so poor. And I'm like, dude, imagine if you were like the mother of Elon Musk's child. He could take your child's future away. He can take your future away. He can take your home. He can take your money. He can tie you up in court every day to where you have to hire people to take care of your kids, but then you can't afford to hire people to take care of your kids. So now you're an unfit parent. So even if you win every single case and you show up and you follow the law to the letter, you've lost your job, you've lost your career, you've lost all of your income, and you've lost your child now. Everything's gone. So the only logical course of action, and the reason why I think every one of his past wives has just disappeared, like none of them are in the public eye, none of them talk to the public. They can't even be reached for interview. They're like literally like behind glass. You can't touch or talk to these people. And it's because I'm sure he's put that on them. That's like, what I can do. Listen, what I can do.
Sure.
I'm going to give you money and you'll be taken care of. But the second you say a fucking word to anybody about the truth about what's going on, boom, yes, you're gone. Yeah. Nobody will ever hear from you again. Your kids will be taken away. Like if you think I'm dangerous now, just wait. Like, I could fucking destroy you. And that's kind of scary if you think about it, because it's like people that are on good terms don't act that way. Like if what he was saying was true and he was on good terms with his kids and shit, they'd all be like publicly posting about him and talking about him. None of them have social media accounts anymore. None of them are anywhere. They don't talk to the public. They don't say anything. They're completely ghosts. And it's like, that's not normal. Like if you're on good relationships, hey dad, how you doing on X? Hey, post, oh, hey, how's it going? Showing up, they be in the public. Hey, what do you think about your dad being, oh, that's so cool that my dad's up. No, the only time you don't hear shit from people like that is when they are like estranged and scared. The only kid that we've ever heard anything about is the one that's too young to say anything, right? X. Or his eldest, who's trans, who he threatened publicly and almost got killed, who had to change their name to avoid any more association with him and had to go completely underground with the mother and disappear. So I'm like, holy shit. But yeah, it's just scary. Like I that's one thing I don't like is people seem to think that freedom is like this universal thing here in the United States, especially if they don't live here. They're like, oh, you guys got freedom of speech. You can say anything you want. You can do anything you want. No. There's no freedom from consequence. There's consequences for everything.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Yeah.
You can, sure.
You can once.
And
you can do anything once.
That swings both ways, right? Like you see that a lot. Like, oh, you guys, it's most of my free speech. It's like, I don't know.
Yeah, you can do it once. You can do just like, but the funny thing is that applies everywhere, right? You could be in Saudi Arabia and you can be gay in public once, right? Like once. Yeah. You can do anything once, but then you're done. It's not that different here. Like real estate, it's like, yeah, we're protected from the government, but we're not protected from the people that are more powerful than the government. Yeah. Right. It's like the government isn't the superpower here. The corporations are. Let's not lie. Like, I mean, the government is driven by taxes. Our representatives are driven by taxes. Everything is driven by money. And that money all comes from insider trading on the stock market and super PACs and dark money donations and all this shit. So it's like the corporations are honestly running the show, and they have been for a very, very long time, and they will be into the future. Like, that's not going to change. So we don't have absolute freedom. We can't say anything we want without recourse. Like, honestly, the shit that I'm saying now, if I was like Mr. Beast famous and I said the things that I say today on X, I'd be fucked. Like, I would be completely destroyed. Because honestly, even somebody like Mr. Beast couldn't go toe to toe with Elon Musk. Even with all of his fame and everything, if it came down to Elon Musk and the court system and Mr. Beast, Elon could completely drain Jimmy into the ground completely, even if he was 100% right. Even if he used all of his money and all his, he could drain him because he has so many more resources that he could take him to zero before he even sweat. And that's kind of what is freaky. Is it's like your ability to be, either guilty or innocent here in the United States isn't based on your true guilt or innocence. It's biased off of how much resources you have. It's like you can be tremendously guilty, but if you have enough money to insulate yourself from that guilt, like a blanket, you're fine. Like, you can do that. Like everybody look at Bernie Madoff. I use him as a great example. Bernie Madoff did the whole Ponzi scheme thing, right? Yep. Notorious Ponzi scheme for a long, long time. They knew he did this shit for years and years and years. This was like under investigation for like 10 plus years. Like investigating him hard, court cases, filings, everything. The dude was under a microscope, but it wasn't until they got him down to where he was basically broke. He had to hit like a net worth of 0 before the wolves could finally come in and arrest him, put him through the paces and throw him in jail. When he had the money, he was untouchable. All they could do was just poke him and try to drain his resources. That's it. But it's like a health meter. Isn't that weird? Like they couldn't touch him. They knew he was guilty. Same thing with like Sam Bankman-Fried, right? Look at him. They found him guilty, what, like 3 years ago or whatever. As far as I know, he's still not in jail. Please correct me if I'm wrong, and he finally did go to jail, but as far as I know, he's still been able to like push things back and legally suspend things, and he's still able to mount a fight because he still has resources squirreled away in countries and stuff and in accounts that weren't reachable, so they couldn't freeze all of his assets. So it's like, until you can get somebody to absolute 0 to where they can no longer mount like an exceptional defense, you really can't fuck with them that much, And so, what is it? Oh, Mr. Beast is still number 1, 287 million subs.
Wow.
I mean, that's a lot. Wait, is he still like number 1, like even on like YouTube, like across the board? Because I thought that he was like, I thought there was like one channel that had like 500 million or something like that. Like, was it T-Series or I could have swore there was a bigger channel than Mr. Beast. I'm gonna check. Is Mr. Beast the largest YouTube channel? Dun, 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 dun. You know what I love is do you remember back in the day when they advertised Ask Jeeves? Do you remember Ask Jeeves?
Oh yeah. Yep.
Don't you feel like AI today is what Ask Jeeves promised back then?
Oh yeah.
That's like I remember when they used to advertise Ask Jeeves. It's like, oh, ask him anything and he can give you the answer. He's a search engine that actually responds like a human being. And it never worked, right? It was a piece of shit and it failed instantly. But I feel like today that's what it is. Like, I go to a search engine and I usually don't type like the terms of what I'm looking for. I just ask a question straight up and then click on CoPilot and I get my answer and my links. Yes, as of June 2024, YouTube channel owned by American YouTuber Mr. Beast, aka Jimmy Donaldson, is the most subscribed to channel with 287 million subscribers. However, in terms of total views, the Indian music channel T-Series maintains the lead with 255 billion total views. Please note that these rankings can change frequently due to the dynamic nature of YouTube. Wait a second, T-Series is an Indian music channel? I always thought T-Series was like a fucking video game guy.
I don't know.
Apparently number 1 channel, T-Series, 257 billion views, and it's a Hindi music channel. I didn't know that. This entire time that was like Mr. Beast versus T-Series, I always thought it was like a video game dude. I didn't know it was like an Indian music channel. Dude, that's crazy. That's freaking crazy. So 8-Bit Bunny said Mr. Beast number 1, T-Series number 2, and Coco Melon number 3. I've never even heard of Coco Melon. Have you?
Yeah, it's a kids thing, like Bluey and that kind of thing.
Dude, the kid shit is hot. Show. Like, I actually feel bad because I go out of my way not to use my son to make money. Like, because That's another huge rant I have but I'm glad that have you noticed that YouTube has been downplaying the family vloggers? Like when you search
There's
YouTube,
been so much controversy around some of those, man. It's been bad.
Bad.
Dude, some of that's been really bad, really awful. And it should, quite frankly, man.
I've seen it in person, dude.
It's really weird.
I've gone to 2 vlogger fairs and saw it, dude. It's bad, really bad.
I do feel like there's a balance, but it's gotten really out of hand.
Yeah, I don't want to say all family vloggers are bad because I'm not going to use a generalization like that, but I'm going to say of the ones that I've met in real life, what you see on YouTube is not reality, not even close. And
no way.
It's such an opposite. It's not even like they're playing it up on YouTube and it's more normal in reality. It's like literally the polar opposite. Like what you see on YouTube, it's literally the dark, abusive opposite of that when the camera's off. And when I got to see that firsthand, like, because there was YouTubers that I actually kind of like looked up to and I watched their content and I thought they were awesome until I met them at Vlogger Fair. And then I was like, what the fuck? Like the illusion was broken. I got to see them off camera. I got to see them in the green room. I got to see them when they were away from people, but around other YouTubers, which is weird because you're like, they felt comfortable acting that way in front of other YouTubers because the other YouTubers do the same thing. So it's like they all know they're all in on the secret, right? And I was like, when I saw like a dude, a Christian family vlogger who Jesus this and Jesus that, literally was like trying to take his shirt off to fight a guy in the green room, and the police had to actually come and remove him from the premises, like with force. I was like, what the shit? And then like within 2 days, they're already releasing videos like, oh, we're going to Disneyland. We're singing Disney show tunes together. Look how happy my family is. I was like, dude, this is creepy, man. This is so creepy. Or like remember Daddy 05, the guy that was like beating his kids and like pranking his kids like with really dangerous pranks and shit. He's in jail, by the way. He actually did go to jail, so that's good.
Nice.
Yeah. Or that other dude that like was putting his daughter putting her all over on YouTube, like spreading her legs on the bed and shit, and making that the thumbnail of the video and stuff. And I was like, I had to report his shit to the police and actually send the police to his house, which I've never had to do that ever for anybody else. Never in my entire history of 20 plus years now. I've been fucking around with this stuff. I've never had to actually call the cops on a YouTuber. But I had to because the YouTuber was refusing to take down content, even though I gave him all of the evidence and showed him. Like, my mind was, well, YouTube wouldn't even remove it. Like, I even was on YouTube support, sending them like all of the information, all of the links, all the indexes, and YouTube support wouldn't even remove the video because it was getting it got like 10 million views in like a couple of hours. It was like their biggest video. And I was like, dude, they got to take this down. I was like, holy shit. Oh, don't forget John and Kate +8 on TLC. Oh yeah, all the same difference. Ugh. Same difference. The YouTubers and the reality TV, like 19 Kids and Counting. Then, it's all the same shit.
So weird.
It's all weird, dude. Super weird. Like 19 Kids and Counting, same thing, right? You have a Mormon, or not Mormon. What were they? They were something other than Mormon.
I don't know.
But yeah. Well, no, but it's always religion. It's always, you go to all these family vloggers where it's like, oh, blessed Lord gave us another baby, or like the lady that took her adopted baby and after using them for like 3 years for brand deals, she just puts them up for adoption. You remember that lady? I can't remember her name. She got fucking canceled hard.
What?
So there's this lady who she couldn't have a kid for a period of time. They were trying and she couldn't have a kid. So they went and adopted a kid from another country. It was like Cambodia or something like that. They adopted this baby, and the baby had mental issues, and they knew that when they adopted it. Like, they adopted a special needs baby on purpose. They paraded it on the channel. They got brand deals with like Tide and everything, and baby, toy manufacturers and stuff, and like everything's like, oh, today's video is sponsored by, here's the toy my kid's playing with. Well, the kid grew up, right, over the course of like 3 years or whatever. The kid got older, and the kid started not being as compliant in the videos. Like, couldn't hit the marks, couldn't do the things. They were having to do too many, retakes and stuff like that. So she makes a video and she's like, oh yeah, we gave the kid to our nanny who took care of him for the last 3 years or whatever. She adopted him and we gave him up to her. And she's like, because I'm pregnant with God gave me my own baby now. So, and that baby wasn't very manageable. So we gave him up, and the whole internet like flipped out and turned on her overnight. Like, I can't believe she didn't think that was going to happen.
Gross.
And her husband like had a really, I think his channel's still around. He has a channel where he does auto detailing. So he has videos where he does like really extreme auto detailing stuff, and it's actually a fairly famous channel, nothing crazy, but I remember he did that, and then she did the family vlogging stuff. But when she just like threw away her kid And her excuse to the public was, I'm pregnant now, so now I can have my own baby, so I don't need this rent-a-baby anymore I've had for the last 3 years. And I'm just going to give her up to the nanny because he liked the nanny better anyways. That was her excuse. Like, oh, he's better off because he liked the nanny better than me anyways, so now he's with his true mom. It's like, but you just used him to make like $10 million in brand deals over the last 3 years. Like, did you give that money to the nanny? Like, did the nanny get all
Probably
the money too? No, she didn't get a fucking cent. She adopted him because if she didn't adopt him, he would have gone into the system. And the nanny really loved this kid, like really legitimately wanted to see him taken care of. And it wasn't even like he wasn't like it wasn't like a danger situation. Like, she tried to play it like that after she got the bad press. He's like, oh, we thought that he would injure our other children, which is total bullshit. Like, even the other children said that wasn't even the case. He wasn't a threat to anybody. But yeah, that was, Daddy 05 got 5 years probation. Wait, he didn't go to jail? I thought he went to jail. Dude, I would be scared. If I was if I was that dude's kid and he wasn't in jail, I would like sleep with the lock on my door. Oh my God, dude. That's crazy. There was news a few weeks ago that some child YouTubers who now suing their parents. That's going to become more frequent, by the way. Like, as kids get older during this YouTube generation, they're going to come back looking for their money. Like, after everything their parents put them through and not knowing that they were getting all this money or understanding it at the time.
Yeah. No different than like child actors doing the same.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Didn't Macaulay Culkin sue the shit out of his parents?
All that any child actor should have whatever deal, because obviously you're going to need like a guardian or whatever to manage that. A child can't do that on their own. Legally, they have to have some adult or whatever to manage that stuff. But the moment that they turn 18, all of that should just immediately transfer to them.
I agree.
And that's definitely going to cause some issues. But like, look at what a lot of child actors have to go through anyway. Like, just even in my own childhood, the actors and stuff that I like really enjoyed at the time, there's like maybe 3 who didn't fucking go batshit crazy or like fucking ruin their lives and like just melt down and stuff. It's at some point, like some of them, came back, but like look at it like Amanda Bynes. Like, I don't know I don't even know the full story there, but like
such a sad story.
Yeah, right. But or I mean, you can go back into the 80s and stuff too, like River Phoenix and that whole crew, like the whole crew of them, only like 2 made it out, like have made it into like proper adulthood and stuff. Like,
or Corey Feldman. Have you heard Corey Feldman's story?
The other guy I was thinking of. I couldn't remember his name.
Yeah, his mom was like letting the dude give him cocaine and stuff, like keep him awake on set and shit.
Or like young,
super young,
bonkers, man. Crazy.
Yeah, she was letting him hang out with a drug dealer when he was 11 years old, so that he could go and get him pumped up on cocaine on set. And like the directors were letting it happen too. Like the directors were like literally like, take him, go get him, go give him a sniff. Like he's fucking up his lines or whatever. Go get him, and they take him backstage and get him jacked up on drugs. It's like, it's so fucking scary. And most of these people are still free. Like most of these people had like no repercussions for any of this shit, right? It's really sad. What I do personally, though, what I do personally with my son is anytime you've ever seen my son on a Twitch stream, which is pretty rare. If you guys know, it's like if he shows up, it's because he asks me because it's like it's birthday or a special occasion. He asks me if he can like come on the stream. My rule is any money that is gifted while he is on camera goes to him. And so what I do is when the stream is over, I go to my safe, and if I have enough cash to cover it in the safe, I take the cash and I put it in his piggy bank in his bedroom. I just give it to him. And if I don't, then within a week, my wife goes to the bank and takes the money out of the account. So it's cash because I want him to physically have ownership of it. I don't want him to just be told it's his. I want him to have it. And we put it in his piggy bank. So he's got a piggy bank in his room that I don't know how much is in there, but it's got to be like $2,000, like $1,500 or $2,000 over the course of every time he's been on a live stream that people have given him money. Because I know, and my wife and I talked about this, I know the second that I start seeing that money that comes in, because obviously when he comes on stream, a lot more tips, right? Like I've had him on stream before where it's like, where I'm on stream and get like $40, he's on stream and gets like $600, right? Because it's just rare. He's not on there very often, right? And it's usually like his birthday or something like that, so people want to give him stuff. So it's such a rare occurrence. It's like I don't want to see that as a revenue source. Because the second I see that as a revenue source, now my son stops being my son and he starts being my employee. And I don't want that ever to happen. So me and my wife, we've talked to each other and we're like, anytime he comes on camera and there's tips, those need to go to him. And that's what we've done historically.
Nice.
And
Nice.
and it's funny because sometimes he'll even like because we want him to understand like what money is, right? We're trying to make him understand like the value, and you got to, here's what bills are and here's how things get paid and stuff. And he's even offered it before. There's been times where we've had financial problems where he's come out and like offered to help us out. And I tell him, no, I'd never take money from you ever, like under any situation. Like there's always another way. I'm not going to take that from you. But he offers it up because he understands that he's in a position to help. And I think it's the most wonderful thing ever. But I would never take it, right? Unless it was a matter of taking care of him. Like if we were in that position where it was like his care, of course. But we'd have to be really, really far down the hole for that to happen. But I want him to understand that that's his, because I want him to understand that anything that he does or things that people give him are his. That's not, other people don't get to use him for their own benefit. Nice. And that's been like tremendously successful in his head. And I love the fact that even though he knows when he comes on stream that people give him stuff, he'll still be like, no, I want to play my games or I want to do something. He doesn't feel, because parents put pressure when they know they can make money. They're like, oh, why don't you come stream? No, come on up here. No, it'll be fun. Come on. It'll be great. Okay, we're gonna do a funny thing. If somebody gives us like $100, oh, then you gotta dance like a monkey. We won't do it. We won't do that. It's like if he doesn't ask, we don't even offer. Like it's like he has to ask. And I think that that's a good way to do it, because when I was at Vlogger Fair, the one thing that I saw continuously that was really heartbreaking to me was the family would be like, hey, where's the kid? Where's the kid? Oh, get the kid over here. Or get the kids over here. Oh, we need the kids over here. Okay, turn on the camera. Okay, kids, I'm going to turn on the camera. Now I'm going to say this, and then you're going to say this. Okay, no, repeat it to me. Okay, no. More enthusiasm. No, okay, that's good. No, just like that. Okay, turn on the camera. Hey, guys, we're at Vlogger Fair. Yay! Oh, my God, are you having so much fun? Oh, I'm having so much fun, Dadums. Oh, turn off the camera. They pull out their phone. It's like they don't want to do this. Their families like, get over here and do it, And then they're like, after they're done with the clip or whatever, the kids just wander off and the parents are just like, okay, oh no, that one looked good. Okay, no, that's a good take. We'll put that in tonight. And it's like, I just got to see the 3 takes that failed before that. I got to see the coaching of the children. And then I'm like in the green room and they're like physically yelling at the kids when in the videos, they're always like, oh, we never yell at our children. Our children, they're so well behaved and we know how to do this. And they're in the green room, like fucking screaming their heads off at their kids. You can even like hear it outside the door. I mean, it was just seeing that contrast fucking blew my mind. So that's why I tell people like online, don't believe shit you see online. Don't even believe the shit that I put online. Like if I put something forward, realize that's because I wanted you to see it. Even if it's me at my worst, I still chose to show that to you. Like you're not seeing anything that's, oh, this is uncut. No, I made every conscious decision. Now, did I make the conscious decision to like, the bad thing that I put in the video that went on? Like, no, maybe not. Maybe that was a truly organic moment, but I still reviewed it and decided whether or not you get to see it and what part of it you got to see. And you have to have that mind state when you're watching reality TV and you're watching YouTube, right? Is you have to have the mind state that no matter how ridiculous the thing is you're seeing or how like outrageous the thing is you were seeing, just realize there was a conscious decision on the part of the person who benefits from that video to show that to you in that way. So with that music, with that editing, with that punch zoom, with the jump cut, like that was a conscious decision that was made. And I think people lose focus of that, especially with reality TV, is they just think the camera is this magical lens that just like looks into the universe of this family without them like realizing what's being published. And it's like, no, that's not how it works. It's like everybody sees the giant cameraman with the cable hanging down from his camera, the guy holding the fucking big old microphone out of frame, and the producer coming over and saying, hey, dude, could you guys do that again with a little bit more conviction? Or, oh, hey, we didn't get the audio track. Can you guys do a repeat for that? Or can we get an ADR for that? You don't see that. But that's the thing is when they edit it, they try to make it look like from the perspective, it's easy to forget that you're not just like this voyeur peeking into the lives of these people. It's like this is a heavily produced thing. There's no such thing as true reality TV. Same thing on YouTube. Even if I grab a camera and I just talk aimlessly into it, just the fact that I know a camera's there and I'm controlling the editing is going to change my performance. No matter what. There's no way about it. If you guys watched if there was a camera following me that I couldn't see that recorded me 24/7 in live stream that I had no control over and I was unaware of its presence, you guys would see something radically different. And that would go for everybody. That would go for absolutely everybody. But I feel like people, do you feel like people get to the point, especially kids, I think kids are the most impressionable, but adults do it too, where they see this and they actually get jealous and they try to emulate it. Like they're like, oh, I want to have a family that's that happy, or I want to have a family that does those things, or I want to be like that. And they measure themselves off of it.
And I mean, that's been a thing since celebrity, always, right? You're always trying to, aspire to be like, whoever, Jane Fonda or Cary Grant or whoever, like go back as far back as you can. You're always looking up to and wanting to emulate the, those who have more or are prettier or bigger or better and all that stuff. Yeah, for sure. I think it's actually, I have mixed feelings. I have mixed feelings, as I do on a lot of this stuff.
How so?
I do think that parasocial relationships or the aspiration of or the comparing of what is essentially a highlight reel to your like full story is a humongous negative influence on people in general.
Yeah,
and I don't think I think it does hit younger folk a little harder because a lot of their life is in those spaces, but at the same time I feel like like I've noticed it used to concern me quite a bit, especially with my younger girl, how much I guess, like, this is gonna be weird to say, but like the influence, right? But they grow out of it. I've noticed that it's I took it a little more seriously than I think was necessary. I think it's important to pay attention to the younger people around you and make sure that they aren't taking that shit too seriously and stuff. And that there is an actual understanding that it's like it's fake, especially the stuff you see from big channels or whatever. It's fake. It's all fake.
Yep.
It's none of it is it's curated. I mean, it's real to an extent, right?
Even if it's as real as they want it to be, want it to be, it's still not real. Like it's still
it's as real as any of the other shit that you're posting, that you are posting, right?
Yeah.
You take, and this is in the context of a lot of the younger people, and what I see is like, oh, they'll take 100 different photos and post the best one.
Right. Exactly.
Right? It's real. Yes. That is really you. Yes. That you did that makeup and all that stuff. Yes. But it's fake in the sense that you are picking the best example of a flawed person, system, say whatever. And you have to understand that you're what you see from all these different places. It's a little different with live content, I think.
Live content's a whole different can of fish.
As much as you are only seeing a particular facet of my personality and stuff, it is a lot closer to what you would see if you were to follow me around all day.
Right, I can start or stop it, but you see everything that happens in between. Like if people come flying in the room and start, throwing me over the desk and handcuffing me or whatever, you'd see that, right? I can't stop that.
You all have seen on, especially like on my driving streams or something where like I get heated. I've gone off on people and that's me.
Or if somebody hits you, if somebody hits you or you hit somebody, there's no hiding that, right? Like if it's on your camera and it's streamed to the cloud, you're done. Like you can't change that.
There's a concept of like, it's attributed to Japanese, but who knows if that's really true. But it's like that you wear masks, right? You have these different masks. Your first mask is like the one that you show to the world,
or hats. General. We use hats in America, right? Like we say you wear different hats. You be professional at work, but at home you're like fun and crazy.
Or anybody who's worked customer service, right? You got a customer service voice
for sure.
You flip that switch and I put on my customer service hat. And I deal with the person on the phone differently than I would my buddies or whatever, right? And
tolerate a certain level of abuse and anger and stuff. Yeah, exactly. You're being paid to do that.
Like I'm going to be a lot more like easy with the person. Like that poor guy on the phone can't really do much. It's not their fault, just a cog in a machine, just like me,
right?
But yeah, as long as they have that understanding and can separate. It's like the people who think movies are too real or whatever.
Code switching, code switching. Yep,
code switching. Yeah,
I do that a lot.
That's the more professional or I suppose like the news term for the masks and whatnot.
Fitting into any group by analyzing it and becoming.
Dude, I do the same thing. Look, I got to put my work costume on. Right. Mm-hmm. I don't have a uniform necessarily, but like I wear a particular shirt or pants, that kind of thing. It's my work costume. What kind of costume am I wearing to this party that my wife invited us to? Is it a fancy thing? Do I got to put on my? Or is it cool if I wear? What kind of costume? Who am I going to be at this party? I can put on my flannel and I can be,
even the way you dress affects how you present yourself.
100%.
Yeah, I've noticed
100%.
that too. Like if I'm wearing my pajama pants and my t-shirt, I'm way more casual. If I dress up beyond that, like because I'm taking something seriously, I act the part, right? Like if you see me in a dress shirt, I'm going to be acting a lot different than I am if I'm just wearing a t-shirt, right?
Yep. I'm not going to cause a ruckus if I'm wearing my nice shirts. I'm not going to get black. Well, I mean, my wedding and reception.
Well, unless you're trashed. Okay, if you're trashed, then that changes, but
that's a little different. There's some pictures of that where I'm doing cake stands and shit in my suit, but that's different.
I got to see that.
But yeah. And so as long as there's an understanding that like what you're seeing here is even the most like uncut, raw people out there, the people who are the most open and honest and all this stuff, it's still curated.
Yeah,
it's still,
it is.
Like they can still be talking about like very vulnerable stuff, but it's still only part of it. They're gonna edit that video. They're only gonna talk about certain things in a live stream.
Yep.
Because that's nature. That's human nature. You're only going to show different parts of who you are to different people. And that's just the way of it.
Earlier you were talking about parasocial relationships.
Oh yeah.
And that's another thing that I think really bleeds into this is like people see you as somebody they like you're putting yourself forward as when you're online, if you're a content creator like me. Yeah. It's like you're trying to put yourself forward as somebody likable, right? So you're trying not to like publish all the bad parts of your life and make, all your worst mistakes and stuff. You're not trying to make yourself look bad usually unless that's your angle, right?
Yeah, right.
But you have people that pick up on that and they truly believe what you're showing them to be the 100% full truth of your life, right?
Right.
And so some of them will get to the point where they'll start messaging and say, like, I feel like I'm your kindred spirit. I'm your best friend. I feel like if we knew each other in real life, we'd be like 100%. I know for a fact we'd be the best friends. Like, what do I got to do to get in your inner circle? Like, hey, dude, like, I think if you just met me, we'd be like brothers, like 100%. And whenever I see that, I'm like, I feel bad because I'm like, you're seeing something that is a part of me, but it's not me. And what you think I am and what I truly am are still different things. Like you don't know the other 90%. So if based on the 10%, you think that we would be the best friends in the entire world, I feel like I've misled you. Like I feel like that, like you should not be able to draw that conclusion from watching things that I've curated and that I've purposefully shown you.
Yeah.
And that does happen a fair amount. Like even with as much as my fame has fallen off, right? What's that?
A lot. Happens a lot.
Happens a lot. I get people that'll message me, hey, can I DM you? Hey, I got to talk to you about something really important or whatever. And then I click like follow and I get a message. It's like, hey, dude, I just wanted to let you know that, a lot of things that you've gone through are exactly the same things I've gone through. And I feel like, we could be each other's support network and we'd be the bestest friends ever. And like, hey, what do I got to do to get into your inner circle? And I got to explain to them. And I try to when I can. I message them and I'm like, hey, listen, you're not seeing the whole story, right? You're seeing what I put forward. And you shouldn't get attached to personalities that you see online. Like everything you're watching is for entertainment or educational value. It's not designed to give you a representative experience of exactly who I am, like 100% of who I am. And you should try not to like idolize or gravitate towards anybody that's controlling and curating what you're seeing. Like, now, to be fair, everybody that you meet in life is going to control their interactions with you, but that's going to be a one-on-one interaction, right? That's going to be, you could still technically push them to their breaking point. You could still see them at their worst. There's a lot of things that still happen in that situation when you're eye to eye with somebody. But over the internet, when you're just consuming something and there's no active line of two-way communication there throughout the whole thing, what you're seeing can't be perceived as reality. And a lot of people really have a hard time separating that. And those are the people that I'm most concerned about. Because I feel like those are people that latch on to something online and they genuinely feel like there's a connection there, like there's a bidirectional connection, when it's like, I'm not even aware of their existence. Yeah, but to them, they think that we've been like best friends. They feel like we know each other.
That's a weird one.
Weird, like, yeah. A lot of content creators play on that to make a shitload of money. I could never do that. That's terrible.
I don't.
By the way, thank you, Joe.
I can't agree with it. I can't even. Oh yeah,
Joe. Thank you, brother.
I'm doing well.
Joe, thank you for the money, but no, I will not have sex with you.
Because like I'm empathetic.
I am. I'm very empathetic. Right?
Like I feel bad when people go through bad stuff, but at the same time, like I can't help.
Yeah,
I can't help you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you're going through the thing,
Yep.
and I'm sorry that I can't do anything to help you, other than perhaps offer some advice, and I guess, but like
Yeah.
that's hard. It's a hard thing to manage.
I've had people try to hold me hostage
people.
before, which is really scary. Luckily, that hasn't happened recently. So, like, last time that happened was probably 6-7 months ago, where somebody has actually said that they'd hurt themselves if I didn't get in contact with them, or I'm the only person that could keep them alive, and like trying to position themselves in a way that unless I engage them or give them what they want emotionally, they're going to self-harm.
Yeah.
And in those cases, all I can do is not respond. And I will never respond to that. Just FYI, if you ever do that, you will not get a response from me. Because back in the day, I tried to respond to try to explain things and help people, and all it did was further their delusion. And it was more harmful. So I just decided that no, moving forward, anytime anybody tries to hold me hostage or try to force a relationship or anything like that, no, I don't respond. It's the best way to do that. What I try to tell, and I try to be straight up with people. That's the thing is, I am not a person that tries to mislead people to try to maximize my profit. I'm not a person that has a business model to manipulate people into thinking a certain way or whatever. That's not what I like. That's not my thing. It's like I want to do what I enjoy, and I want to share my experiences and what I think's fun and what I think's cool with the world. And the people that enjoy that, I want them to enjoy it. But I definitely don't want anybody latching onto me as an idol. I don't want anybody latching onto me as a what do you call it, a role model, right?
Yeah.
Never, ever. Like, oh, my God. I've had parents before be like, oh, me and my kid watch you, and you're such an excellent role model. Yeah. It's like, did you just say that? Like you do not want me to be a role model.
Maybe this persona that's out here you might want.
Like, yeah, exactly.
But not me as a, because you don't know. And that goes far out.
Make your kids scared of content creators. Do not let your kids get comfortable around content creators, okay? Assume that they're all terrible fucking predators. I'm not saying they are, but assume.
Yes.
Because when I was at Vlogger Fair,
a healthy level of skepticism, man. Like,
dude, at Vlogger Fair, the number of kids running around that didn't have any parents with them that were just like, oh, hey, you want to come see the green room? Hey, you want to come see this? Or, oh yeah, go with them. That's fine. Like we've been watching these people's videos forever, so they're totally safe with our kids. It's like, what the fuck are you doing?
Not without me.
Exactly.
Like, I'd man, even today, right? I would like
protect your kids.
It used to be that kids would want to go to VidCon and stuff. I think again, like they've kind of grown beyond some of that. They were kids and stuff. It's not as a big deal. Like it'd be cool to meet some of their fan, or the people that they're fans of or whatever, but they're not like, oh man, can we go to VidCon? But yeah, no way, or just too many stories of inappropriate text messages and shit, and how many times, dude. Even I don't know, this might lead down a weird path, but even just today, there's some fucking craziness going on about there's rumors that the reason Dr. Disrespect got banned from Twitch was for inappropriate DMs with a minor, is the rumor.
And that's happens a lot. It does happen.
That's why nobody talked about it. That's why he got banned and he couldn't say anything, and there was like a settlement or blah 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 or whatever. And there's some rumors flying around that an ex Twitch employee had come out and said, "Oh yeah, it's because he was sending inappropriate messages to a minor."
And this is just speculative, so you guys know. This is just speculative.
There's no, and nobody can talk about it. Nobody can talk about it. There's some gag order in place about the settlement or whatever. Nobody's allowed, and no wrongdoing and blah 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 whatever. But but honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. That guy has already been caught cheating on his wife
multiple times. Yeah,
done some sketchy shit at cons before.
TwitchCon, yep. The TwitchCon I went to.
It's believable, but like it's all rumor and stuff. But enough of these people. James Charles, fucking what's the other one? The other guy that was real popular around that same time.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
He did a weird. The only thing I can remember is he did a weird video about fucking Chuck E. Cheese pizza, and he had rumors floating around that he fucked his cat.
He was hanging out with James Charles too, wasn't he? Wasn't he like one of the group? Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah,
but like James Charles got in a bunch of trouble for trying to put the Mac on some younger dudes or inappropriate comments to straight guys and stuff like that. And it's just all. That's why like you should just always assume they're weird skeezers and weirdos, because like some of that shit goes to your head, man. Like when Trump said that like you're a star, they let you get away with shit. They totally do, and it's in every look at
when he
at
says shit,
the
believe
documentary thing that come out about the young kids in Nickelodeon. There's been all kinds of talk about what goes on with young kids in Disney, in Hollywood. We just talked about that stuff going on in Hollywood in the 80s and stuff. Shit's got to be going on. It's probably a lot better nowadays, but even still, like look. Oh my God, look what was going on when Stranger Things was blowing up. You had female celebrities talking about that the Wolf Kid, whatever his first name was.
I remember that. Yeah,
like oh man, look at this guy, man. Keep me up when you're 18. Dude was like 14.
Yeah,
when they're making comments like that, like how is that okay? If that and people doing the same shit to Millie Bobby Brown. She's gotten
I saw that
same stuff. You see it all the time, everywhere, and it's just man.
It's wild, the hypersexualization of children and stuff in the industry.
Yeah.
And
or just the power play involved. Yeah. Just the power play involved. Like, oh, you can't get this sold out James Charles palette that you really, really want. Well, send me some nudes and I'll make sure my PR people send it to you.
Yeah, if you think somebody is famous, they have power over you. Like that's crazy. Like if you're a kid and you look at somebody and you're like, you look at them through goggles of like, this is a famous person and I want to be like them and I want to experience that fame and I want to be around that lifestyle and everything. That person has power over them.
Could you imagine you could draw up a fake Instagram account and say, oh, this is I'm Drake. This is me, Drake. This is my secret account.
Happens all the time.
Tell anybody about it. I can convince you, like ask me anything and I'll prove it. Now send me $1,000 in Walmart gift cards, or send me your nudes or whatever, you know. Yeah.
Did you see the blackmail shit that was going on the dark web? So I read a story that there was like these people that were going around on the dark web that were basically like you said, pretending to be celebrities. They were reaching out to underage girls. They were hitting them up, sending them like pictures that they just found on Google, right, of the celebrities. And like photoshopping like, you know, words over them like, oh, I love you so much, you know, you're the best and everything. And these kids don't know any better, right? They're thinking it's the real person talking to them. And then what they do is they slowly convince them into sending them pictures and stuff of them in compromising positions. And they do because they're like, they don't know no better, right? And because a lot of these parents don't even talk about this shit, right? If they're hyper religious or whatever, they're like, oh, I'm not going to talk to them until they're 18 years old or whatever. So they don't know any better, right? So they end up doing it. And then what they do is instead of just taking the photos themselves, which would already be really bad, what they do is they then present themselves as who they truly are. They don't show their identity, but they're like, hey, I'm not Drake. I'm not, you know, Eminem. I'm not the person you thought I was.
Gotcha.
I'm actually going to take your photos now and I'm going to send them to your family and I'm going to send them to your friends at school if you don't do this. And then they start selling them to other people. Like they start saying, you have to get on a Skype call with this person, this rich person that paid me $50,000, and you have to do everything they say. And if you don't, I release all these pictures to your family. And then they blackmail them into doing shit. And the parents are like nowhere to be found because they're not paying enough attention to their kid in the first place to even know that they're online and doing shit. So their kid is literally being torched and driven. And some of these people have even committed suicide. So
I believe it. Yeah.
And it's like, this is like a super fucking bad thing that happens on the internet. Like most parents don't even know this shit happens, right? This is stuff that not a lot of people know that happens. So they don't protect their kids against it. So it's like when we raise Xander, we tell him like, we've gone through all the paces. We do role playing scenarios where we present questions, even really difficult ones. And we specifically see how he responds to it. And then if he doesn't respond properly, we correct him and we explain to him why we respond that way.
Nice.
And the reason that we do that is because there are just so many situations out there where it's like, you might think you know what your kid's doing, but when I was a kid, did my parents know everything I was doing? Did your parents know everything you were doing? No.
That's what freaks me out.
So if you don't prepare them for this shit and you just expect them to figure it out, just keep in mind, it's not like before. Like when we were kids, okay, maybe the fucking neighborhood creeper dude takes a Polaroid of you, you know, or whatever. And it's like, oh, I got a Polaroid of you. Okay, one person has a Polaroid. He's a creeper, but at least it's not released to the world and it hasn't ruined your whole life. Now we're in an era where everything ruins your life. This is digital content that is stored, that if somebody releases it, it will go to hundreds of thousands of people. It'll hit up news stories. It'll get out there. Like your life is now ruined because of one bad decision you made when you were younger and you thought that you were doing something with somebody you trusted when in reality you weren't. So that's why I think it's so critically important that parents educate their children that, listen, the people you're talking to online most likely aren't the people. Like if it's too good to be true, it is. Like if your favorite celebrity is interacting with you online, That's not them. Number two, even if it was them, that is an inappropriate relationship, and they should not be doing that in the first place. Like, no matter how much you want that in your fantasy or your imagination, that should not be happening. That is a huge red flag. And if your child knows and they're actively looking out for the red flag, even though it's something that they might really want in their head, knowing that that could be the outcome could be exactly what it takes to stop them from doing it and disconnect it and stop it from happening. So I hope people really fucking start educating their kids against this kind of stuff, because it's frightening. Like, as a parent, when I read this shit, I'm like, fuck. Like I have a firewall set up and I monitor my kid's communication. He only uses an iPad that we control the apps on. I mean, even though he's 14, there's a lot of 14-year-olds running around with their phones unlocked. Their parents don't monitor any of their shit. It's like, no, I watch everything. And don't get me wrong, like, we let him just interact with people. Like he's allowed to go on Roblox servers where the kids are just saying like horrible shit. Like, we need to make sure that he's not, you don't want to filter their lives to the point where they're not prepared to handle the real world. You just want to prepare them for it. So, like, you know, we monitored him for a long time when he was playing Roblox to see how he responded to people that were like calling him names and using the R word and, you know, saying, you know, using his autism against him and stuff like that. But we've done such a good job raising him that he doesn't let it affect him. He doesn't let it get under his skin. He just reports him and bans him. He just goes on playing. Doesn't even faze him. And when I see that, I'm so proud, and then I give him a little bit more slack and a little bit more slack, right? But I always am watching as a parent, because there are people out there that can absolutely, all you got to do is make one wrong decision. They can ruin your entire life. One picture, one audio clip, and now you got AI. So it's like, with AI, it's going to make things even challenging, because you're going to have people creating fake content of your kids. And they're going to be circulating around. Like, think of bullies, the modern day bully, and it's already happening. Imagine if somebody goes to school, they snap a picture of you, they take it home and they deep fake that shit into some horrible stuff and circulate it around all your friends at school. Even though it's fake, that still is going to psychologically damage people. That's still going to create a lot of damage. Yeah. And with the stuff that you can do with voice cloning and stuff, you can put words in people's mouths and make them say stuff that they didn't say. And that really worries me, because of how impressionable children are and how they, you know, the social dynamics at that age, not being prepared to handle that. I can see that happening, like causing a lot of depression, suicide, anxiety and shit. I can see that even happening to where there's like even blackmail at the school level where the parents don't know about it, because they're doing the shit on a micro level at school amongst friends and stuff like that, where it's like the kids can't even tell their parents or their counselor or anything about it, and they feel trapped. And then, like, what are they going to do? Are they going to start self-harming? And that's why I really think that AI is a good thing. Can also be hyper dangerous, but it's enabling more things, but it's not shit people haven't already done before, right? It's just on a grander scale. Yeah. But if you train your kids, and you or even just condition it, right? Just, it needs to be like behavior where they don't have to think about it, right? It needs to be muscle memory, that if somebody is trying to do something that registers on the bad list, or somebody's trying to do something to exploit or harm me in some way, and they're trying to threaten me, like I told my kid, I will never ever be mad at you for if somebody tells you that you can't tell me something because harm's going to happen to you or harm's going to happen to somebody else. I can promise you that won't happen. I will protect you. I can promise you I won't be mad at you no matter what it is. As long as you're honest with me and as long as you bring it to me, I will never punish you. And I've kept that true. I've never punished my child for anything, no matter how bad it's been, as long as he's been honest with me. If he's brought it to my attention, even if he intentionally broke something on purpose because he was angry, if he came to me and told me the truth, the full truth, I will not punish him. I will talk to him. I will explain to him why that was the wrong way to handle it, or that was, but I will praise him for telling me. Like, I will honestly, and by doing that, he's felt like he can confide in me with anything. And so when people the other day on Roblox, there was a kid in there that was calling him like the N-word over and over and over and over again on the server, and he reported him, and the kid didn't get banned, so he's on there. And so he finally came and told me, because he couldn't get the kid banned, he couldn't get him off the server, and he came and told me. And so I was like, thank you. I really appreciate you telling me that was going on, instead of just like letting him continuously get away with that. And then I went over there and helped them file a better report that got the kid removed. So it's like that relationship that you have. It's like your kids should be able to come to you for anything and be able to tell you things, no matter what the mistake is. Like, even if they made a mistake and they sent a picture to somebody and you told them a million times not to do it, don't rub it in their face. Don't tell them, oh, I told you so, your whole life's ruined, blah, blah, blah. This never, you fucked up, ha, ha, ha. No, don't rub it in their face. Don't I told you so bullshit. Like just hear them, listen to them, help them. I feel like that is like a really important piece of advice that a lot of parents can have, is like don't, if you shame, this is one thing, and the same for adults too, I found. If you shame somebody for doing something, and they will never trust you again, ever. They never will. If you, it doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter what it is. If you shame somebody and you laugh at them and you make them feel little and you make them feel embarrassed, you make them, as a result of them confiding in you about something, you've lost that person's trust. They can never trust you again, no matter how much they want to. So it can be hard not to do that sometimes. Even I'm guilty of it. I've done it, and it's taken years to actually undo the damage that I've caused in some cases with relationships. But I can tell you from experience, that's not the right way to handle it. Like, if somebody comes to you and they confide into you something, they want to tell you something that is of a highly personal nature, makes them highly vulnerable, especially if it's your child. Listen to them, hear them out, help them. Don't make them feel little. Don't make them feel like they've destroyed their lives or they've ruined everything. Just help them. Listen, even if all you can do is listen. That's the other thing too. You can't always help everything, right? Sometimes shit happens. There's no undoing it, right? But just listening, right? Just being there and experiencing something and taking some of that burden away from somebody by experiencing with them and sharing that burden is huge. Sorry, I didn't mean for Tech Talk to get all preachy and cancel.
No.
But I do think that these are really, really important things. Like, me as a father, that I've discovered myself through a lot of trial and error, is that if you trust your kids and you talk to your kids and you make your kids feel like they can confide in you and tell you about anything, even if they directly went against your wishes and they did the very thing that you told them not to, if they know that they can come to you and talk to you and come out of it in a better situation before and feel better walking away from the conversation than not having it at all, you've won. And the next time, they're going to do it again, and they're going to do it again, and you're going to get through to them. And a lot of better situations are going to happen. And that's paid so much dividends with my kids. So
nice. Good.
And he's on the spectrum, so we even treat it a little bit more careful, right? Because he can be more easily influenced, right? He has a tendency to parrot things when he's tired or he's stressed. He'll repeat things, not knowing what they mean. If he hears somebody saying something, he'll just naturally repeat it without understanding what it means. He'll use a word, like, which you can't do in these days, right? These days you can't do that anymore. If you hear a word or you hear a sound and you blindly repeat that without studying it, then the next day you're labeled as a racist and you can never recover from it, right? It's like that's just the sad times that we live in. So you have to, like, preempt that stuff, and you have to do as much as you can to correct it up front. So, but you know, it is a fear of mine with Xander, especially, like, being, you know, an online person and having more people know him. Like not as many people know your kid necessarily as my kid, just because of my exposure online, right? And them seeing my family. And that really made me understand. I didn't understand it at first, but I understand today why so many people chose to hide their kids. Like Demolition Ranch, Matt Carricker, he used to have his wife and kids center on camera when they were younger, right? But then he started having bad experiences with stalkers coming around and people, like, getting too close to his girls and shit, like when he was going to conventions and stuff, that he finally put his foot down and said, nope, they're not going to be in the videos anymore at all. He's like, I'm still happily married. Everything's good. I got my kids, but I'm not, they're at an age now where I don't want them front and center. Like, I'm not putting them on display because just too many fucking creepers doing creepy shit. And I get that, but then I see the opposite sometimes with these families that are, like, full send, right? They're monetizing their child and putting a billboard on their child and sticking their child out there and intentionally dressing their child provocatively, like on purpose to try to create thumbnails. And like, you're going to go to, you know, TwitchCon and we're going to get you up on stage and dancing around for all the creepers in the front aisle or whatever. And it's like, oh my God, like, how did you get to this point? How did you go from protecting to your child to literally treating them like you're a fucking agent and you're trying to squeeze them for every drop of money you possibly can? I feel like that just destroys, like that defeats the whole purpose of having a child. Like seriously, you're supposed to be raising your replacement, right? That's your immortality right there. And you're basically treating it like it's an ATM machine. It's silly, dude. It's absolutely fucking silly. But we can get back onto something with a more positive note. How about Microsoft CoPilot getting nerfed?
Oh, sure.
So you guys know AI is getting integrated into everything now. It's
which is dumb.
Fucking headstrong. Everybody putting like, without even understanding how the shit's responding, how it's going to work. Every OS is getting it now. By the way, iOS announced, right? So Google Android is getting integrated OS AI. Microsoft Windows already got CoPilot, which is a reuse of, they already used CoPilot. Now they call it CoPilot Plus, but CoPilot is like the coding AI for Visual Studio. Now it's integrated into Windows 11 in the latest preview builds. So So you have that. Now you have iOS, right? Apple announced that they're now putting AI. So iOS 18 will have full AI integration with Siri.
And they're teaming up with OpenAI for it, which I think is super funny.
I thought that was hilarious, dude. I thought that was so hilarious. It's like, but the funny thing is that people don't understand is Apple does have a 3 billion parameter, like really snazzy AI that runs locally on the hardware, like on the Apple device. But obviously it doesn't have the training of the entire world's knowledge, right? So that's why they're using OpenAI as for the questions. If you're just scheduling appointments, looking up contacts, searching through your local emails and stuff, it doesn't have to go out to OpenAI to do that. It's only going out to OpenAI for like the world knowledge questions. But AI is getting just implemented into everything. But here's the thing. Every time they implement AI into something, it happens the same for everyone that I've used so far. And when I say AI, I'm specifically talking about two things, LLMs and generatives, right? GPTs and LLMs, large language models and generative pre-trained transformers. So, a great example of this is Meta the other day. So last week I used to be able to go into Meta, which is Facebook. So log into Facebook, open up Messenger, and say create a new message, and then search for Meta AI. It's a user on Facebook. This is the AI. This is how you interface with the AI on Llama 3 on Meta. So you start a conversation, you type /imagine, and you type in some text, and it gives you back an image, right? Really good image generation. Like I'd say it actually surpasses GPT-4's image creation with Dolly 3. So, but check this out. A week ago, I'm like, create me an image of, fucking Donald Trump in jail or whatever. And it just does it. No questions asked. Gives me a perfect image every time. Fast forward 1 week later. Sorry, I can't create that image. Sorry, I can't create that image. Sorry, that could be too polarizing. Sorry, this could be construed as this. I can't do it. So now it can't hardly create any images. Like if you tell it to create an image of any specific likeness, dead or alive, any kind of situation that employs any kind of fire or anything, it's like, no, I can't do it now. It's because they've heavily nerfed it because they realized that when they gave people access to it, everybody tried to do the worst possible thing they could with it. That caused some backlash and they had to rein it in. So then they overcorrected. Same thing with Microsoft. Microsoft implements CoPilot. CoPilot allows you to do a lot of low-level stuff, pull big amounts of information, manipulate the operating system, blah, blah. They rein it way back. They pull it back now. So it says, so CoPilot's experience in Windows has been cut back to a basic web app in the latest updates. So before it had actually integration with Windows. It could do a lot of stuff with like your email and stuff like that. No, not anymore. So it says Microsoft launched its range of Copilot Plus PCs earlier this week. These are the PCs that they claim have the special AI chip in them that can do inference way fast. Yeah. It said they all come equipped with the new dedicated Copilot key on the keyboard. It's the first big change to Windows keyboards in 30 years. So basically think of the Windows key, but now they have a key dedicated to AI for Copilot. But all the key does is launch a progressive web app version of Copilot. So basically the same as you go into Bing, clicking Copilot in a web, it just does that in a dedicated window. That's it. Whereas before it was integrated into the operating system as a flyout. It says the web app doesn't even integrate into Windows anymore like the previous Copilot experience did last year. So you can't use Copilot to control Windows 11 settings, which it could already do before. So now it's even got less functionality. And it says, or it's docked, and it's not docked as a sidebar anymore. And I'm guessing the decision to do this probably had something to do with people were finding ways to use the AI to do things they didn't want them doing with the operating system. And they probably saw that as an attack surface, and they backed off before something really bad happened. It said it's literally now just a web app. Microsoft has even removed the keyboard shortcut to Copilot on the new Copilot Plus PCs, so WinKey-C does nothing. So the hotkey doesn't even work anymore. This dedicated hotkey that they created on their own PC to open up their own Copilot experience doesn't even do what it used to do.
Huh.
It says, I was hoping that Microsoft would evolve the Copilot key into something that could be used much like the Windows key in combination with other keys to launch shortcuts to apps, even AI-powered features in Windows. That would make it far more useful than just launching a single web page. Because that's all it does right now. You push the key, there's no hotkeys. You just push the key, it opens a web page. Says Microsoft hasn't explained why it's changed Copilot for a more integrated experience in Windows to just a web app that no longer controls Windows settings.
Probably because of the crazy backlash that they 100%. Had when that dude was talking about recall.
100%.
And 100%. I don't look, Windows already snatches up a lot of my shit and I don't care. But They definitely don't need to be taking screenshots every few seconds. Okay.
Did you see the demo?
That was fucking outrageous.
Did you see the demo that the guy did of, how the password box, you can push the little eye, like you can click the little eye to show your password?
Yeah.
So somebody did a demo where they're like, oh, look at recall. It's taking screenshots of this. I push the little eye. It takes a screenshot of my decrypted password. And now that's stored in a location. Then he showed out like any user on the PC could gain access to it and see that password from the recall of another user.
Crazy, huh?
So yeah, because it's basically just storing these screenshots in a folder on the computer. So if you're another administrative user, you just go open up these screenshots and you're like, oh, hey, that took a screenshot at this moment, because it takes a screenshot based on when something changes or whatever. It was weird, dude. It was a dumb idea, really dumb idea.
We're moving way too fast with this shit. Trying to make something like, don't get me wrong, all this LLM stuff, all this generative stuff is really, really cool. It is, I would say, very powerful stuff. But people are taking the wrong angle with this stuff. It needs to be standalone, for one. Too much cloud-based products. I think that's going to die real soon. What?
Oh my God, is that Paul in chat?
I don't know.
Paul none other. Holy shit. Hold on just a second.
Sure.
You're the Paul I'm thinking of, right?
He said you humped his head at PDX land.
Don't make it weird. Holy shit. Dude, I thought you were dead. Like, no shit, I've been looking for you for fucking ever, bro. You kind of... No, okay, so, I mean, I'll try not to make it too weird, but he had to disappear, like, because of medical shit, like, years ago.
Oh, I thought, like, somebody was after him, kind of disappeared.
No, he was like, back in the day when I used to roll with Jay's 2 Cents and everything like that, we used to all game together and do all kinds of shit together, and we went to PDX land together, and... Paul was a big part of the community, and he had to step away because of health issues, and we just never, like, I couldn't reach him. Like, I didn't have any email. All of his other things were deleted. Like, I didn't have any way to reach him. So I'm just happy to see he's still around and kicking. That's fucking awesome. If you asked me if that's what I'd see today, I was like, I had to do a double take because I saw the thumbnail, and I was like, holy shit, that's Paul. Dude, well, I'm glad to see you're still kicking, brother. I'm glad to see you're back.
Yay.
We'll have to catch up sometime, because holy shit, I was wondering what happened to you, bro. No, that's fucking crazy. That's wild, dude. That's like one of those things. Like this dude straight up just like he used to have a YouTube channel, really big following, everything. Like used to come on everybody's live streams and stuff. Like he was a big deal, and he just fucking just disappeared. And I understand that because I've been gone for a month myself, because I've been laid up in bed because of health issues myself. So I totally understand how health can just make you just disappear off the face of the planet. Heart almost went out on me, but I very rarely online. Just saw you in Twitter post and thought I'd drop by and say hi. Dude, it is so good to see you. What is your Twitter? Can I follow you on Twitter? Is that okay, or are you still like laying super low and you'd rather me not? Because I'll follow you in a fucking heartbeat, because dude, I seriously have been wondering where the hell you've been this whole time. Same as here. Paul none other. Here, I'm going to find you here. Paul none other. There you go. You were followed, sir. Oh my God, dude. Sorry, that was just crazy. Like, that's the last person I expected to just randomly show up and chat. Holy shit. Yeah, no. I won't say nothing other than the people in here that can see you. Like, obviously the people in chat I can't hide it from, but no, I won't say anything. And I won't tag you unless you tag me. So... Dude, that's fucking crazy. Well, I'm glad you're still kicking, brother.
Yeah, man.
I'm glad you're still out there. You have no idea how many people have messaged me over the years. Even in the last 3 months, I've had somebody ask about you. Wow. So yeah, people still absolutely remember you and wondered what happened to you. And I always have to tell them I have no idea, that I've had no contact. I tried to email you years ago and I never got a response. So I think I even got a pushback, like you closed that account or something like that.
Wow.
Yeah, 8 years. 8 years I haven't talked to this dude. This is like way pre-COVID.
That's cool, man.
Wow. Well, that's cool. Well, happy reunions to me.
Yeah, right.
Dude, that's awesome. Well, hey, one of these days we'll have to catch up. We'll have to get on a Skype call or something. It's been far too long. I'm glad you're still kicking though, because a lot of people worried about you, because I know when you disappeared, you were having like some serious problems with your heart. I remember your last message. I think it was on Twitter or Facebook or something. I read you sent out a message that said you're stepping away because of health problems. You need to just step away. And I thought you were just stepping away, like you weren't going to make content anymore. But no, you like closed your account and straight up disappeared everywhere. So I'm sure a lot of people in chat right now are like, holy shit, that Paul? Really? Dude, that's wild, man. Nice. That's wild. Well, there's a lot of people that want to know you're still alive. So If you're getting online now, you might want to, like, I don't know, poke a couple of the ones you still like and be like, hey, I'm alive. Because, dude, that was like, that was one of those stories where it's like nobody knew where you went. I asked everybody. I asked fucking Steve from Newegg and like all kinds of people like trying to get information on you and what was going on. Nobody had any idea where the hell you went. You did a good job hiding. Like, honestly, you most people can't hide from the internet. Like, if you have any amount of fame, you usually can't hide from the internet. People will track you down or find you or give updates or something. Like, you straight up just fucking like poof, you were gone. That's wild, man. That's fucking wild. Well, I hope I'm not getting catfished. I hope that this isn't somebody just pretending to be Paul, knowing that I was friends with Paul.
Weird and like obscure thing to.
It would be that's why I tend to think it's real, is because and the picture he's got, like
what kind of deep dive into your like past would it take for somebody to pull out? Oh, we're gonna pull this guy.
Seriously, right?
Like, man, that would be the weirdest like long con ever. That'd be so weird.
Yeah, I'd have to applaud that one, because that would be the most obscure fucking thing. Find something that somebody I interacted with 8 years ago.
I mean, it's like, I'm still gonna block you, but damn, bro, like you can't even be upset. I'm like, I'm impressed.
I'd have to give some credit.
Still getting blocked.
Yeah, I'd be like, you're blocked, but touche, brother, touche.
So about 6 years ago, December of 2012, I think it was. So. No, not 2012. I'm sorry, that's wrong. It was in December of 2015. I built a PC. One of the company I work for sponsored a PC for Jerry, and I built it on stream for him. And we became buddies after that. It's like 6.5 hours.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Like 6,000 live viewers.
I want to say we were over 5,000. We were definitely over 5,000 live viewers. That was back in the day when I streamed on Twitch. I used to pull about 2,500, and I remember when we did that stream together, it was like double, and I couldn't believe that.
Dude, I was like, insane. Yeah, it was bonkers.
Because at that point, you guys didn't have that big of a following at all at Puget, so it was weird that it was like double
20K on Twitter because of some contest they had done or something. But the Twitch. Nothing. Yeah, there was like nothing had gotten done on the Twitch or anything like that.
Yeah, that's so wild though, because it's like I couldn't figure out how we were getting like double the viewers, because it was like my entire audience.
Well, I mean, heck, even at that time, nobody was really, even still, nobody's really building PCs on. That's true. On live streaming. I mean, there are a few here and there. You know, the bigger companies will do it for sponsors and stuff, but nobody really does it the way that I used to, like every day. And I still think that is a big loss for any PC building company. They really should be highlighting all of that. And it was hardly a disruption to my output.
Oh, so, that's right. Paul actually did use, I don't know if you know this or not, but Paul actually used Puget System PC when he was at PDX Land.
Oh, nice. Yeah, when they actually attended that and stuff.
Yeah. When you guys brought like a bunch of gaming PCs down and set them up, he was on one of the stations because he was one of the YouTubers that was invited. So it was him. I'm trying to remember other names. Who else? It'll come to me. But yeah, there was a couple of other YouTubers that were all like in that clique that we all ran together and we all did stuff. We all attended together. It was really cool. It was really neat. It was like, that was the first time I'd met Fox Mamba. So I don't know if you know Fox Mamba, but that was the first time I met her. I met Paul, and that was the first time I ever met Paul in person. There was a couple of other people I met in person at that too. It was pretty awesome. Yeah, Nocturne Kitty. Yeah, she was there too. That's right. That's right. So yeah, it was like everybody got to meet up at that event. It was really freaking cool. John Zuck says, does your RAV power bike still work? Yeah, it still does. He said, I'm looking to e-bikes and remember you had one that you were happy with. The marketing is super confusing. I will tell you this. I love my Rad power bike. It's a great bike. But I don't like Rad Power Bike as a company anymore. They've done some really shady shit. They've treated their employees like really, really badly. So I don't like them as a company anymore. I straight up, I would not buy shit from them just on that grounds. But as far as the product quality is concerned, it is a good product. It is a high quality battery. It is a high quality bike. Just one thing you do need to understand that a lot of people confuse with bikes is not all e-bikes are created equal. They have pros and cons. Okay. The bike that Rad Power Bike makes is called a hub drive. That means the motor is built into the wheel. What this means is it only has one gear. That means it's not very good at climbing hills. Like, it uses up a lot of battery climbing hills, and you have to be pretty light. If you're a heavy guy like me, it will not take you up a hill. Like, you'll still have to pedal. It'll help. It'll take about 150 pounds off of you, but you're still going to have to pedal the rest, right? Okay. Flat ground, it'll still do 20, 22 miles an hour-ish. No problem. Even with a heavy guy like me, it'll get up there. Now you've got mid-drive bikes. Those are usually a little bit more expensive and a little more complicated. Those use the gearing of your bike, so you can gear that thing down to first gear and it'll pull 400 pounds up the steepest hill in the world.
Right on.
Those are amazing. They're amazing for if you're in a hilly area, get a mid-drive. If you're in a flat area, get a hub drive. Because the benefit of a hub drive is if you derail the chain, you lose the chain, you damage the hub, you damage the sprocket, you damage anything. As long as you still got battery power to that motor, you can get yourself home. It'll like a motorcycle. Mid drives, it requires the chain and the gearing. So if you break your derailleur, you break a sprocket, you break the chain, you've got nothing. Your bike is completely immobilized. So that's the trade-off. That's the trade-off. So if you get a mid drive, carry a repair kit and a spare chain, right? That's what I tell people. And some tools. If you've got a hub drive, you don't got to worry about any of that stuff. But now you know the differences. But I will say that most of the bikes are created equally. Most of them are chromoly frame. Most of them, use a Samsung battery. Most of them use a Baofeng motor. So whether you buy Rad Power Bike or you buy another brand, it really doesn't matter. As long as it's Baofeng electronics and it's a chromoly frame, you're going to have a decent bike. So you're not going to have to worry too much. There's so many hills near me. Get a mid drive. If you got a really hilly area, 100% get a mid drive, like no question. My mid drive that I have in first gear will pull me up a hill that's like no shit. It's like this, like it's hard to walk up this hill. It's so steep that I have next to my house. It'll pull me up that at about 2.5 miles an hour. Now it sounds like it literally sounds like the motor's gonna explode on the bike, but it'll do it. It'll pull 400 pounds up that hill. My Rad Power Bike goes like this. It just rolls backwards. Like it cannot do it. It cannot do it. Plus the mid drive has a higher speed too, because you can take it up to the top of the cassette and you can get up to like 27, 30 miles an hour. As a matter of fact, that's what me on it with the neighbor kid. Like I put the skinny little neighbor kid on it and I gave him my helmet. And I didn't realize his balls were so big. Otherwise I wouldn't have given him the damn bike. He comes flying down the hill and goes zipping by, and I was like, holy shit, like a blur. I was like, fuck, he's gonna die. Like, why is he going that fast? Because I thought the bike was speed limited. I thought I could only go 27 miles an hour. No, it can only go 27 miles an hour with me on it. With him on it, he did almost 50. Because it has a 1500 watt motor on it, which is like 3 times the size of the Rad Power Bike motor, and it's geared. So he brings the bike back, and the little tattletale thing that shows like the top speed hit on it was like 51 miles an hour, because he was like full blast top gear going down a slight hill. I was like, holy shit. So the neighbor kid did like 51 mile an hour on my freaking bike and it was a fat tire bike too. This isn't a skinny tire bike. This is a fat tire bike doing like 51 mile an hour. I was like, holy shit. So I was like, when he got off the bike, I was like so thankful. I was like, oh my God, if he had a wrecked, his parents never would have forgave me. Yeesh. Yeah. So yeah, long story short, don't loan your shit to like the neighbor kids. They can go 50 miles an hour because they have no fear. Zero. Oh bro, I didn't realize it's 201. Damn, we burned through that time.
Yeah, we did.
I swear this goes faster and faster and faster.
That was good.
So what's your, before you go, what's your plans for the weekend? Anything fun?
Just knocking out some house stuff. Got to tear up some of the garden a little bit. Get ready for the older one's graduation party.
Awesome.
Bathrooms, floor, dishes, that kind of thing.
I'm going to try to work on the Nerd Cave this whole place is trashed. I haven't been able to touch it in like a month other than coming up here and limping my ass around to find something, destroying it, and then leaving. So the whole floor is all trashed again. But yeah, good news. My steroid shot finally kicked in. It took 8 days though. I don't know why it took 8 days. Still got a lot of pain, which is sad because the steroid shot used to take away about 90%. Now it's only taking away about 60%, but it's enough that I can get up and walk. Like I was able to go mow my lawn. I was able to wash about half of my car, and then my wife helped me with finishing it. So I am finally mobile again. First time in over 4 weeks I've been like actually out of bed and doing something other than taking a quick shower or a piss. That's it. So hopefully this means that I can start returning back to live streaming regularly again, to however many people are still on Twitch. So we'll find out soon. So I haven't given up. Just so you guys know, I haven't given up. I'm not despair. I've just been laid up in bed, literally waiting for my back to heal. It didn't heal. I ultimately had to go to a specialist and get an injection into my SI joint on my left side. My right side's pretty fucked up now, so I might even have to get an injection on that side too. But long story short, it is finally improving, but I showed no improvement over the course of a month. So whatever damage I did in there, I think is pretty permanent. Getting older. All right, brother. Well, you guys know where to find Aux. His information is always down below all the links to social media. Go over and hit him up on X. He'll probably even respond to you. Everywhere.
I may not respond to you everywhere, but I am everywhere.
You are.
The name is the same basically everywhere.
You're like the lawnmower man. You're in the internets.
I'm in the phone system.
Yeah. Hey, hit me up if you want to play a game or something this next week. Like even if it's for, I don't know, half hour, or whatever. Maybe we'll grab Graham or something and jump in a game and just fart around. Maybe in that body cam game. I'll see if I can find somebody with an extra code to body cam or something like that. Be rad. And maybe we'll go play that, because I miss first person shooters. I haven't played one in a very long time, so it'd be fun to go play that. All right, brother. Well, peace out. And I'll see you next week.
See you, everybody.
Later. Yeah, Aux likes to get out of here on time. I don't like holding him up. I got to make that logo thing disappear because I don't got that hooked up right now. So that's lying to you guys right now. Hold on, let me find that. Where is it? There we go. Okay, there. Click off that. There we go. Okay, that's better. I gotta pull my leg up. Oh God, yeah, my back is still bugging me like hell. It's not as bad as it was though, thank goodness. So I'm trying to stay positive, because I'm like, before I got that steroid shot, I couldn't even hardly get up and walk. I was only taking a shower about once every 5 days. The wife and kiddo, my kid is like brutally honest, walking, Dad, you stink. I'd be like, God damn it. So I'd go and sit in the shower and try to wash myself and try to get up, try to dry myself off. It was really bad. Like I really messed my back up, something fierce, but it is what it is. Wait, Kingpin still does? Saw him on Steve Gamer Nexus's latest video. What is Kingpin doing? Oh, his electric bike could go 60 miles an hour. Oh yeah, no, you can get them way faster than that. I've seen electric bikes that'll go over 100 miles an hour. So, yeah, it's actually not too hard to build a really high-powered bike. If you want to build your own bike, you could probably, for $3,000 or $3,500, build a bike that'll do 60 mile an hour all day long. So, all you need is, like, to do 60, I think you need probably 3,000 watts. So a 3,000 watt hub drive. Or a 2,000 or 2,500 watt mid drive would probably get you to about 60 miles an hour on flat ground, if you're not like an excessively heavy person. So if you want a bike that'll like pull wheelies like through all the speeds, you can get up to a 70,000 watt motor that I've seen that's like literally half the size of the back wheel. But then you need to run dual battery packs, or like one really, really huge heavy pack. So it's going to make the bike weigh like over 100 pounds. John Zuck said, I wonder if you could build your own street legal bike to take on the highway. I don't know. Can you do kit bikes? I know you can do kit cars. Like you can build a car that has like no crash structures, no seat belts, no airbags or any of that shit. And you can get like a kit car license where you can drive it like, 2,000 miles a year or something like that. With special insurance and all that. But I don't know if you can do that for motorcycles. I'd be surprised if you can do that for motorcycles. However, illegally, there's a lot of YouTube videos of people driving around on these modified Sarongs. So a Sarong is basically an electric dirt bike. Basically, think of it like an electric mini dirt bike. And there's people that do an upgrade on them where they upgrade the battery, the controller, and the motor to like a 700 watt system or something like that. And those things will do like 70 to 90 miles an hour. So you could totally take that on the freeway. But it'd probably be illegal. John Zuck said, what's a kit car? I've never heard of it. Seriously? You've never heard of a kit car? I'm guessing you're not from the United States. Because here in the United States, there's a lot of kit cars. So a kit car is somebody who essentially there's two ways to do it. You can either buy an existing car and convert it to another car using a kit, basically, but you put a body kit on another car, like historically they use like a Pontiac Fiero, the Toyota MR2. They take a platform like that, you cut the body off, and then you basically put a fiberglass body over it to make it look like a Ferrari or some exotic car. Maybe put a bigger engine and transmission in it or whatever. Those are kit cars. And then the second type of kit car is the one that you build yourself from scratch. You literally go and get, tube steel and build a space frame and build the whole car up from scratch, and then basically take it and get it certified for safety and everything like that. And then you can usually get some kind of a kit car plate for it, which means you can drive it a couple, 1,000 miles a year or whatever. The Cyberbike YouTube channel, Lassie and Margaret sells plans, 3D printed files to build a sweet e-bike. Oh, that's cool. I know they do sell electric motorcycles. Like you can buy, there's a couple companies right now, even name brand, like KTM even makes one. There's a couple companies that build fully electric street bikes that can do like 150 miles an hour, 0 to 60 in like 3 seconds. That are fully street legal. Like you can buy them and get them. Is all you need is your motorcycle endorsement on your license, and you can drive them anywhere here in the United States. I don't think the range on them's that great though. Here in Europe, you can't even change the exhaust drum to a non-certified one. I've heard Europe has pretty crazy laws on cars, but I heard Europe's a lot like the United States, and that if you have enough money, you can do anything you want. Like there's an exemption for everything, because like I watch some car channels where there's like dudes completely rebuilding cars from scratch with aftermarket parts and blown engines and no exhaust and no catalytic converters, and they still somehow get them licensed for the road. Or maybe they just get tickets and they just pay the tickets. Maybe in Europe you can't be thrown in jail or whatever. All they can do is give you a ticket for that shit, so they just keep getting tickets and just don't care. Because if you got unlimited money, who cares, right? That's the thinking, at least here in the United States, is if you have unlimited money and you don't have to go to court because you have lawyers that do it, then every time you get pulled over, it's just the cop just walks up, you give him your license and registration. Hey, write me a ticket. You know, I'm not going to argue. They write the ticket or whatever. You're out. It's like 5-minute stop, and then you're back to speeding again until you find the next cop. Electric motorcycles are expensive. I mean, they can be. There's some that aren't that expensive though. I think there was one that was like under $10,000, which I don't think is too bad for an electric street bike. What's the topic it takes money to make money about? I always like to hear your elaborations. Oh God, what were we talking about before the show? I actually forgot. So what were we talking about before that? Oh yeah. No, that was AuxxZillary's topic. He wanted to talk about, I guess he had some people on social media that were questioning the logic of businesses buying expensive computers for their employees, like for developers and content creators and stuff, saying that, like, you know, they should just buy them cheap computers. It's not worth it to spend all this money on like fancy computers and stuff like that. And we were trying to explain like how there is value in spending money to increase the productivity of somebody so that person can make more money with the time they're allotted. Because if you're paying that person a fixed amount of money for their work, and they can do more work within a period of time because you spent more money to equip them with the things they need to use their time more efficiently, you can actually make more money by spending money. And that's just one of many ways to do it, right? Another good example of it is if you want to sell a product, right? The more money that you spend to produce more of that product, the lower the prices that you can sell it for to profit, and the more profit that you can make overall selling the product per unit. And the more competitive you are, hence the more money you spend, the more money you can make. So it takes money to make money. It's a lot harder to make money when you have no money, right? Because if you can't advertise something, or you can't promote something, or you can't test something, or you can't develop something with the resources of somebody else, it's a hell of a lot harder for you to sell it and make money, or it's a hell of a lot harder for you to be efficient when you have substandard equipment, right? So there are a lot of arguments for the more money that you can spend on something to improve the efficiency of it, the better the end product is, and the better potential you have for making more money out the other side. I'm pretty sure that's where that was supposed to go, but that was supposed to be his topic. Unfortunately, we ran off on a tangent like we did, and we didn't really get into it. So I don't know what his very specific scenario was he was going to talk about. He didn't tell me specifically about it before the stream. He just said it had something to do with like people arguing that you shouldn't spend, like you don't need to spend a bunch of money to buy, you know, really powerful computers for like, you know, fucking content creators and 3D modelers and game developers and stuff like that. When they could just be doing this shit on like a cheap little laptop or something like that. And the company could save a lot of money by like not wasting all this money on like expenditure of like really expensive assets with lots of memory and stuff like that. And the counter argument is a company isn't going to overspend on equipment unless they're getting their value back plus some, right? So in a lot of cases, like when I worked at Microsoft, it's like they gave me a $30,000 dev box. Like, why did they give me a $30,000 dev box? Because I could do 3 times the work, and I didn't have to sit around on my ass waiting for things to compile and for things. And that was time that I got to reclaim that allowed me to make progress faster. And because I could make progress faster and I was a very expensive employee, it was actually cheaper for them to buy me a $30,000 PC rather than paying me the overtime it would take to do that amount of work with something that was substandard. Hopefully that makes some sense. Hey guys, give me a second. I'm going to go take a piss really quick. I'll be right back. I got that old man bladder going on. I'll be down a little bit, okay, kiddo? Oh my God, you can hardly walk in this place. Man, my leg is hurting really bad again. Man, this steroid shot needs to make up its mind. I think I just overdid it the other day. Yesterday it's weird. It's like you do a bunch of stuff when your back hurts, and then the next day it hurts more. But then the third day it hurts even more. It's always the third day that gets me. I don't know why. It gets worse, and then you think, oh, it'll be better tomorrow. No, it's like even worse on the third day. Hey, is it Vermirion? Thank you for the 10 euros. Much appreciated. By the way, that was their first super chat ever. I am honored to be the first super chat. By the way, I'm sorry if I seem a little tired, guys. I didn't get to sleep until about 6 a.m., so I'm a little... I only got about maybe 3 hours of sleep. But you shouldn't feel bad for me because it's Miss Barnacules' fault in a good way that I didn't get to sleep till 6 a.m., if you know what I mean. So I'm a happy camper. Mental health is health, right? Am I right, guys? Ladies. Kyle K said, when I saw your Twitter post, I was worried you were overdoing it. Better get that TENS device and hit the tub after the stream. Oh, 100%. As soon as I'm done streaming, what I'm probably going to do is I'm either going to go downstairs, jump in a hot tub, jump in a shower, and get into bed. But considering how bad it's hurting, I don't think I want to push it to try to get in the hot tub and take a shower. So what I'll probably do is go downstairs, take a nap, rest it a little bit, and then I'll jump up and go get in the hot tub. That's what I usually do. I crank the hot tub up to 105 degrees. So my wife can't stand it when it's that hot, so she's not going to use the hot tub for a week while I do this. But I find that when it's 105 degrees and I get in there to where I can barely stand the heat, it relaxes that muscle down there, and it actually alleviates about 95% of the pain. So it's like one place I can go to completely escape the pain, but I can only stay in there for about a half an hour before I start getting like heat stroked out. But it allows me to relax my muscles. Like, it's the only place I can fully relax my muscles. So, and then after that, I'll come in the house, throw the TENS device on, and then I'll probably feel pretty good. Like, usually the combination of the hot tub followed by the TENS therapy gives me at least a certain amount of comfort for a period of time. And then I still have one dose of pain medication I can take later today to get, like, 2 or 3 hours of somewhat comfort. Sadly, I've been on pain medication so long, it has very little effect. Like, I'd say it's on par with like 1,000 milligrams of Tylenol is basically the same pain relief that I get from like oxycodone. But sadly, I can't take Tylenol because of my liver, at least not a lot of it. And I can't take ibuprofen because I'm allergic to it. If I could take ibuprofen, my life would be so much better because all of my problems with my SI joint are inflammation related. And if I could just get that inflammation under control with something like ibuprofen, like any kind of non-steroidal anti-inflammatory, I would be golden. But I'm definitely allergic to all NSAIDs, naproxen, ibuprofen, aspirin, like all the shit that everybody else uses, I can't use. And what sucks is I used to be able to take that shit when I was younger, and then I just suddenly became hyper allergic to it, and I don't know why. Although I talked to an allergist, and they said that that's incredibly common as you get older to develop allergies to stuff that you had no sign of an allergy before, which I think is really weird. What about naproxen? No, I'm allergic to Proxen. Aleve? Yeah. Turmeric had no effect. I took turmeric for over a month, high doses, like 5 pills 3 times a day for a month, and it had no impact whatsoever. I know turmeric is good for inflammation, but whatever inflammation in that area that I'm experiencing, turmeric couldn't touch it on any kind of level that was meaningful. Use the TENS first, then get in the tub. Maybe I'll do that. I haven't tried. Kyle, I don't think, have I done that? Have I TENS before the tub? I usually TENS afterwards, after I get out and then I dry off and then I get the skin really dry so that I can get the pad to stick. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe after the stream, I'll go downstairs, put the TENS device on and go to sleep. Because usually that's what I do is I put the TENS device on and I go to sleep, and then after an hour it times out, beeps, and wakes me up so I can turn it off. Have I tried the grass? Yeah, I tried the wacky tobacco. That did not go well, sadly. Ginger's good for inflammation. Yep, I eat quite a bit of ginger, actually. Quite a bit of the food I eat has ginger in it, and sadly that doesn't really help with that inflammation either. Things that traditionally help with inflammation don't seem to help this condition. I don't know if that's because the inflammation is just so bad that the level of inflammation relief that you get from those things just isn't enough. But you know, the shot that they gave me in my back, this time it took 7 or 8 days to work. Normally it took 4 to 5. So it took a lot longer for the steroid to kick in this time, but it definitely did kick in because I couldn't stand before. My leg would just go limp under me and I'd collapse. I'd have to hop around on one leg, and then it would hurt really bad because anything that would jar the other leg or move the weight on the leg would shock that nerve. So compared to where I was like even like a week ago, I'm way, way better now. Like the fact that I can even still sit in this chair right now, like, is amazing. This is absolutely amazing. Like I'm uncomfortable, but I'm not like on the verge of like, I don't have sweat beating down my face and I'm not shaking like I was last week. So this is good shit, Maynard. Have you have a heated blanket that shocks you? It's great. It shocks you? How's that work? A heated blanket that shocks you? Huh. What does that feel like? That doesn't sound very fun. My thinking is it might be good the TENS while you're streaming and sitting up in the chair. I usually have my TENS device on when I'm streaming. It's just I woke up and I only had 15 minutes to get upstairs out of bed, so I just forgot to put it on. It's sitting right on my nightstand. So a taser blanket. I do need a better chair so bad. SNXger, I would love to get another chair, but I can't afford it right now. Sadly, I'm already talking to my 401k people and they're already like freaking out that I'm tapping my 401k earlier, but I'm like, I don't have any other options other than like taking out a home equity line of credit or something to survive at this point. So we have to just tap the 401k early. But the 401k people are like, but you need this to survive for the rest of your life. And it's like, yeah, obviously it's supposed to be my retirement and there's not enough in there even to do that. So it's like, what's the point, right? I might as well use it while I need it. But they hit you with a 10% penalty. That's the thing that sucks. If you have to use your 401k earlier, you have to pay 10% on every dollar that you take out at the end of the year, which sucks. But I can understand why they do that because they want to deter people from taking out and borrowing against their retirement. But it's like, if you're in a situation where you have to, you'd think they'd cut you a break, right? But they don't. So you got to just do what you got to do. Hopefully that'll buy me enough time that I can figure some shit out and turn some things around. But I just need to learn to live with the pain, because the pain ain't going anywhere. Like, we can control it a little bit with a steroid and everything, but the actual problem with the nerve that's inoperable, I mean, it is what it is, right? Everybody has to learn to live with the hand they're dealt, and I'm no different. It's just hard. It's really hard to be in a good mood and entertain people. Although lately my mental state has been pretty decent. Like compared to the last month, my mental state is way better right now. But it's hard to be entertaining and it's hard to be super energetic and enthusiastic when you can't sleep without waking up every 10 minutes because your nerve shocks you. And not being able to get up and walk and like shower every day and go outside, you know, do something every day, or even just come upstairs to the nerd cave. It's like I was only able to do that like 3 or 4 times the whole month I was laid up. And then I'd come upstairs, sit in the chair, and I'd be in so much pain within 10, 15 minutes, I'd have to limp myself back downstairs and not get anything done. So it's like, it's really difficult to be entertaining. And it's like, I'm one of those people, it's like when I'm comfortable, I'm hugely entertaining. I'm like an open book, right? You guys have seen my videos and my live streams and stuff. I open up and I riff off you guys and I get such a high off of it and I just love life. But man, when I'm in pain, I cannot get my mind to transition into that state of clarity where I can be hugely entertaining. And that's my value. My proposition point and value point is funny and education. And if I can't do those things because I'm in pain, it's very scary. Like, it almost feels like you got your skin, like, you know, you're a blacksmith and somebody cut your hands off, you know, it's like, how can I be a blacksmith? I can't hold a hammer. That's kind of what it feels like. And it gets really, really scary. But, luckily my wife and kid are amazing. They've been hugely supportive. My wife has been especially amazing lately, and they've kept my mental state, really good, really, really good. So, and ultimately that's going to be what saves us. So my hat's off to them big time. How high do I usually turn my 10s up? Oh, all the way. I got a 10 7000, which is one of the most powerful portable units I've had. It takes a 9-volt non-rechargeable battery, and it's the most powerful unit. I have 3 units, and it's the most powerful by far. It's dual channel, but single channel. It has the most power, and I just crank it to 10. Anywhere else on my body, I can only take it up to about a 2 or a 3. But on that nerve down there, I take it up to 10 because I want it to actually just completely incapacitate that nerve and make it completely numb. So if there was a way I could mod it, I should look online and see if there's like mods for 10 7000. I've never even done that. I wonder if I can put like a bigger capacitor in it or something. Here 10s 7000 mods. Are there any mods out there? Okay, somebody converted it to a rechargeable unit. Let's see here. I'm not seeing very many mods. I'll have to talk to some of my friends and see if anybody's like modded this, or maybe there's a unit that's more powerful, because I could always use more power. Like seriously, if I could get another 50% power out of it, that'd even be better. Because what I usually do is when I first put it on, I turn it up to about 5, and then within a minute I go up to 7, and then within another minute I take it all the way up to 10. So I don't start out at 10. I work it up gently, because if I just take it right to 10, then it feels like it's burning the surface of my skin. I got to kind of let it like bed in the nerve. Kyle said, I know the 7000. I got mine because of you. I just put it on too. Oh, I'm jealous, bro. Yeah, you put a fresh battery in that thing. It is amazing. That's why I recommend that one. Like, there's a lot of 10s units that are rechargeable that are cheaper to run because you don't have to buy 9-volt batteries for them. But the 10 7000 it has so much more penetration. Like the other machines feel like they're just stimulating the surface of the skin or activating the muscle. This one feels like it's getting really deep in there. Just like those really expensive ones that physical therapists have. That's what I love about it. My chiropractor used to use ultrasound therapy, and it was helpful in addition to my TENS unit. I've never had ultrasound therapy, but I've heard it's really helpful. I think new medications like aticaprant will help more types of pain. But it's for depression, not pain. Same receptor, though. Yeah, surprisingly, a lot of antidepressant meds and anxiety meds like lorazepam and stuff, they're all based on dopamine. Like dopamine reuptake is the same thing they do. Serotonin and dopamine are the two neurotransmitters that they manipulate for pain, anxiety, depression. Like you can treat them all almost interchangeably. But yeah, apparently there's a new pain medication that I think is just about to clear FDA certification. That's going to be one of the first non-opiate pain relievers that can relieve pain similar to how opiates do. And I am hugely excited about that, so long as it's not in the non-steroid anti-inflammatory class. If it's in that class, I can't take it because I'm allergic to the way that medicine works on the body, not the compound. And but I'm really hopeful for that, because my only options right now is gabapentin, which does help, but it also makes me ridiculously lethargic and tired, which I already am to begin with. So it's like it makes everything way worse. And though it does help with the pain, it just makes me so groggy and exhausted, I'm useless. But at this point, I'm already useless, so I'm really considering going back on the gabapentin. And the only other option is prednisone. And if you've ever taken prednisone, it makes you feel like shit. You just shake, you can't sleep, you're restless, you're angry, you're frustrated all the time. And though it would help with the inflammation, it would help with the pain, it would also be really hard on my liver, really hard on my kidneys. It also causes heart problems. It's not worth it. It's really not worth it. It's like that's the Hail Mary if it's to the point where there's no way you can stand it and you're just then that's your last line. So far, the best thing I found is the steroid injections, but they're like $300 to $500 out of pocket each time I get it. You can only get it every 3 months. It only gives you about a month and a half of relief. Then it starts falling off after that. So you can only get it once every 3 months. And if they miss with the needle, which about 50, maybe 30 to 50% of the time they miss. And if they miss, then it's a loss. You have to wait another 3 months to try again. And it's not effective at all because they have to let your body digest. Even though it missed, it's still in your body. And they can't suck it back out. So every time I get that shot, I'm like, fingers crossed, like, come on, dude, take your time. I don't care about the pain. Just hit the mark. And this last time, it seems like he did hit the mark. Let's hear. Cappy, opiate receptor medication. Don't think there's any medication that works on that yet. Interesting. I'll have to look into that. I've never heard of that medication before. Just don't combo gabapentin with trazodone. Can cause nightmares. Oh, I already have horrible nightmares. I suffer from really bad night terrors. It's something I've had for a very, very long time. I'll tell you what, the things that give me the worst night terrors, though, is melatonin. It's so weird. Apparently, some people just melatonin gives them really terrible nightmares, and I'm one of those people. And if I take 1 milligram, the dreams are more odd than nightmares. But if I take anything more than 2 or 3 milligrams of melatonin, I've taken up to 12 milligrams before. I take 12 milligrams of melatonin. It's like 8 hours of Freddy Krueger chasing me, trying to chop my pee off. Like it's not fun. Like I'm one of those people where it's like, yeah, melatonin, it works really good at making me tired and helping me get to sleep when I can't get to sleep. But my God, you pay for it with the dreams. Oh, Jesus. You're the same way. Melatonin gives you extremely vivid dreams. Yeah. And you remember them. Like you wake up and like the dream is like it really happened. It's so weird and it takes forever to fade. What are the plans to do before the meds wear off? Reset the nerd cave? That's what I'm trying to do. Yeah, I want to work on the nerd cave a little bit today. Although my pain medication from this morning's already wearing off. So I'll probably go. I think the plan is when I get off here, I'm going to go downstairs, put my TENS device on, climb into bed and take a nap for an hour or two. Then I'm going to jump out, go get in the hot tub at 105 degrees and soak for a half an hour and like try to get that nerve to loosen as much as possible. Then I'll come in the house, I'll take my final dose of pain medication for the day, and then once that kicks in, I'll come upstairs and start putting some shit away and clean it up, because it's so bad up here right now. It's like, I can't even, like, my OCD is so fucking triggered sitting here. I'm having to, like, focus on the screen and the camera, because anytime I look at the desk, my heart rate starts going up. Let's see here. The Metalhead Man said, what about valerian root? I've heard of it. I've never taken it, though. You're making me want melatonin, Psycho Nutcase said. Hey, I mean, give it a try. Different strokes for... The weird thing is your body naturally makes melatonin. So I don't understand why synthetic melatonin gives me nightmares, but my regular melatonin, I'm usually a lot better. I don't know. There must be some difference between synthetic melatonin and naturally occurring melatonin, or maybe it's just the amount of it. Because... But to be fair, I do have nightmares even when I don't take melatonin. I just forget them really quick. Like when I wake up, they fade quickly. When I take melatonin, it's like hours after I wake up, I still remember the dreams like they just happened. It's very bizarre. Oh, the brain only creates 0.3 milligrams of melatonin. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so it's the dose. It's a way bigger dose. Okay, that makes sense. My son, on the other hand, we got like those Flintstone chewable melatonins for when he gets insomnia sometimes because his brain just goes a million miles an hour like his old man's. So sometimes he wants a melatonin, you know, hey, can I have a melatonin to go to sleep? You give him a melatonin within like an hour or two, boom, he's out drooling, and then he wakes up like 7 or 8 hours later, and he's like super chipper, super morning person running around, hey, everybody, how's everything going? Oh, I'm having such a good time. Run out playing video games in like 5 minutes after he's woken up. I wish I was like that. I'd kill to be like that. Oh, my God. Seriously. Do Twitch streams cleaning the nerd cave? The only reason I wouldn't do that, Hunter, is because I'd be so focused on the chat instead of actually cleaning up the room that I don't think I'd get much done. And the other thing is I have a tendency to collapse and my leg gives out and I limp around a lot. And honestly, I just don't want to be seen that fucked up. Like when I'm sitting stationary, you guys don't have to see that. But if I'm up and moving around and stuff, I'm going to be in quite a bit of discomfort. I'm going to be limping. I'll probably fall down a couple times. Like I just don't want that to be like, I don't want that to be my current live streaming content, if that makes sense. I'm sure it would entertain many people, but for me, it would just be stressful for me. This man said, I know everybody mentions cannabis, but have you tried acidic form of cannabinoids? So you don't have psychoactive properties with cannabis and have the medical effect, not trying to be annoying. Oh, no, not at all. Like, no, I welcome new information. I don't know what acidic form of cannabinoids is, but if you're asking if I've had CBD, I have in just about every form. I've had CBD. I've had the other cannabinoid that's not THC, the third one. I've tried them in low doses, high doses. I've tried them as tinctures. I've tried them as everything except for vaping, because vaping and smoking I can't do because my lungs are already fucked up and compromised. But I've tried I've tried the tinctures, I've tried the oils, I've tried edibles, and just I have had nothing but bad luck. My stomach really doesn't like CBD. Like every form of CBD I've taken has turned my stomach into knots and made me feel sick. So THCA, which is the acidic form of THC. Oh, I don't think I've had that. No, I think that I've never even heard of that. So that's like a non-psychoactive version of THC. What is THCA? I can't say I've heard of this one. Let's see what we got. Okay, both cannabinoids derived from cannabigerolic acid. but THC is the psychoactive compound, and THCA is not. Where can you get THCA? Okay, it's found in the flowers of the cannabis plant. Usually more THCA in fresh cannabis plants, especially new raw cannabis buds, compared to the dried plant. There's a lot of buzz around THCA. Where do you get it? THCA is just THC that only activates when burned. Oh, if it can only activate when burned, I can't use it, sadly. I've had any chance to do float chambers? No, but I've been floating in my hot tub. I found that in my hot tub, if I go diagonal and I put a float under my head, because it's not salt water, so I can't float like perfectly. But if I put like a pool noodle under my head, I can lay back perfectly relaxed and float. So that's actually been my, it's like a super hot float tank. So it's not neutral like the float tank. So it's not quite as good as the float tank because I can't stay in there as long. Like the float tank, I can stay in for like 2-3 hours. But the float tank's too expensive. I can't do it anymore because it's like to go do a session, it's like $40-$50. I can't afford that. I mean, the honest truth right now is I can't even, it's like I can't even pay a third of my bills right now. Not actually right now, it's about a fifth. I can only pay about a fifth of my bills right now with the residual income I still have coming in. So I can't take on anything new, sadly. Even the steroid injection, the only reason I got that is I caved. I haven't gotten one in over a year because they're so expensive. Insurance won't cover it. I finally caved because I was like laid up in bed for a month. I couldn't move. I was absolutely useless. And my wife was like, we just have to take the hit. Like even if there's just a chance. And luckily it did work. It didn't work as good as I was hoping. I was really hoping for like full relief, like I've gotten in the past when it's been 100%. But this time it's kind of like a half-ass result and it's taking its time kicking in. I don't know why it's going so slow, but it is actually working. Like I can get up. I can walk around a little bit. I limp, but I can walk. I can get up the stairs. So I'm doing better than I was. And I think that once I start kind of building my core muscle back up, because I lost a lot of muscle. Being laid up in bed for a month, your muscle just takes, like I feel when I get up, everything feels so much weaker. So I lost quite a bit of muscle and I need to get that back somehow. But the problem is like, how do you get muscle back in your core when you're in so much pain and you're so weak? Because that's the thing is nerve stuff makes you weak. Like when you try to exercise and stuff, when the nerve starts hurting, it releases, like you lose power. It's like when you hold something out in front of you, when it gets heavier and your arm starts shaking and then your arm gives out because you can't hold no matter how hard you're pushing up. Imagine when your leg does that when it's not even under strain. Like your leg is just there and then the nerve gets pinched and then you just feel your leg go like that. That's what happens. Last week I got up to go to the bathroom and I took a step towards the bathroom and my leg just went total pool noodle and I just slammed down on the ground. And my wife was on the other side of the bed and she like freaked out. She's like, "Oh my God, are you okay?" Because I just took one step forward and my nerve got pinched in my leg and it just completely went dead. Like every muscle in my leg just fully relaxed. And I wasn't expecting it. So I just fully went down at an angle. I almost didn't even catch myself. I almost hit my head on the bathtub. I was like, holy shit. So the nerve that's pinched, it's going through my pelvis. So you've got this thing called like an SI joint, a sacroilius joint or whatever, where a nerve threads through a notch in your bone, in your pelvis. And that notch in my pelvis isn't big enough and it's got a bone spur on it and it pinches that nerve and then that nerve inflames so it can't pull through there. It gets stuck. So it feels like almost like I got a rope tied to my foot up through my leg. And when I extend my leg, I can even feel a tug on it. It's really weird feeling. But if I move in a way that pinches that nerve even more, it just like cuts off the signal. It's weird. It's like pinching a garden hose and the water doesn't go through it anymore. You just lose all control of your muscles in your leg. And it's fucking scary. It's really scary, especially when you're on the stairs. Like when I'm on the stairs now and I come down, I don't trust that leg. What I do is I bring that leg down and then I put all my weight on the railings on either side and then I bring my other foot down. And I only trust my right leg right now. I don't trust my left leg at all. Your dad has arthritis in his SI joint, so he has to get steroid shots in there now to avoid pain. That's exactly where I'm at too. You could classify what I have as arthritis is inflammation of the joint, and that's what I have. So yeah, so I have to get those steroid shots, but insurance won't cover them. I pay $1,200 a month that I don't have for insurance that doesn't cover these steroid injections that I need. It only covers shit that I don't need. It's so stupid. And then you got to pay like $6,000 towards the deductible for them to cut. And they still won't cover the steroid injections, even if I pay the deductible, like, because it's like, it's an out of the support thing. Cause it's a name brand medication that there's no generic for. So I'm just like, fucked. I just have to pay for that when I need it. But, I got to figure out something though, cause that ain't going to work. I don't know. The more I think about it, the more stressed I get. life was so much easier a couple of years ago. But I'm still very fortunate to have what I have. Like, honestly, my wife is my best friend. My son is my best friend. I couldn't be surrounded by more supportive people. You guys have been all absolutely amazing. Life's just tough. It's tough for a lot of people. You know, it's like, I gotta suck it up. Oh, thank you, Funny Sonny. I appreciate it. What do you think of the future of Suno and how it's evolving now? It's crazy, dude. Suno is getting way too good for its own good. I swear there's already full AI bands. They're not advertising that they're AI bands, but they're creating music with Suno, and they're literally getting it like in the Amazon marketplace, in the Apple marketplace, and actually selling it, which is just mind blowing to me. There's already people on Fiverr that are just making shitloads of money by composing music for people by just taking their description of the music, pasting it into Suno, taking the song, extending it to however long they want it with a premium account that they pay like $9 a month for, and then giving it back. And then like they become like the #1 song creator on Fiverr because they can create like a 3-minute song for $5 when the next best person is like 30 or 40 bucks. So AI is really cheapening the work of artists, sadly. And the weird thing about it is AI is creating derivative works of those artists. So those artists' work is ultimately using against it. It's like everything you create that's unique, as soon as you show it to the public and AI trains on it, now the AI is capable of taking the best parts of what made that unique, applying other parts that make it even better and more unique, and then allowing somebody to sell that derivative work without violating any kind of copyright. So AI is like the loophole is the poop hole. You know what I mean? So we're going to have to figure out how to navigate that, because if we don't, the economy is going to take a pretty big shit, sadly. Yeah, it does suck to have insurance that covers nothing. Really do hope it goes better in the future. I hope so too, Daniel. You know, we just do what we can. We do what we can. Luckily, I have a family that it's like, you know, I grew up dirt poor. My wife grew up in actually a fairly wealthy family, but I grew up dirt poor. My whole family's dirt poor. Like, I was fortunate to have a stretch of time where I had a really successful career at Microsoft, a really successful stint on YouTube after that. I'm very fortunate to have the life that I did, but at least my childhood and my teenage years prepared me to go back to that if I had to. Like, I don't need to be a millionaire. I don't need to be rich. All I want is a roof over my head and for my family to have a good life. That's it. That's all I want. We don't need everything. You know, I don't even need a fancy car. I don't need a fancy house. I don't need that. I just want them to have a good life. That's it. If that was a guarantee right now, I'd be so relaxed. Like, seriously, if I just knew that they were taken care of if I was gone tomorrow, that would relax me like none other. And I'm sure that's true for a lot of people, you know? So that's what I need to focus on, is I need to find a way to make sure that that is possible before I croak. And then after that, I can focus back on trying to enjoy my own life more. You feel like Medicaid would be better? And that's the thing, is like, I'd have to go on disability, and that's an option. Like, my doctor's been pushing for that for a long time. But if I go on disability, that changes my ability to work or my ability to operate a business and stuff. It changes a whole lot of shit. So I need to examine that before I jump the shark, because, you know, I don't want to fully give up, because I feel like if I give up, then I'm just going to die. It's weird. Like, I've talked to my therapist about that, but it's like, as soon as I don't feel useful and I don't feel like I can derive some kind of success from life or whatever, I feel like I'm just going to rot away. And I feel like I've already largely started to some degree just from being laid up and not being able to do the things that I want to do. And I feel like my mind is atrophying from not constantly like chasing the squirrels. So I don't want to do something that basically puts me in a position to quit. That's what I don't want to do. That's why I haven't gone on unemployment. I could have gone on unemployment like a dozen times. I didn't do it. Like, I don't want to admit defeat. But if I have to swallow my pride, and that's just how it has to be at some point, so be it. Like, but I'm going to try to do everything I can first. Can't you go on it and then disable tips and ads and all monetization? Yeah, but then I wouldn't make any money. That'd defeat the purpose. Like, if I have to go on disability and I can't run a business, and I can't make any money from doing it, then that would completely defeat the whole purpose. Like, the goal is to actually have a job and support myself, not, you know, just stream to stream. Of course I could still stream. I can still like live stream and just do it for fun, like a hobby. Sure. But I want to do it as a business. Like, I want to be able to make it work. When am I returning to Twitch? Hopefully Monday. Hopefully Monday. I wanted to stream yesterday, but I started hurting really bad again in the afternoon, and I didn't have any more pain medication, so I had to just kind of like suffer it out. But Monday is the day I want to shoot for returning, or maybe even tomorrow. I mean, I'm doing a weekend stream might be a good way to kick things off too. Even though I don't usually stream on Sundays, it might be a good idea. Honestly, why not try semaglutide? Seems to help with inflammation and a plethora of issues. Already did. Semaglutide did not work well for me. After 14 days, I was in tremendous amounts of pain and I felt very sick to my stomach. The doctor said, sadly, feeling sick is just a normal side effect of semaglutide that most people experience. It's just something it's normal to feel sick and to feel very lethargic. And plus I can't afford it. I can get a month's supply every once in a while as a sample from the doctor, but it's $1,200 out of pocket and insurance doesn't cover it unless it's for diabetes, which I'm not diabetic. Surprisingly, I'm not even pre-diabetic. So, well, thank you, Funny Sonny. I appreciate that. Allah, God, Jesus, whatever people call the universe, science, whatever it is. Hey, I'll take help from anybody.
I'm Pickle Rick!
I love this thing.
I turned myself into a pickle, Morty! I'm Pickle Rick!
I'm Pickle Rick! Turn myself into Pickle Morty. I'm Pickle Rick! Have I been able to rip the Subaru lately? No, the Subaru hasn't been driven. I just charged the battery on it yesterday, rolled it, and my wife helped me wash it, but it's got a bunch of pink like iron oxide spots in the paint, and the paint's coming off in a bunch of places, and there was like mold all over the outside of it. Luckily the inside's still pretty decent, but it's the worst that's ever been. I rolled it so it didn't flat spot the tires, so but yeah, it needs to get driven. The reason I haven't driven it though is because the pain in my back on my left leg, I can't push the clutch. So like when I go to push the clutch, sometimes my leg just rebounds back and it hurts really fucking bad. And I don't want to be getting jarred with pain while I'm driving a car down the road. I don't want to endanger anybody else. So I've been just driving my wife's vehicle if I need to go to a doctor's appointment. Have I checked out the Blueprint thing by Brian Johnson? Yeah, I actually follow Brian Johnson. I followed Brian Johnson for a long time. I'm fascinated with the stuff that he's doing. I mean, a lot of it seems like some quackery with insufficient information, but I do like his approach. Our goals are a little bit different, though. I'm not trying to live forever. I'm just trying to fix what damage I can and live with my problems that I have. Have you tried the Wegovy type of drug? It helps with your weight issues. Wegovy still is a semaglutide-based medication. It's just a different brand name. They're all based on semaglutide. Like here, I'll give you the list of names of all the semaglutide medications. Here, give me a list of all the drugs that contain semaglutide. All right, stand by. AI is processing. The new way of asking the internet everything. I feel like I feel like AI is, you know how calculators made it to where you don't have to know a lot of math, and GPSs have made it so you don't have to know how to navigate or read maps and stuff like that. I feel like AI is that for everything else in between. So yeah, Ozempic seems to be working. No, Ozempic works. Don't get me wrong. Semaglutide is an amazing medication for losing weight short term. You can't use it long term though. It has too many side effects. Short term, it's amazing for losing weight. But it does have some pretty dark downsides. It also has some lawsuits associated with it now because they didn't really study it very well for weight loss. And so now there's some weird side effects. But no, no doubt it makes you lose weight because it completely suppresses your appetite. You just don't eat. It's not a medication that like boosts your metabolism or anything like that. It literally just makes your blood sugar levels not trigger your hunger. So you just don't eat, and you don't even really feel thirsty or drink that much either. You just don't. And then, so it's basically a starvation diet without the feeling of starving is what it is. But for me, it actually made me feel really sick to my stomach after the first week I was doing okay. The second week I started feeling nauseous, but the third week I had to quit because I was literally felt like I had to throw up all the time. And I just couldn't eat. Like the sight of food just disgusted me. Am I ever going to upload again? Hopefully, yes. Hey, thank you, Dav. I appreciate that. What switches am I running on the keyboard? These are Cherry MX Browns, my favorites. I like browns and blues are my favorites, but browns are like my happy middle ground. Blues are a little too loud. Ian says, I intentionally try to avoid using AI for coding for this reason. I wanted to be the one who figures out the solution. Oh, no, absolutely. But here's the thing in AI, it's like if you're just programming as a hobby, it's cool to do everything yourself. But if you're programming for money, AI can actually increase your productivity dramatically. So it's really hard for you to compete with other people who will use AI. If you refuse to use it yourself, you become a dinosaur, right? It kind of reminds me of when I worked at Microsoft. We'd have these old school devs that would come in and apply for a job. And they're like, oh, yeah, hardcore assembly dev. And we're like, well, we don't program anything in assembly anymore. Like, yeah, there's components of the operating system that were written in assembly like a million years ago. But everything else written on top of it has been object-oriented C or managed code. So we don't really do assembly. Like, assembly is still useful for debugging, but it's not really what we program. But they're like, oh, we can do anything in assembly. But it's like everything you can do in assembly, I can do 10 times faster in an object-oriented language. And you know, they'll argue with you, oh, but I control everything perfectly, so I can make sure I have perfect memory management and perfect this, and I can explain everything that's going on, and I can make the most debuggable code, blah, 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 blah. But it's like, yeah, but it takes you 100 times longer to create essentially the same thing that's incredibly similar. So it's not efficient. It's just not worth the money. And so you have somebody come in that's like, you know, a medium level developer who can program in C#, and then you have a rock star level assembly developer, and you're like, okay, go write me a web like an ASPX web application or something like that. And it's like this dude's done in like 2 days, and this guy takes like 4 months. But his code might be more optimal, or it could be the opposite. Whereas the other language is much more forgiving and allows you to get away with a lot more laziness. So like when you're looking at it from a purely like dollar to time perspective, assembly just isn't the language of choice unless you're programming on really low powered hardware where, you know, the economy of resources really counts, right? You know, if you're programming FPGAs and stuff like that and integrated circuits and you need to squeeze out every single ounce, then yeah, assembly developers are still super valuable. However, I could also argue with AI that I can just take the C# code of the equivalent and then tell it to optimize it and create the assembly counterpart. And by doing that as an amateur, I could probably get to your assembly solution faster than you just writing it in assembly in the first place if it's a complex application. Yeah, assembly code is really hard to maintain, by the way. It's very hard. Have I played with Claude 3.5 yet? I haven't. I don't think it's published on Poe yet. Let me go check. Let's see if they've got the new Claude yet. Okay, we got Claude 2, Claude 3 Sonnet, Opus, and Haiku. Oh, there it is. Claude 3.5 Sonnet. I have not seen that yet. Okay, here. Write me a Python script that will query every weather site it knows of on the internet and compare all the information for a given zip code and return the average weather consensus to the console. All right, let's see if this is kind of like just a test question to see if it can deal with several different things. Let's see what Claude comes up with. All right. Import requests, import statistics, zip code, API key, hit up openweather.org, API key. These all require API keys. So what I'm going to say is, okay, same thing, but without any need for API keys. Use other methods. Okay. There we go. Okay, import requests, beautiful soup. Cool, so it's going to parse it. Okay, zip code goes to weather.com, weather/today/L/zip code. Go to zip code, HTML parser, pull it, convert from Celsius to Fahrenheit. Get weather from AccuWeather, get weather from Weather Underground, get average weather from all 4 sites, return, and output. All right, let's see if it works. Let me pop that in a script here really quick. Notepad weather.py. Dump that in there. Okay, Python weather.py. And let's do 98. Let's see, what is Redmond's code? 512, 98512. Okay. And here we go. Let's see what it does. Hasn't crashed yet. That's a good sign. The average temperature for 98512 is 21.9 degrees Celsius. So it gave me the temperature. It didn't give me the full weather, but it did actually give me the temperature. I'm going to say, okay, add more information like wind speed and current. Actually, here I'll say add more information than just temp. But it did run. It did. That's great. Like on a first attempt like that, asking a question and getting a working application that didn't crash. That's pretty damn good. Okay, so now it's going to pull, okay, it modified the code to pull temperature, humidity, wind speed, and condition. So I'm going to copy that. We're going to open up weather.py. Typed in the wrong file name. There we go, notepad. Weather.py. Okay, I'm just going to select all the code, paste over the top of it. Let me make sure I grabbed it in the clipboard. Copy. Okay, select all, paste, save. Going to run the exact same thing again. Python weather.py. 98512. Hit enter. Okay. It now says, okay, for the area code 98512, weather information is average temperature 23.9 degrees C, average humidity 46%, average wind speed 8 miles per hour. Current weather conditions as of weather.com is sunny. Data sources weather.com. Okay, so far no crash. So that's 2 times now I modified the program and it hasn't crashed and it ran and did exactly what it said it was going to do. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to be more specific. I'm going to say I want all temperatures in Fahrenheit, and I would also like you to pull all the information that you can from each site about the current state of the weather and aggregate it into a single text field that gives an average of them all. I'm asking it to do an incredibly complex thing. So I'm curious to see how it achieves this goal. Okay, here we go. Okay, it quantified what I say is a feels like condition that it quantifies with each of the sites. Let me copy this. I have to say this is really good so far, because usually when you generate code, it doesn't necessarily work the very first try. You usually have to do a little bit of tweaking. So the fact that I'm just pasting this, and so far, let's see if it's 3 for 3. So let's do 98366. That I believe is either Bremerton or Port Orchard. Let's see what we got here. It's thinking. Yep, it worked. So current temperature for 98366 is 21.7. No, it's still giving me Celsius. Why didn't it do Fahrenheit? Hold on. Let's see here. It's 1F to Fahrenheit. Why did it not do Fahrenheit? Okay, changes. Keeps temperatures in Fahrenheit. It did not. It's still... Yeah, it's still showing temperature is Celsius. Did I not copy the code? Hold on. I think I may not have copied the code into the clipboard. Let me see. Yeah, I didn't copy the code in the clipboard. Never mind. I just ran the last one. Okay, I'm running it again. So I'm going to do 98366. Here we go. Oh, got my first crash. It says unable to retrieve weather information. Let me try 98052. Unable to retrieve information. Okay, so I do get an error. I'm going to say I get an error that says unable to retrieve information. Please make application skip over this error and continue and try to gather more information without crashing and trying to do as much as possible. All right, so what I'm doing is I'm going to see if it implements try catch blocks. It did. That's great. That's exactly what I would expect. So now it's gonna make the app hardened. So, ooh, it's writing a lot more code this time. Oh boy. Okay, yeah, this is gonna be way bigger program. Okay, lots of try and catch blocks. That's exactly what I want to see, because I want an app that's not gonna crash. Okay, I need to give me more code, so continue. Okay, there's the rest of the code. Let me copy this. I have to get it in 2 responses because it's such a big application. So we're gonna go to Weather PI. Paste it in there. Then I got to find after the else. Okay, so return aggregate text else, return this, copy that, paste that in here. I got to put it together from 2 different replies. That's fine. That looks good. Running it again. Ooh, now it added a new feature without me even asking. It says, oh, I can either put in the zip code or I can hit Q to quit. So 98052, that was nice of it to just add a little creature comfort. Okay, now it's fetching weather information. Here we go, here we go, here we go. I know, I wish you guys could see my screen. I'm just not set up for screen capture right now, but I will be soon. Okay, here we go. Weather information for zip code 98052 based on available data is the temperature is 70.5 Fahrenheit average. Humidity is 36 degrees average. Wind speed is 7 miles per hour average. And the reason it's saying average is because it's querying 4 different data sources. The current weather condition is listed as partially cloudy, and the reported conditions are partially cloudy and mostly cloudy. The data sources include weather.com and Weather Underground were the ones that reported all the information. Okay, so let me do like 98366. See for Port Orchard. Okay, it's fetching weather. So it's going to all 4 of the sites. Too much porn for me to show my screen? Yeah, you're not wrong. Yep, 69.95 Fahrenheit, humidity 51%, wind speed 10 mile an hour. General weather conditions partially cloudy. Again, comes from weather.com and Weather Underground. So now what I can do, so far this is working perfectly. Not a single like full failure except for, you know, it crashed when it couldn't reach the first weather site. And it looks like it's gathering weather from weather.com, AccuWeather, and Weather Underground. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask it to do one more thing. I'm going to say make application multi-threaded so it can query all data sources at the same time to increase performance. Minimize code to smallest code possible. And I'm going to say give live feedback of what is going on in the console, like telemetry as it's working. As it's working. And also report any unique fields that each site has that the other sites do not have. All right. We're basically coding like we're talking to the holodeck on Star Trek. Okay, so here's the minimized multi-threaded version of the script with live feedback and reporting for unique fields. Okay, it definitely did crunch the code way down. Okay, let's see. Wow. Okay, this actually made the code much tighter. Let's see if it worked. So weather.py. It did make it multi-threaded. I can see the multiple threads. I can see the try blocks still. All right, let's see what happens. This is actually very. This code is very compact. I'll be surprised if this actually works. Okay, 98052. Yep, fetch it. Oh wow, that worked perfect. Okay, fetching. It gave me live telemetry, fetching weather from weather.com, fetching weather from AccuWeather, fetching weather from Underground. Data received from AccuWeather, error retrieving data from Weather Underground, none type object with no attribute of group, so it was expecting something that wasn't there. Data received from weather.com for 98052, unique field by source, weather.com, UV index, and AccuWeather has pressure. So one has a UV index and the other one has pressure. However, it didn't give me the values. So that's basically useless. So I'm going to say I want the actual values of all the fields and not just the names. I want the data that is returned to be as verbose as possible to give me as much information as available on the current weather in the given zip code. Also return all the information about the zip code that you can find based on its coordinates and name of city or town. All right. This is how easy coding has become, guys. Codegasm is now just talking to an AI and cutting and pasting code. Oh, this is actually using a module I've never seen before. So pip, got to install new module. So pip install GEOPY. GeoPy. I've never used GeoPy before. So it looks like it's importing 2 modules from GeoPy, probably to gather information on that zip codes area. Oh, wow. This pulls a shitload of data. Oh, my God. This is a lot. Okay. So let me do notepad weather.py. And by the way, to write a program like this would take, you know, if I did this by hand and I had to do the research on each of these sites and figure out this could easily take me like, you know, 5 to 8 hours to do the same amount of stuff I'm doing in seconds. So it's a huge time saver. So Python, weather.com, let's see, run it again. Okay, so 98052. Okay, there we go. Data received from AccuWeather. Oh, wow, that worked phenomenally. Okay, so check this out. So fetching information for each of the sites, and it gives me the full URL that it's pulling data from, so I can click on it and open it in a web browser. It says data received from AccuWeather, data received from Weather Underground, data received from weather.com. So in the order it's receiving them from the threads. And then it says your detailed weather report for 98052 is as follows. Location information. Address 98052. This is Redmond, located in King County, Washington, United States at latitude 47.6841, longitude negative 122.115. The display name is 98052 Redmond, King County, Washington, United States. Weather.com, unique data, temperature 77 degrees Fahrenheit, humidity 37%, visibility 10 miles, UV index is 6 of 11. AccuWeather and Weather Underground report no data for this. So it did still screw up. It didn't get the data from Weather Underground and AccuWeather that it wanted. But again, I could easily massage this to fix it, right? I could even go look at those sites and give it the HTML from those sites, and then it could figure out how to extract the data, right? So like if I wanted to, I could go to, just an example, let me open up Weather Underground. It wasn't able to get the information from Weather Underground. So let me copy this URL. Come on, copy. Copy, damn it. Why are you not copying? There we go. I'm going to open here. I'll show you guys the URL that I'm doing right there. I just put it in chat. So this URL is supposedly where it's trying to gather data for Weather Underground. And it says page not found. Okay, so that's why I couldn't gather any data from it. So that URL is malformed. So what I need to do is figure out what the real structure would be. So I'm going to go 98052, Redmond, Washington. And, because the URL has to have the name of the city in it, weather/US/Washington/Redmond/98052. So I need to know the city name. So let me take that out. Okay. Okay, now I've got the proper thing. So this is the syntax. I just went and checked the syntax, and this does work. So that's the syntax that works. So now I'm going to go back and ask the AI, knowing that now. I should be able to go to the AI and say the syntax for the URL to Weather Underground is as follows. Please update the code to use this new structure. And I'll say zip code. Cut that out and enter. Now this should rewrite the code. And so again, what I did is I just went to the website. I put in the zip code manually because it said error 404. So obviously that's why it wasn't getting data. So I put in the thing. I grabbed the URL that it generated and pointed me to. I just fed that back into the AI and say, this is what the URL should look like for AccuWeather, not the one that you thought was correct, which is probably old data, right? So now that I have that, let me copy that and see if it fixed it. And now it can get the data from there properly. Hold on. It's trying to run again. I got to kill it. Come on. Come on, damn it. Work. This is coding now, guys, though. You know, it's like, I can see why developers and content creators alike and shit are scared of this stuff. Because it's like, I mean, look at all the time. It's like people that have, like, you know, gone to school to learn, like, advanced math. And then a calculator comes along that you can just talk to in plain English and do formulas, right? It's like you don't have to figure out the formula for equals MC squared. You can just be like, I want to explain to me like a 4-year-old, you know, what the speed of light, you know, means. Like, you know, it's that kind of like undermines all that education. It makes people feel like, well, shit, why did I waste all that time learning that and understanding it when it's no longer relevant and everybody can come to the same conclusion? I mean, it's a little bit more complicated than that, but still, you know what I mean? All right, 98052. Here we go. Let's see if it can now get weather from Weather Underground. Nope, still did not get the proper weather from Weather Underground. Why not? Here, let me copy it. Copy. I feel like it didn't paste it. Weather. Let me make sure it pasted it here. So try that. Run it again. 98052. Oh, man. Yeah, it still didn't get the data. Interesting. So let me double check the URL and make sure it's proper. So weather/US/Washington. I think that's correct. Let me go check. Weather/US/Washington/98052, right? Weather US. Okay, so weatherunderground.com /weather/USA/Washington 98052. Let me copy it and paste it in there just to make sure there isn't a character that's messed up or something. Nope, that data is correct. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go view page source. I'm going to copy everything out of view page source here. Is that correct? Okay, I'm going to copy view page source. I'm going to go into PO, and I'm going to say this. Okay, still not getting any information for Weather Underground. This is the HTML from the website when I navigate to there manually. Try to fix the code based on this to gather the data needed, and then in quotes, paste. Let's see what happens. Oh, it was way too much code. Shit, I didn't realize it was that much. This request is too large. Can you do attachments? Oh, you can do attachments with this. This is multimodal. Wonderful. So that means I can copy all this. I can just do notepad html.txt. I'm going to paste this in there, and I'm going to feed it in. So I'm going to go to PO again. I'm going to say I would like to attach a document. ctemp html.text. I'm going to say this, the attachment contains the HTML from Weather Underground. Based on this, you should be able to extract the proper data in the new code. All right, let's see what it does. Okay, it's analyzing my document. Thank you for the updated HTML content. I understand the source code for Weather Underground page for Redmond, Washington. However, without full rendered page of dynamic content, I cannot extract the specified weather information. Oh, it recognized it's not the fully rendered page. Aha. So what I need to do is go back to the page. I need to do right-click inspect element. And there it is. Got it. Okay. Copy this. Go to the top. Copy everything. Right-click. Wait, how do I just copy the entire... Here, right-click. Copy. Inner HTML. Where is it? Copy element, outer, selector, JS styles, XPath, full XPath. Copy element. All right, let me try this. Notepad HTML. Okay, saved. Oh, perfect. That's what I wanted. Okay. So now I've got the actual inspect element HTML, which should contain the data that it wants. Let's try this one more time. HTML.text. All right, this should be the updated HTML with the information you need. All right, let's see what happens. This will be my final test. Let's see what we got. By the way, you're still paying for Adobe still? No, I stopped paying for Adobe a long time ago because I couldn't afford it. I canceled it like a year ago. Okay, thank you for providing the context HTML file. It's an Angular application as evidenced by the Angular specific attributes and components. The document includes a header section with the navigation menu such as sensor network, maps, and radar. There's such functionality implemented. The page seems to be displaying weather information for a specific location, likely Redmond. Okay, no, that's not what I asked. I'm going to say, okay, so use that data. Okay, copy. Okay, modify the code so that the Weather Underground function gets data from the data using the HTML structure from the attached document, which shows the HTML the site displays for area code 98052, but change everything so it can get data from any zip code passed into the application. All right. I had to be a little bit more specific with it, but that's okay. That's okay. All right, here we go. I understand you want to modify the Weather Underground function. Okay, here it goes. It's doing it. Okay. Copy, beautiful soup. Oh, this time it actually... Okay, what's this one doing? Okay, I think I may have exceeded its parameters. So let me go grab the original source code again, because it's forgotten the original program that it wrote because I fed it in like 9 trillion characters of the wrong HTML. Let me go all the way to the top. I'm going to grab the last code that worked, which is this one. So I'm going to copy that. I'm going to say copy. Okay, modify this code to gather information from Weather Underground using the format of HTML in the attached document. And then do that, paste the code, and then paste HTML and go. All right, this will be my final time messing with this, and I'll mess with it more later. Because, yeah, without the screen capture, you guys are probably pretty confused with what I'm doing right now. Yeah, that's just it. What's funny. I agree with you. Yeah, without being able to see it, this is just dumb. I just wanted to see if I could do it. I need to get set up better. Okay, so it says, okay, modify the code. Just change the get weather API to this code. Let me see if that works. It just told me to replace one function. So I'm going to open up my weather.py. I'm going to look for one function called get weather. There it is. Get weather patterns. Patterns for weather underground. URLs. Weather underground zip code. Here we go. Weather underground zip code. Copy that in. URLs. I'm curious to see if this works with just a simple replacement. Okay, then under patterns, we need to change out weather underground pattern. That's cool how it's using templates. That's actually pretty clever. So when I say it's using templates, what it's doing is instead of just like hard coding the places where it gathers the data from each website, it's actually creating a template of what the HTML looks like on each site, and then it's normalizing each parameter. So like if there's a different span or a different div or a different HTML tag that contains the data for like temperature, feels like, or condition, or humidity, wind, visibility, it's normalizing those across multiple fields, then just giving different like almost regular expressions for matching those elements for each different website, so it normalizes it. So regardless of what the HTML looks like on each site, it can gather that data in a format and make it normalized locally, so it looks the same. So as far as the code is concerned, once it runs through this, all of the data is going to look the same. It's going to be just one object that looks identical. So it's a really good way to do it. So kill that. Okay, Python, weather.com. Let's see if I can get anything from AccuWeather now. 98052. Go, baby, go. Okay, get weather underground, and nope, still didn't work. It gets all the data from weather.com, and it gets all the geographical information, but yeah, weather underground data is still blank. So I'm just going to say there is still no data displayed for W underground. Okay, let's see what it says. I apologize for the confusion. If there's still no data displayed for weather underground, it's likely due to the change in their website structure or protection against web scraping. Let's try a different approach to extract the data from weather underground. We'll use Beautiful Soup to parse the HTML more efficiently. Okay, it says include, okay, so get weather underground weather and get weather. Okay, it's telling me how to modify it, so I'm going to make one more modification. Weather.py. Okay, it says it wants me to change. It wants me to import requests in Beautiful Soup, which I have. It wants me to do get weather underground information. There's a function called get weather underground. Where is it? Get weather underground. Copy that. Then it says copy that above get weather. So it's creating a special case just for weather underground. And then it says under get weather, it wants me to add a condition. And that condition is if source equals weather underground. If source weather underground, return weather underground weather zip code, else use the alternative method. Okay. All right. I can get behind that. Let's see if that works. Python weather.py. Python weather.py 98019. Okay, receiving data from AccuWeather. That worked. There we go. So weather underground data, temperature 68F, mostly cloudy. That is, let me double check that. I want to see if that's correct. I want to make sure it did parse that data. So let me do here 98019. Okay, 77. Why does this say 68? It's still not correct. Why is it get? Oh, is it still getting it from 9? I bet you know 98052. I bet you it's still getting it from Redmond. No, that's 78. Okay, yeah, something's still a little fuckered up because it thinks it's 68 degrees, but that's incorrect. Here, let me try 98052. Yeah, it's showing as 68F, mostly cloudy, and that's not correct. It's 78. Wow, it's getting hot out. I need to get our AC up and running. Yeah, but I could fart with this. But I will say this is impressive. I do have to concede that this is pretty damn impressive. That because I haven't used Claude. This is the first time I've used Claude 3.5. If you guys are wondering, I'm using Claude 3.5 Sonnet for this demo. And it looks like it did a good job. Like all of the code that it created compiled and ran, which is great because a lot of AIs, even GPT-4o, a lot of the code that you write won't even run. It'll just error out immediately. So that actually worked. So I'm actually tremendously impressed with that. Here, let me see. Can I get back to my dashboard? Come on, dashboard. Where are you? Yeah, this worked tremendously well. So let's see here. Has it act as an agent? Even just hearing how you're manipulating the AI to build and modify is interesting. The screens will be awesome. Yeah, when I can show it, people will be more interested. Like, because when I can show it, because it makes a hell of a lot more sense when you're actually showing what you're doing, for sure. Have I used Cursor IDE? It's a fork of VS Code with other AI integrations. I can't say that I have. I'll have to check it out. What's funny? It's called Cursor IDE. Is it open source? Now, let me check it out. Cursor IDE, the first AI code editor. Download for Windows. If you guys want the code, it looks like it's right here. Backed up by OpenAI. Oh, does that mean you need an OpenAI API key for it to work? Because OpenAI doesn't allow for. I don't believe OpenAI you can use without a key. Because they don't allow screen scraping officially. So 3.5 Sonnet released this week or last. I'm not sure when it released. I just became aware of it today. Let me see here. One more modification 3 hours later. Hey, that's how it works, man. You just keep doing shit until it works. Oh, they do have some free tiers? Okay, well, here, I'll download it and play with it, like, for sure. If it allows me to use a proxy, like if they actually allow me to use a proxy for it, then I'll be able to use it. Because I do have some proxies set up that can access OpenAI through Poe using it basically translates screen scraping into a pseudo fake API that responds the same. It's some guy wrote it on GitHub. If they allow me to point it to different source, I should be able to use that. Let's see here. Kyle K said, I'm no coder, but could it be if the site recognizes it's not a browser trying to pull info from it? You're absolutely right. You're actually absolutely right. I didn't even consider that. When Beautiful Soup is hitting the website, if it sees a different browser element, it's going to give different HTML. So what I really need, so I bet you if I modified the code to send a browser agent that convinces it that I'm using like Microsoft Edge or Chrome, that would probably solve the problem. All right, let's see. Okay, I'm using Visual Studio Code. I'm using English. Let's see. Or actually, it says you don't even need to specify it. Okay, Codebase, compute embedding for Codebase wide questions enabled. Command line, install code command, install cursor. Launch from the command line using code or cursor. Okay, that's cool. VS Code extension. Use extension or start from scratch. I'll use the extension. That's fine. All right, it is installing. I mean, it's a very cool, minimalistic looking UI. I really like that. The cursor, it actually reminds me of Visual Studio Code. That's pretty cool. Did you see that Sony is kind of abandoning PSVR 2? Oh, don't say that, dude. Last I heard, PSVR 2 is getting support on PC. Does that mean they're abandoning that too? I sure hope not, man. Okay, it says I have to, okay. To avoid abuse of our backend, we ask that you log in to use the AI features. Okay, I'll sign up for that later. Yeah, I'm going to check this out. This is the first time I've heard of it. I really like AI-enabled IDEs, though. It's a lot easier than just cutting and pasting shit into Notepad like I was doing right there. What is my opinion of CoPilot? It's been getting nerfed more and more all the time. Like CoPilot was actually like really good, but I don't know if Microsoft's like worried about being sued or whatever, but it seems like it keeps getting less and less useful as time goes on. Even GPT 4.0 seems kind of neutered. Like GPT 4.0 or Omni when it came out was like really good with code. Like it was a huge jump up from GPT 4. But then Claude 3 was like pretty much on par, even a little better. I'd even say Opus, the big Claude 3 model, was even better than GPT 4.0 for coding. And so, and now we got 3.5, which seems even another step above that. So I don't know. I kind of feel like OpenAI might be losing their grip. And by contrast, CoPilot, because CoPilot uses OpenAI, right? For the most part, that and Mixtral. So I feel like Claude is, and I haven't tried Llama for coding yet. Have you guys tried Llama 3 for coding yet? It's extremely good for like multimodal and image generation, but I haven't tried it for code generation yet. Sony has a history of abandoning cool projects. Just see how the Vita was. Oh, that's very true. Very, very true. You know what? Oh God, I'm gonna be so pissed if they don't do PC. Like, so Sony said they were gonna let the sorry, my brain is not working, guys. I'm really tired. So Sony said that PSVR 2 was going to get support on the PC. They announced that like months ago. They said that they're working on it. I think the timetable was like within this year, right? Now they're not making it anymore. So does that mean they've abandoned that? Because I'm pretty sure that's going to require some kind of hardware or breakout box to make that happen, right? Like, I highly doubt they're going to write a driver where you can just plug this thing into USB-C and it's just going to be happy. So I really wanted that because the PSVR has an excellent field of view. The OLED screen in it, just the way it displays light is amazing. If you play racing sims and you ever race like at dusk or anything, like when there's a light transition or with headlights and stuff, the light is so believable. Like out of all my VR headsets, the PSVR 2 by far has the most convincing light by like a landslide. Yeah, I know. I'm going over on streaming. I usually do. I'm supposed to only stream for 3 hours, but I just keep going. Alexa is dumb as a box of rocks. Alexa is. However, Amazon said that Alexa was supposed to get AI support like 1 billion years ago, and they still haven't given it to it. So I don't know why they're dragging their ass so hard. Everybody else is adding it. They were like one of the first people to say they were going to add it to an assistant. Like everybody else is beating them, even though they announced later. Let me look though. I want to see. So here. So PSVR 2 PC support. Okay, so official PC support. Sony has announced PC VR support for PSVR 2 expected to roll out in August of 2024. The adapter requirements. The adapter is crucial for, yeah, so there has to be an adapter. Minimum PC specifications. Sony outlined the minimum requirements. That's fine. So I want to see if this is canceled. Like, if this is canceled, that's going to be so sad. Here, I'll give you guys a link. Alexa's going to charge $10 a month for AI. That's kind of dumb, considering how many AIs are basically just free, you know, as long as you're not using them like 5,000 times a day. Anybody that's offering AI, like at Amazon scale, should be able to do it for free up to at least like a couple of hundred requests a month. So it's kind of weird that they're charging $10 out of the gate even for light use. Do you have any tips for dealing with software development burnout? I do, Emily. One of my biggest tips for software development burnout is to stop working on the projects that you're burned out on and just do fun shit. Like even dumb stuff. Like if you want to create a program, just like automate creating a video or automate, you know, sorting through your collection or create a website or something like that. Like do something that you want to do that's just silly and of zero professional value. Just something you want to do. Anytime I got code burnout, if I just walked away and didn't do any coding, then I'd come back and get even more frustrated. So what I'd usually do is just transition to coding things that I wanted to do that I normally couldn't justify because it was like, oh, I need to do work that makes me money. But actually going and just coding shit that I want to code and learning things I want to learn that normally I would abandon just because there was no real money in it. That would always rekindle my love for programming. And the same applies for other fields too, like 3D printing. It's like if you're just 3D printing shit, it's like, oh, I have to make a video or I have to have it be interesting and I have to have it this and other people need to like it more than me. When you do that, you kind of get burned out on it. But if you're like, you know what, I'm going to print controller holders and a bunch of shit that like videos, obviously like not a lot of people might watch them, but it's like legitimately shit that improves your life and like allows you to organize things and do things you want, like clips for under your desk and stuff. Then all of a sudden 3D printing becomes amazing again. And it's like fucking magical. So the best way to really fix burnout, and the same could be applied for content creator. Like if you got content creation burnout, making videos and stuff, then record shit for yourself. Record shit for just your friends. Like just if you're live streaming, do a live stream where you're playing games or doing stuff that you normally wouldn't do. Don't do it for the money. Don't try to keep the format that gets the most views. Just do something you enjoy and share it with the few people that do want to stick around and watch that. That seems to usually, light a fire. Do you have any idea what I could do with my spare Raspberry Pi Zero? Yeah, send it to P.O. Box 279 Duval, Washington 98019. No, I'm just kidding. Gamers Unite. I like the Raspberry Pi Zeros. That's a hard one because you can do anything with it. That's the cool thing about Raspberry Pis and Arduinos in general, right? You can do anything you want with them. It's like, you got shit laying around your room, little motors, LEDs, diodes, like go steal shit off of other components and plug it into it and make it do something. Make it blink a fucking light when you get an email, make it like, show the signal strength of your Wi-Fi network by blinking the light faster or shorter, depending on how far or how close you get to it. Make it control a fan, make it turn on a fan when you get an email. So a breeze indicates that you just got an email or a new message. Just stupid shit. Stupid shit is fun. Okay, that's the thing I like when I'm doing stuff with like if I'm playing with any kind of like integrated technology, or I don't want to spend all my time on a project that's like really difficult and takes a lot of time to like get to one goal. I like instant gratification. So what I usually do when I get shit like that is I just make it do a whole bunch of dumb shit. Like the first thing I did when I got an Arduino is I fucking made the thing connect via Bluetooth to my computer and just like randomly type keyboard shit. So that I could push a button on the Arduino and have it type like fuck you or whatever on the keyboard from like downstairs in the front of the house. It's like silly shit like that gets you interested. And the more silly shit that you can do and the faster you can do it, the more it like really opens up possibilities. And then you start thinking about ideas for useful shit, because just in the act of playing around and having fun and dorking off to entertain yourself and others, you started to learn some things that start getting put together in your head. And you're like, wait a second, if I take these three dumb things and I put them together, suddenly it becomes a useful thing. And that's how I come up with a lot of my ideas, honestly. Have I played anything with developing anything on blockchain? I haven't done any blockchain stuff since my crypto mining days. I really should, though. Emily said, oh, wow, that's a really good idea. You're the first person to say that. To be honest, everybody else just told me not to code at all, but it never worked. Thanks a million. Well, the problem is when you don't code at all, you come back even more frustrated because then you're even more atrophied. It's like you're burned out. You don't want to code anymore. You walk around, then you come back, and it's not like riding a bike, right? It's like when you're coding. It's like now you got a bunch of functions and classes and new versions of the frameworks that have been released, new compilers, and now you feel like you're behind. And now not only are you burned out, now you got to go learn a bunch of new shit that you would have just normally learned throughout the course of doing your job, right? So by segueing off and doing something that's just fun and pet projects, you're still staying engaged. You're still learning new technology. You're picking up new skills, but because it's not being forced, because you have to hit a goal, you're actually enjoying yourself. And that's what I find is you always enjoy stuff way more when you don't have to do it. The second that you have to do something, the second that somebody says, sit down, you better go into adult mode, you have to do this, you have no fucking choice, then like a petulant child, you don't want to do it. It immediately takes all value out of it and invalidates it, and you just fucking hate it. And it's like, as adults, we have to get through it, right? But it sucks. However, if you just leave somebody alone and say, oh, you don't got to do jack shit, then they just get bored and they start doing stuff to do stuff. So I find that the less that you have to do something, the more enjoyable it is, right? It's like, imagine if you went to Disneyland, right? You want to go to Disneyland to ride rides and experience new experiences and have fun. But what if somebody gives you a camera and says, you go to Disneyland, you have to document everything. You have to ride the rides in this order. You have to look at these wheels, this, you have to sit in a certain spot on the ride. You have to make sure you document this. During the ride, you have to narrate the whole thing as you're going into the camera without focusing on the event. Now you do that and you're like, I don't want to go back to Disneyland. You're like, fuck, even though you never really experienced it, how it truly is. It's like, now you're burned out on it because you're like, fuck, that was annoying that I had to do all that. It's like, but if you just go and I want to go on that ride. I just want to do that. I want to eat that turkey leg. Fuck it, I'm going to leave early. Oh, fuck it, I'm going to sit over there and just watch people for the next 8 hours. If you don't have to do it, then it's much funner. So you tricked yourself. So you make your work something fun. Like what I used to do is, like, if I was programming something for work and I got really frustrated with it. What I would do is just start adding features to it that weren't in the spec, or I'd add shit to it that was funny, or I'd fuck around with it and take out my anger by like changing all of the text into a mode where it was like jive or something, right? I just do silly shit, and in the process of doing the silly shit, I'd free my mind, I'd renew my interest, and then all of a sudden, usually I'd find something new along the way or solve a problem. It's amazing. Ryan said, you know how to engage your audience in learning cool stuff? You're that cool teacher everybody's eager to have a class with because you're just that good. You're not the first person to say that, and I thank you for that. I really do. When I'm actually not hurting and I'm in a really good mood, I am very passionate about the things I do. Like when I am squirrel chasing, I love taking people along for the ride. I'm one of those people where it's like an experience shared is way better than an experience by myself. So I always enjoy taking people along for the ride. And I also always enjoy not being the smartest person in the room. What's the saying? If you're the smartest person in the room, you should leave immediately. You should never be the smartest person in the room. If you're the smartest person in the room, you've got nothing to learn. And that's why I like being a content creator, is because everybody that sees what I do in live streams and stuff, there's a bunch of people that think I'm smart for it. There's a bunch of people that know stuff. They can see what I'm doing, and they're like, there's a better way to do it. And they can talk to me about it. And then in the process of learning that, I learned something new. And so it's like, so it's like this cool transaction where it's like I'm entertaining people. I'm learning new things. And then because I'm learning new things, other people are learning new things along with me. And I think that's cool. I think that's a lot of fun. Guys, I think I'm too tired to continue, so I think I am going to spin down. This has been an amazing tech talk today. I can't wait to get back to Twitch. I'm scared to death to even look at the dashboard. I'm sure I've lost another 2/3 of my audience. I don't know what I'm going to do, honestly. Like, all I can do is just stream and hope that they come back. But you can't give up. You can't give up. That's the number one thing. Once you give up and once you concede and you're like, I'm not going to do it, and you've convinced yourself you're done, you will be done. Like, there's no question about it, right? It's like when you're driving a car, it's like if all you think about is crashing and all you do is focus on the wall, you will crash, you will hit the wall. And it's like, yes, you controlled that outcome, sure, but is that the outcome you really wanted? It's like there may be relief in knowing that it's done and you no longer have to race anymore, but it's like because you controlled that decision. Me personally, I'd rather not control the decision or know the outcome and like try to get further. That's what I really want. But I do understand why people get into defeatist mode. It happens to me all the time. All the time. Trust me. I'm like I said, I show you guys what I want you to see. I'm no different than anybody else. I get super depressed. I get super introverted. I hide from people. I get so embarrassed with myself that I don't want to even be seen. I got all the same problems as everybody else. You know, it's just, you know, as a content creator, I get to pick and choose what you guys see. Gimpy G said, does sucks if you got to do it apply to masturbation? Or would you be rich if it was your job? Well, I'd like to think I'm really good at masturbation, so I think I would be rich if masturbation was my job. But honestly, if somebody forced you to masturbate more than you wanted to masturbate, you would quickly grow sick of it and you wouldn't want to masturbate anymore. As a matter of fact, I have friends that are porn stars, currently and retired. So that literally that's their job, is selling their body or having sex with other people on camera for money, right? And whenever I've asked them, like, do you still enjoy sex? The answer is yes, but not as much as I once did. And that's because sex used to be something special, that was something that, you know, it didn't happen as often. It was something that wasn't as anticipated. It wasn't something you had to do for money. It was something you purely did for pleasure. And when you do something purely for pleasure, it's completely different. The second it becomes a job, it takes a lot out of it. So, and it doesn't matter how good it feels. Like, because remember, a lot of the release you get from having an orgasm comes from the spontaneity and the excitement of the situation. If you know how it's going to go down and you have to do it for money, and you're literally in your head thinking about, this is what I have to appear to be doing, these are the sounds I have to be making, that my job is to create a fantasy for somebody else rather than live my own, that takes that fun out of it, which means now the orgasm is essentially fake. It's not real. So they're not even getting the joy out of the situation that they normally would. So everybody likes to think that porn stars have like this super amazing life. And it's like, no, man, I knew a dude who was a porn star who said he had to actually put a needle into his rod and inject shit because there was no other oral medication he could take to actually get hard anymore, because after a while his brain was just so exhausted that nothing aroused him anymore. Like, period. There's nothing. Like, he was unarousable because his mind was just so worn out from doing it day after day after day. And the only way you could do it was by actually physically injecting drugs like into the site to activate the muscles or to activate the blood response or whatever, rushing blood to the area. And I'm like, dude, that's not fun. That's not fun. You're taking something that's amazing, that's a fantasy for people that they wish they could have all the time and everything, and you basically just turned it into a painful experience. As soon as you do that, I guarantee you that dude would rather go fishing and golf. Like, you could put the prettiest lady in the world in front of him and he'd just be like, whatevs, dude. Like, I just want to go fucking play around a golf. I want to go bowl. I want to do something where I don't have to stab myself in the dick with a needle. like seriously. No joke. No matter how much you love something, as soon as it becomes a job, it is no longer enjoyable. The first deity said, when I tested Claude, it wasn't trained on GitHub's APIs. GPT had better capability to recommend and within specific public APIs. That is true. To be fair, OpenAI through Microsoft had pretty much exclusive access to GitHub. On the back end, super fast, like unrestricted access, whereas no other AI had that level of training available. But now pretty much every API has had ample opportunity to scan over the GitHub source code and many other repositories also. But GitHub is by far the largest. Hey, GTB, you have yourself a wonderful weekend too. And week. Robert Rittenhouse said, after almost 20 years, I hate tech. Wish I could make just as much farming. I know, right? And I guarantee you there's farmers out there. If they knew how to program software and they could make hundreds of thousands of dollars programming software, they'd fucking park their tractor and never look back. Because they do that every day. You do this every day. It's like one you love, one is a job. And you guys would trade places and you'd be happy as a clam. Until you realize that you couldn't go back and enjoy the other thing because you were too busy and stuck in that rut that you wanted. It's like everybody wants what they can't have until they have it, and then they realize, shit. So what humans really crave is diversity. We like a whole lot of different things and new experiences and change. We don't ever like everything to be predictable. As soon as everything is predictable and we know exactly how everything feels, it's like, if you skydive, the first time you skydive blows your fucking mind. The 1,000th time you skydive, it's still fun, but it's like you know what to expect. Therefore, it's not as exciting anymore, right? Hey, Gimpy, you have a wonderful weekend too, brother. Also, I would love to give a huge shout out today. Let me see. Can I get the activity feed up? Okay, why is it not loading? Dagnabbit. Why is the viewer activity feed not loading? I wanted to thank everybody that contributed today, and usually I have a list of users here, and it's not showing. Damn it, the activity feed's empty. Why? Well, sorry I don't have the list of names here, but I want to thank you guys for your super chats earlier. You guys are fucking OG. I appreciate it so much. So does AuxxZillary, too. Talking about the farm, did you watch the latest season of Clarkson's Farm? Yeah, we did. We love Clarkson's Farm. We watched it as soon as it came out. We binged it in like 2 days. Hey, Gimpy, you enjoy your weekend too, brother. You should check out that video to automate your life. Which video? Actually, you know what? Have you ever heard of like the chef at the 5-star restaurant that goes home and makes macaroni and cheese? Or the mechanic that works on Ferraris, but he drives a clapped out Honda with everything broken on it? People don't want to do in their personal lives what they do in their professional lives, right? Because they're just so worn out by it. I used to automate everything. My job for 15 years at Microsoft was to automate everything. I was literally an automation engineer. I programmed automation, telemetry. My job more or less was to replace as many manual operations as possible with automated ones that were equally or more reliable. And I loved it. I loved it for a very, very long time. It wasn't until the bureaucracy got involved in the end when it really started getting annoying, right? But I loved automation. And I would come home on the weekends and shit and eat and breathe automation here too. I loved it. I had everything automated. Automated light switches, automated electronics. Everything was tied to one remote. Now you fast forward to today and it's like I got like 15 different remotes that I can't be bothered to consolidate together. I've got everything I need to write apps for my phone and everything and use Arduinos to basically like make everything macros to control everything in my house with my voice across like 20 different ecosystems of technology. I have the shit. I just don't do it because I'm just kind of burned out by it. But I need to renew that passion, right? Because I want to, because I'm good at automation. Like I have a mind for automation. because I really that one of the things I love about automation is basically I bring an order to chaos, right? I'm basically the fucking Borg. You know, it's like I see all these different ecosystems, like Belkin Wemo switches, TP-Link Casa switches, different routers, one running pfSense, the other one running this, different Wi-Fi technology, you know, like the ingenious stuff mixed in with ubiquity stuff, like all these different ecosystems and things that speak different languages, different integrated technology and everything, but you can make it all work together. And I normally do that by programming the bridges myself, but you don't even have to do that anymore because now you got shit like, you know, HomeKit or whatever, where they've already done that. And there's modules for everything. And then if there isn't a module, you just write a module, plug it into the bigger ecosystem, and it does all the other stuff to work it out. So automation has gotten so much easier than back when I used to do it. If you want to automate something, it is easier to assume that you can do it than not. Like anything. Like right now, like just say I'll just pull something out of my ass. I want to, let's see, with just what I have in this house, I want to be able to ask my phone to start my car, my old style car with a key ignition and everything. I want to just say a command and have my car start up and warm up in my driveway for 10 minutes, charge up the battery a little bit, and then shut itself back down. Right? Let's say I wanted to do that. I have everything I need in this house to do that. 1,000 different ways. I have integrated technology. I have relays that I can either, you know, pull out of a component box or grab from another piece of electronic device in my house. I have stepper motors to move things like that I can harvest off of 3D printers. Like I have all the shit, right? I can assume that I can do it. And I can even with AI, I can even accelerate the process, right? It's like, just think through it. It's like, okay, I want to automate my car. Well, I have to have the key in the ignition to start my car. Well, no, I don't. I can bypass the ignition. I can put a switch in my car so that when I get out of the car, I flip the switch and it bypasses the key and just directly hot wires the ignition so that I can start it remotely, just like you would with a remote start, right? Instead of going and buying an expensive remote start and learning the protocol and the encryption and everything to talk to it, why not just put a switch in my car? So when I get out of my car, I flip a switch. It doesn't need the key anymore. Now I can remotely start it by sending a pulse to an Arduino, having a solid state relay bridge the two components to kick the starter on for 2 seconds or whatever, and then disengage when the RPMs of the engine register. So boom, now the engine's running, right? Make sure it's in neutral. I'd probably want to put a neutral switch in there too to make sure that it's in neutral so that if it's in gear, it will not start. Luckily, I could use OBD2 to determine that because OBD tells me which gear the car is in. So now I go down, I hotwire a couple things. I put a little ESP32 with Bluetooth or Wi-Fi under the dashboard. Now I come upstairs and I take another device or whatever, plug into my computer with USB or whatever, the broadcast, or I connect over Wi-Fi or connect over Bluetooth. And I establish a connection. I create a basic driver. I don't even need a driver. There's already a serial driver there. I could just make it text-based, right? And I send a text to say start. And it starts, and I send a text to say stop. Or I do a timer so it counts down itself and stops. That way, if it can't reach it later, it doesn't just sit there and idle forever. So now I take that, and now I go create an Alexa script, a command that when I say to Alexa, it now triggers something, and if this, then that, which then sends an email, which then that email gets intercepted by an intermediate agent that reads my email, processes that into a command, and sends the pulse to the car. And that's without using HomeKit. I could also use a HomeKit module to do that. But then I could just add that, and it's like, you know, after the course of a day or two, now I can just say, hey, warm my car up, or, you know, and then I could create a scheduled event that every week, if my car is in the driveway at these GPS coordinates, then I want you to start the car for 10 minutes, charge up the battery, keep the doors locked, then shut the car down, and then report back to me with an email, the last voltage detected of the battery. Or I can even have it pull the battery voltage every couple of minutes from the OBD2 port. And if because OBD is an open protocol, right? Plain text open protocol, have it pull that. What's the battery voltage? As soon as it drops below a certain level, start the car until the battery voltage comes back up. Shut the car down. As long as the battery voltage stays above like 13 volts or 12.5 volts or whatever, then it's good. And I know the car can start again. And then if it drops below that, have it start the car again, charge it back up. And then I'd never go out to a dead battery no matter how long the car sat. Well, unless it ran out of gas. Well, luckily I don't park my car in a garage, so that wouldn't be a problem about carbon monoxide. So anything that you want to do, you can come up with an automation for it. You know, it's like everything can be automated. Everything can be automated. It's like, do I want my computer to be automated, turn it off? Do I want my screens? Okay. Let's say I don't want a remote. Right now, the way I turn on my screens is I have a universal remote because this came with 3 remotes that were coded specifically to the TVs. So instead, I bought a universal remote so I can just go bing, 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 turn them on, bing, 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 turn them off. Or I have an app on my phone that I can go in and select the TV and click on or off. And then over Wi-Fi, it tells the TVs to turn on or off, or it'll tell me if they're on or off remotely. So that's a nice little thing. Well, let's say I just want to turn them on with a voice command, or I want to turn them on when I walk into the room. I can take a $5 ESP32. I can take a $1 motion sensor, right? Just a little $1 motion sensor component. All I have to do is plug it into 2 pins on the Arduino, right? I could even do it with wires, hang them off, do a 3D print, make a little case for it, stick it on the door, wire it into power with a 12 volt, converter, coming out of the light switch socket if I don't want to put batteries in it, or put a battery in it that lasts like a couple, weeks, and I just charge it every once in a while. And now when I open up the door and I walk through, it triggers that sensor. When it triggers the sensor connected to my Wi-Fi network, it sends a command to a RESTful API server. That RESTful API server then issues the commands to send all the TP links that are in this room with the name Nerd Cave at the beginning of the name. So it queries all the TP link devices in the house, and everything that's Nerd Cave, it just sends a pulse of on. And then it turns on all the lights. And when I leave, same thing. When it detects a second motion, it turns them all off. I could do that if I wanted to. Right? It's like, it's not difficult to do. You just have to compartmentalize it, break it down into its segments, and then attack each segment. And with AI, I don't even have to write the code, right? Like with AI, it's like I can just open up code. Let's see, do I still got Claude open? Okay, so Claude 3.5 Sonnet. Let me open that up again. Claude 3.5 Sonnet. I'll say, okay, write me a Python script. Let's see, what are these? These are Casa. I believe these are Casa. I don't know if they're still connected to the network right now, but we'll try. So write me a Python script that will find all of the Casa TP link Casa networked automated outlets on my 192.168.1.1 through 168. Hold on here. 192. Damn it. 192.168. 2.0 here. 1.0. 1.1 through 1.4. There we go. Let's see. X dot 0. X 0 and then 4.0. There we go. Okay. And let's see here. And turn them off and then back on in 10 seconds. Okay. Let's see what it can do. Okay. Writing some code. Okay, cool. That looks like a relatively simple piece of code. So keep in mind, I'm not coding anything, right? No development whatsoever. I'm just going to try this. I don't even know if it'll work. We'll see. Notepad. Here, let's see your lights on.py. Okay, paste that in there. I'm just going to run Python lights on py. Okay, it's running. Let's see what happens. Okay, lights on. It says when error 10.0.22, an invalid argument was supplied. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab that text. I'm going to paste it into the box. See if I can correct the error. Okay, it's writing me new code now to handle this error. Okay, copy in the new code. We're just going to go open that back up again, paste it in there, and run it again. See what happens. Okay, still getting an invalid argument is supplied. Try it again, give it one more chance. And then I'll debug from there. Okay, it's trying a different method. Again, I'm not telling it anything else. I'm literally just copying the error, right? Just copying the error. I'm not giving it any more information. Run again. Okay, it's scanning 192.168.1.0/24 subnet. So it's looking for Casa TP link devices. Let's see what happens. We'll just let that scan in the background and see if it finds anything. So in looking at the code, okay, now it's scanning 192.168.2. So I have 4 subnets in my house. I believe these are on subnet 4. So it's going to be the last subnet it queries. So it looks like it's scanning 192.168.1.0 through 192.168.4.0. Class 24, which I think is 0 to 255, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, now it's scanning 192.168.3.0. And now it's still scanning. Let's see when it gets to 4. Curious to see what happens. Come on. Come on. Ooh, it's taking a while to scan 192.168.3.0. Okay, now it's scanning 192.168.4.0. Let's see if it finds anything. I'm curious. You know what I didn't check, though, is I actually don't know if these are actually connected to the network right now. Let me see if they are, because I've been fucking with my network lately. If this doesn't work and it's my fault, let me open up Casa app and see if they're accessible. Stand by. Okay, it's logging in. Found 5 TP-Link devices. Turning off all outlets. It's doing stuff. Hold on. Okay, it found loft light, Xander's bedroom light, Jerry's bedroom light, backyard light, and Vario Aero VR. And it said it turned them all off and it turned them all on. So it did work. It didn't get these ones. These ones aren't connected. I thought my ceiling lights were connected. I need to reconnect them. They're not connected. I just checked, but it did work. I heard it click. I heard it click behind me. So it turned off and turned on. So it found them. So that's fucking crazy. Like, look at that. I didn't write any code. All I said is, hey, go find all the TP-Link devices on my network and turn them off and then turn them on 10 seconds later. I mean, that's fucking wild. Like, I mean, look at this. Here, I'll show. Let me see if I can paste the output here so you guys can see it. So this is what it looks like. Here, actually, wait. It's not letting me post it all. Give me a second. I'll put it in a couple different chunks so you guys can see it. These are just my local IPs, so I'm not putting anything at risk. But you can see, it scanned the networks, all 4 networks, and on the 4th network, it found 5 TP-Link Casa devices, so it found the smart outlets. And it even pulled the names from the outlets. It issued an off, and then 10 seconds later issued an on and turned them all back on again. I mean, how fucking cool is that? Like, I mean, and the code is, the code is 60 lines. And it even has try, so they use try catch blocks so it wouldn't crash. It looks like it's importing Casa from a library called SmartPlug. So it looks like somebody wrote a module specifically that can control TP-Link devices. What about Wemo? Like, yeah, this is all just AI coding, guys. I'm not writing any code. This is all cut and paste. Like, here, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to alter the code. I'm going to say, okay, instead of turning devices on and off, simply show all of the information for all of the automation devices that were found on the network. Also look for other types of automatable devices like Belkin, Wemo switches, and other types of devices that can be discovered and remotely issued commands to turn on or off or do anything else for that matter. All right, so I'm telling it, hey, just write the code. I don't want you turning shit on and off. I just want you to scan the network looking for like any kind of automatable devices that you can think of and return all the information on them. That's it. So I'm just like, just write me this code. So I'm gonna go paste that in there. I'm gonna run the code. That's all I did. It already wrote it that fast, right? So Python, where'd it go? What did I call it? I forgot what I called the file. Lights on. Okay. It's not an appropriate name anymore, but it's fine. So Python, lights on. Just gonna run it. Okay, it says, it needs a module installed. So it looks like because I said Belkin Wemo switches are one of the things I wanted to look for because I do have some of those deployed. So I'm going to do pip install pi Wemo, which is a module apparently for controlling Wemo devices. So I'm installing that right now. Okay. And this shit is like growing at an alarming rate, guys. The evolution of this technology is fucking insane. Okay, it installed, no problem. So now I'm running Python lights on. Now it's searching my network. Oh, we're getting the invalid argument command again. So I gotta do what I did before. It looks like it repeated the same error. So I'm gonna give it the invalid argument so that it rewrites it. It says, yes, I apologize for the persistent error. It says the discover.discover method from Casa library is causing this issue. Let's try a different approach. Remember, it created that error the first time around. So unfortunately, when I gave it new directives, it committed the same bug again. So I just have to show it. Okay, now it's scanning. So I'm going to let it scan my network and see what it finds. Right now it's scanning all 4 subnets. Now, right now it's scanning one subnet, then the next subnet, then the next subnet. All I have to do is tell it to make it multi-threaded, and now it'll scan all 4, and it'll increase the performance of the application by many times over. Real Play said, which AI are you using? Right now, through Poe, I'm using Claude 3.5 Sonnet. So Claude 3.5 Sonnet. First time I've used it, by the way. I normally use Claude 3.0 for coding and GPT-4o or Omni. This is the first time I've used Claude 3.5, and I'm actually really impressed with it so far. Everything that we've done as a live demo on the stream has required absolutely no code changes by me. It's all been purely cut and paste, and it worked for the most part first time out. So, it's pretty wild how much this can do. And the thing is let's say it can't do everything. Let's say the program that you're writing is unique. It's novel, right? So obviously AI doesn't have enough information to do the novel thing that you're thinking of that nobody else has ever done before. What it can do is still get you as many of the components and pieces that would be used as stepping stones to get there, all set up, established, and well developed so that you can just focus on the merging of them. And then you can train that merging back into the system if you want. You can train it back in either directly into the model or by giving it context in future queries. And let's see, what did it find? Okay, it's querying. Found 5 Casa devices. Oh, it didn't find any of the Wemo devices. It only found the TP-Link Casa devices this time. But this time it gave the IP address, the MAC address, the alias, the model of the device. And then it had a bunch of event loop or closed errors. Let me give it these errors and see if it can fix it. Copy and paste. All right. It says, I apologize for the oversight. This error is occurring because we're trying to access the is-on property of a generic smart device object, which isn't implemented on this device. We need to handle different types of Casa devices separately, so let's modify the script to make it more robust. Okay, so it's modified the script, copying in the new code now, and just rerunning it verbatim. Let's see what happens. Knowing what question to ask is the biggest hurdle, seemingly. The funny thing is, you really don't even have to know the right question to ask because the AI can even help you with that. So, like, let's assume that I don't know anything, right? Let's assume, let's take this different angle on this, okay? A little bit of a different angle. So let me open up a new window. Let me open up a new Claude 5.7. Let's assume that I don't know anything about coding and I don't know how to ask it the questions, okay? Let's just say I want to achieve a goal. That's all I want to do. I want to achieve a goal, right? I got some automation thing I plugged in. I bought a thing. I plugged a thing into it. I put it in the wall, and I want to write a thing that I can run that just turns it on and off, and I don't know shit about shit, right? Let's just ask it questions like a layman would, right? Let me say, I just purchased a device on Amazon that I can plug my lamp into and then use my smartphone to turn on and off using an app. Can you make me something that I can run on my Windows computer that will find that device and turn it on or off for me depending on what I want it to do when I run the thing you make? I'm not even going to tell it language. I'm not going to tell it what device, nothing. I'm just going to say, hey, this is what I want. Can you do this? Okay, creating Windows application to control a smart plug device purchased from Amazon can be complex as it has several factors. You need the specific brand and model of the smart plug. The communication protocol uses Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, Zigbee, etc. Whether the manufacturer provides API or SDK for third-party developers. Without knowing these details, it's difficult to provide a complete solution. However, I can give you a general approach and some code snippets that might help you get started. Identify the smart plug's brand and model. Research if the manufacturer provides an API or SDK for Windows development. If available, use the manufacturer's API to create a Windows-specific application. Here is the basic structure of an application. It wrote one called Smart Plug Control. It looks like it wrote it in C#. It just defaulted to C# using Windows Forms. I'm going to say, I don't know anything about programming. Can you just make me something I can cut and paste into a text file and run it from the command line in Windows, or just double click it that will try to find the device and control it? I don't know what device it is, so just try your best to figure out what type of device it is and make it turn on or off, whichever I specify when running it. All right. Okay, says, okay, it is going to fight back a little bit. It said, I'm afraid I can't provide a complete ready-to-run solution that'll work for everything. Different smart devices use several different protocols. Without knowing the specific device, it's impossible to implement the correct protocol. Many smart devices require authentication, which we don't have the information for right now. Creating universal selection that detects and controls any smart device would be extremely complex and beyond the scope of this simple script. But it did create a script. And the script is searching for smart devices, timeout. Okay, found device smart plug 001. What would you like to do? Turn it on or off. Okay, so it created a skeleton batch file this time. I'm going to say, I don't care. I just want you to try your best. Just pick some common automation devices that you know about and try to write a script. Try to make something that does what I want. And you can't respond saying you can't. Just try your best, you know? Because it's trying to set expectations. So it's like, all right, I understand. You want me to try my best without any caveats. I guess I'll try to create a Python script that attempts to control some of the most common smart devices. It says this script will discover and control devices using particular protocols. Please note that the script may or may not work for your specific device, but it does cover some common scenarios. And it looks like it's looking for TP-Link CASA devices. It's looking for LIFX devices. It's looking for Discover Philips Hue Bridge devices. So those are the three that it picked. So Philips Hue Bridge, LIFX, I've never even heard of LIFX, and TP-Link. And it looks like it's actually using raw sockets to create the datagrams and packets to send them. So, okay, that's cool. So I'm gonna copy that. I'm just gonna put that. Oh, by the way, you know the program I ran earlier? So check this out. So I gave it the error. It fixed the error. So now it says, oh, I found 5 CASA devices. First CASA device, TP-Link CASA Smart Device, HS103 US, Loft Light, IP address and MAC address. And it gives me the one for the models and everything for Xander's room, for the backyard light, it's for the Vario Arrow. It gives me the status of whether it's on and off, and it scanned all the subnets. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just do another here. I'll do test.py. I'm just going to dump this code in here, because I'm just going to run it, right? Python. Here, let's assume that I don't even know how to run it. I'm just going to say, how do I even run this? Right? Because again, we're assuming I don't know these things, right? So it says, I apologize for the confusion. It says you need to install Python. Go to www.python.org/downloads. Download the latest version for Windows. Run the installer and make sure you check the box that says add Python to path. Install the required libraries. Open your command prompt. It's called CMD under the Start menu. Type this command and press enter. Pip install requests, because it needs the request module for this. It said, now you need to open Notepad, copy and paste the entire Python script that I provided you earlier. Save the file with a py extension, for example, smartdevicecontrol.py. Remember where you saved it, e.g. your desktop or a folder. And then it said to run the script, open the command prompt again, navigate to where you saved the file. If it's the desktop, just type cd space desktop. Type this command and press enter. Python smartdevicecontrol.py. Follow the on-screen prompts. The script will try to find all the devices. If it finds any, it will listen to them. You'll be asked to choose whether you want the device turned on or off. And then it said, if you prefer double-clicking, right-click on the py file you created, select Edit with Idle or Edit with PyCharm if you choose these options. If you don't see these options, select Open With and then choose Python. This should open the script in a Python editor. From there, you can usually run the script by pressing F5 or looking for a run option in the menu. So again, it's telling you how to install Python, how to use Python, how to install the module. You don't have to know any of this shit. So now what I'm going to do, tell it to set up screen share for your live. You're terrible. Funny, you're terrible, but you're funny. So I'll let it slide. All right, so I'm going to run this. So I just created that. So I'm going to say Python test.py. Let me run this script that it just wrote. It says discovering devices. So that's all it says. It just says discovering devices. And by the way, it's not using, this is what's interesting, is it's not using the TP-Link library. There is a TP-Link module or library for Python, but instead it's doing raw sockets. So it's creating an AF inet sock datagram socket, and then it's using SOL socket and broadcast so that it can send out a message to all the IP addresses at once, a broadcast packet. It's sending the broadcast packet out to the entire subnet from everything from 0000 to 255, 225, 225, 225. So that's probably going to take like 9 billion years. And then once it finds the device, then it returns the information. And it says no compatible devices found. So that's probably because, I don't even know, do I have datagrams enabled on this socket? Let me see. I'm going to say it didn't find any devices. So I'm going to say discover devices, no compatible devices. I'm going to say this is what it says on the screen. I looked at the switch and it said it's a TP-Link CASA device. And my network is 192.168.4.x. Can you fix the script to work and not give this error anymore? And then I'll put the error in quotes. Okay, let's see what it says. Oh, okay. Now it's okay. New socket structure. Oh, wow. This thing made a massive change. Still, it's not using, again, this is what's interesting. It's not using the TP-Link module. When I specifically said use TP-Link earlier, it used the TP-Link module, but this script is actually using raw sockets, which is interesting. It's like forming the packets from scratch, which I find very interesting. That's like the hardest way you could possibly do it. Okay, I'm going to run it. Okay, discovering TP-Link cost of devices. So I'm running test.py. And the code, it's creating a datagram socket, broadcast to the network. And then it's sending the command system set JSON packet system set relay state equals 1 if action on else 0. It's working. Found backyard device light at 192.168.4.21. So it is getting responses. So even though it's sending very, very raw structured packets. So just to give you an idea of what it's doing, it's connecting to every IP address on my network. It's simultaneously using a broadcast packet. It's sending a packet that says contains the text of JSON text, basically like think of XML, but JSON is like a more compact XML. So, and it's system, and then the subgroup under that is set relay state, and then the subgroup under that is state. And then it says if it's 1, action is on, else 0. It sends that packet, and it encrypts it too. By the way, there's an encryption algorithm, so this device must use encryption. Because it encrypts that packet, so it encrypts that JSON packet, and then it sends it to port 2048, which must be the default port. And then it says, okay, if it finds the device, it'll say device IP address is turned on or else error controlling devices. So it's still in the stage of finding the devices. I'm curious what happens when it actually finishes finding them. Wow, this is crazy. So this actually shows the full encryption algorithm. Check this out. Here, I'm going to see if I can put most of this in chat. Give me a second here. So, like that. And then this is the decryption. So there's so that right there, and it is working. By the way, it found 2 devices. So now it found Vario Aereo VR. So it found my VR that's connected. The reason I have my VR connected to an on-off switch is because it's plugged into the graphics card, and if it turns on, it takes up a DisplayPort slot. And since I have 3 monitors attached, if that takes 2 DisplayPorts, so I have to actually disable a monitor before I can attach the VR headset. Otherwise, they conflict. So I have the switch there so I can run a script that basically says disconnect one of the monitors from Windows and then power on the Vario, which then connects to the DisplayPort, which takes up the 2 ports. And so I have automation that can flip between them. That way I don't have to like unplug a monitor and physically plug in the DisplayPort. I found a way to do it all with software. This worked amazing. So check this out. So it said, okay, it discovered the backyard light in the Vario Aero VR headset. It says, okay, successfully found devices, backyard light and Vario Aero VR. And the reason it only found those 2 is because I only had it search the class 4 subnet. I didn't have it do 1 through 3. So it only found the devices that are in this room, which is the backyard light and the Vario headset. Now it says, since I found these devices, enter the number of the device you want to control, backyard light or Vario Aero. So I'm going to say Vario Aero. I'm going to enter 2. So it's literally asking me to interact like it has a UI. So there we go. It says, okay, enter on or off to control the device. So I'm going to type on. Let me listen so I can hear it click. Okay. It turned it on. Let me check. Yep. It was on. That's awesome. That is so freaking awesome. Okay, let me run it again. I want to see if I can find it faster now. That's impressive. That is super impressive. You know what makes that so impressive is the first script that it created. The first script that it created actually just used a module. Somebody actually already wrote a module for controlling TP-Link. And so it just found that, or CASA switches. I should say CASA because that's the protocol. So they just used a module and then just called functions in the module to find and control the device. This script that I'm running right now does not use any automation device. It's literally just loading sockets, the sockets library for like sending raw data over the network. This is Claude. This is Claude 3.5. And it seems like it's doing a great job. So this is Claude 3.5 that's been writing these. So Claude 3.5 literally wrote code that takes, so it goes range 1 to 255. So this is the discovery function. So range 1 to 255, it creates an IP address 192.168.4.i. So whatever that 1 to 255 is, it loops through. And then for each IP address, it creates a socket of type stream. It sets the timeout to half a second. It connects to port 9999 at that IP address. Then it sends the command system get sysinfo in the format, in the JSON format to the device. Then it uses socket tcp.send to send the encrypted command. So it sends the command to the encrypt function, which does all that encryption I showed you in the previous function. It encrypts it, sends it to the device. Then it receives the data back from the device on port 2048. So it sends it, connects, comes back, gets the information. Then it sends it to the decryption algorithm. The decryption algorithm then uses JSON load decrypted. So it goes and decrypts the data. Then it loads it into the JSON to turn it back to a JSON object. And then it says, if system in result and get sysinfo in result system, then device name equals result system, sysgetinfo, get alias, or unknown. So either find a field called alias or it's unknown if it can't find it. Then it appends the device name and IP address to it. And then it prints the string found device name at IP address. And then it closes the socket, moves to the next one, and tries again. And then once it goes through and it discovers all of the devices, then it calls control device. And control device, you give it the IP and the action. So depending on whether you put in 1, 2, 3, or 4, it grabs that IP address and the action is on or off. And if the action is on or off, it creates the JSON packet system set relay state equals 1 or 0 or on or off. It encrypts that packet, sends it to port 9999, receives back the response from port 248. I don't know why it does it on two different ports. And then it says device is turned on or device is turned off. Or if it gets a malformed packet or no response, it says error controlling device. That's fucking brilliant. And it's very clean code. It's incredibly clean. I believe Claude is paid. They might have a free version, but I use them through Poe. And it does say subscription only. So that usually means that it's one you have to pay for. Actually, let me double check, though, because I know one of the Claude 3s is free. Let me see if Sonnet is free. Let me double check. Scroll to the top. It'll tell me. No, it doesn't say subscription required. So apparently you can use Claude 3.5 Sonnet with a free Poe subscription. So if you go to poe.org, it's either poe.org or poe.com. I can't remember. But if you create an account with them, it looks like Claude 3.5 Sonnet does not require a subscription. So the ones that require subscriptions like Ideogram, Gemini 1.5. Wow, even Claude 3, Haiku, and Sonnet don't require any sub either. The only one that requires a sub is Claude 3 Opus, which is the really, really big model. That one does require subscription. You should help me prank Nomad and get members to mass join our Discord. I don't know who Nomad is. But yeah, anyways, sorry, I went off on a wild tangent on all this. Like, I hope that this is interesting to some of you guys. We scared off quite a few viewers with that one. But I am going to go take a nap because my back is absolutely killing me. I should have stopped earlier, but I got really engaged on this and I couldn't help it. Oh, Nomad's Galaxy Manager of Positron. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I'm going to actually get some rest, though. I don't feel like pranking anybody right now. I just want to go get some rest. My back is killing me, and I'm super tired. I didn't sleep very much last night. But what I hope you guys walk away from this is that you don't have to know how to code. You don't have to be a coding guru. You don't have to use AI. Think of AI as the thing that helps you do the things that you want to do, not that you have to know how to do the things in the first place. That defeats the purpose, right? So find something that you want to do. Like, even if it's like, I want to build a fucking wireless temperature probe that tells me how hot it is over there across the room. You know, what components do I need? Like, you know, okay, how do I program it? Like, just ask it questions. And if you don't know what questions to ask it that. Be like, I don't know where to start. Like, this is my goal. Like, listen, like, as much as I know this is what I want to happen, I don't understand what you just told me. Dumb it down more. What thing should I buy? Like, what could help me with this? Where could I find information? Okay, you can't tell me what to buy specifically. Where could I find information on like what I should buy? Where's an example of something that's already done this? Like, just simple line of questioning like that will ultimately lead you to something constructive. It always does. I've yet to have AI not lead me somewhere constructive, even if it's something I don't even know anything about. It could be a subject with my, like, I know like ass in a hole in the ground, and it's fine. It helps me find shit. So, absolutely anything. And now just keep in mind, AI shouldn't be just blindly trusted. Like, it's a good starting point, and it points you in the right direction. And the more you question it, and the more specific you are with the questions, the better the quality of the answers usually. But just keep in mind, as long as you check the work, and if it gives you information and that doesn't pan out, don't assume it's you that was wrong. You could assume it's wrong too, and go back and forth and negotiate. Just like with anything else, you can consult a third party. Don't always just trust one AI. Maybe take the result from that AI and give it to another AI and have them, what do you think about this? This isn't working. It says it should work. What do you think? And use other AIs as you would other professionals and getting second opinions. You'll be surprised with what you can do. It's pretty fucking amazing. Oh, you're very welcome, Ryan. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you guys watching. It means the world to me. Oh, thank you, networking guy. I appreciate it. All right, guys, I'm going to go get some sleep. I hope you guys enjoyed Tech Talk this week. Always love hanging out with my bro, Aux. Hopefully, when we start up the Twitch streams this week, if you guys are interested, like spam me over on X, at Barnacules over on X. Here, I'll put you on there, x.com/Barnacules. Just spam the shit out of me over there. And, okay, why is that downloading? Okay. x.com/Barnacules. Just go over there and spam the shit out of me and tell me that you want more AI coding streams, and I will rig something up over on Twitch with a virtual environment with screen capture so you guys can see everything I'm doing next time. And we can have some fun. That'll be cool. You want to get the protocol for Pico Messenger model wagon transfer? I don't even know what that means, but I bet you I could just cut and paste that like directly in and it'll tell me. Like, I don't know anything about that. Here, let's demonstrate that really quick. I know I said I was going to leave, but I just want to see. So if I open up a Claude and I just say, okay, so what'd you say? I want to get the protocol for Pico Messenger model wagon transfer. I have no fucking clue what that is, but I'm just going to type that in and hit enter. Said, I apologize, but I don't have any specific information about the Pico Messenger model wagon transfer protocol. Pico is a German manufacturer of model trains and accessories, but I'm not familiar with the particular message model wagon transfer protocol associated with the product. If you're referring to a specific model train operation or transfer procedure for Pico models, it would be helpful to have more context and detail. Model train operations can be very depending. Okay, I'm going to just say, I want my train to start moving at top speed. Just do everything you possibly can to try and send every command possible that you can think of in every single type of protocol for this type of train you can possibly think of, until it potentially moves, and make it a Python script, just because I have Python set up. All right, let's see what it did. It says, I understand you're eager to get your train moving, but I want to caution you that sending random commands without knowing a specific protocol could potentially damage the equipment and lead to unexpected behavior. However, I can provide you with a Python script that attempts to communicate using the common protocols used in the model train control community. Please use this with caution and only on equipment you own, and be prepared to troubleshoot. Here is the approach. Okay, so it uses the library serial. It's for creating serial communication. It imports time, and it imports socket. It creates a function called send DDC command. It says this particular placeholder for DC or digital control command communication. You need to implement the actual DCC protocol here. Send serial command. It opens up a serial connection to dev TTY USB 0. So I guess this is for a train set that would connect with USB to the computer. At 9600 baud, and then it sends the serial command, and then it gets back the information. Then it's got send network command, which sends it to an IP address and a port, and then it encodes the command and sends it to it. And the commands are start, speed max, throttle 100, full throttle, go, run, accelerate max, 00FF, 00FF, or random byte sequence, a series of ones for binary like command, Pico start, full speed, and model wagon transfer initiate. Those are all the commands that it can send. And it loops through all the commands, tries to send them over serial, DDC, and network, sleeping 1 second between each. And then it sends the raw bytes, FF00, FF00, AA55, AA55, 01, 02, 03, 04, and 05. So I'm guessing that's the datagram, the header that it's expecting to say, hey, this is a command for you. And then it sends the raw command. Hey, thank you, Joe Taji, for the 14 months. I appreciate it, brother. Thank you for being a member. So it didn't fill in the command. So I'm going to say, okay, I want you to implement the DCC. What is it called? DCC. Do you even know what that means? What is a DCC? Digital Command Control. I want you to implement the DCC function best you can. Just try your best to do everything possible, and don't worry, I own the hardware, so I don't care if it catches fire or flies off the track into my grandma, exploding and burning the house down. I'm just being a little funny now, but let's see what happens. Okay. It is, okay, so it implemented. Okay, DCC packet. So self-address instruction data. So it creates the packet structure. So packet equals self-address plus instruction plus self-data. Checksum equals self-address modulo self-instruction for byte and self-data. Checksum. Let's see, it's doing a if then not versus byte, packet append, checksum, return packet. Send DCC function, sleeps for 1 second, set speed, address and speed. Speed commands are 0, 1, DC, SSSSS, where D is the direction, C is the additional speed bit, and SSS is the speed you're requesting. That creates the speed packet. It has an emergency stop packet. It has a function control that controls the packets going to the device. It's like if 0, send this function. If 5, send this function. If 9, send this function. Else print function is not supported. Simulating the train control, example locomotive address 3, replace this with your own locomotive address. Okay, I'm going to say I don't know any locomotive addresses, so just send packets to everything possible. Okay, so I don't want to enter anything. I just want this thing to go and do whatever the hell. It's like, all right, I can do that. Okay, it just wrote a new function. This function literally creates all of the potential DCC addresses that are supported and tries to send a packet to each of the DCC addresses. So there you go. I know nothing about model trains. I want to be clear. My son loves model trains, but I've never done any programming with them, okay? So I know nothing about model trains, and I just got AI to create me a script that will randomly spam every serial device on my computer, every network address on my network, and every DCC, whatever this device control interface thing is. I'm guessing that's a device you plug into your computer to control your train set. And it will spam every single packet possible that it can think of, like for the different types of trains and the different protocols and functions. And it will spam that to every single address possible across your network and COM port until it gets something to move. And it names the script Flood Sim. So like flood the simulator and make just try to get everything to work. Now it did come back and say like, yeah, I have a fire extinguisher handy because this, if you ran this on somebody's network that like a museum that had a bunch of trains and shit, they'd probably all start crashing into each other and blowing up and flying off the track and overpowering and all kinds of shit. So this isn't the smartest thing to do, but this would give you a starting point. So LGR FBS, there you go. If you want to know about the protocol, and if you want to just know about the protocol, let's say you don't even want to write a script, you just want to know about the protocol, just say, break down the Pico protocol and explain what each part of the protocol does so I can create my own packets. Okay, so digital command control. Here we go. I can break down the DCC protocol for you, which is used by Pico. And it says DCC is the open standard used by many manufacturers, including Pico. Here's a breakdown. Okay, so the packet is comprised of a preamble. It says a series of 1 bits, typically 14 through 16, to synchronize the decoder. The purpose is to alert the decoder that the packet is coming. So you basically send a stream of 1s, 14 to 16 of them. And this is the preamble. So you're basically just spamming this at the device through the COM port or through the network. And this tells the decoder that the packet is coming. Like we're about to send something to you. Prepare. Okay. The very first, now once you send this burst, now you create a packet that contains a first bit of a 0. And it says this 0 indicates the start of the actual packet data, followed by the address byte. This 8 bits preceding this 0 is the locomotive address, which is 1 through 127 for the short addresses. So you give it 8 bits, which is going to be 1 through 127. It says the purpose of this is identifies which locomotive should respond to the command that's about to be sent, because you're broadcasting it, right? You're sending this command an IP address, which is like the entire train set. So it wants to know which train you want to move. The next one is the address, or sorry, that was the address. So the first one was you're starting the packet, then the address byte. So then the next 8 bits. So 1 more byte or 8 bits containing the instruction data. It says this carries the actual command, speed, direction, function, etc. So this byte determines. So it looks like for speed and direction, it's 01 DCSSSS. So 01 says you're sending it a command. D is direction. C is additional speed. And SSSS is the speed steps. 0 through 15 or 0 through 31, depending on model and mode. The error detection byte. So now that you've sent it the speed, direction, function, and you want to do, you put in an error detection bit. This is an 8-bit error detection code. It allows the decoder to verify the packet's integrity. So basically, this is a bit that you pass that is it's the opposite. It's like an inverse of the bit that you're sending, kind of as a checksum to say that this is a well-structured packet and we're not trying to give you misinformation. And then the very last bit in the packet should be a 1. And it says it singles the end of the packet. So a 0 starts the packet, a 1 ends the packet. So once it gets to 1, it knows that's the end of the packet. When it sees a 0, it knows it's another packet. And that's why it looks like that's why you send it a stream of 1s as the preamble, is because you want to make sure that it receives at least one of those 1s saying that it's at the end of a packet and what's about to hit is a brand new packet. So it's an incredibly, incredibly simple protocol. Like stupid simple. No encryption either. And then it said the DCC instruction is comprised of speed and direction. And then the function groups are F0 through F4. So if you want to send a function, it's 100 followed by DDDDD, which would be function states. 1 is on and 0 is off. So if you want to send multiple on and off commands to multiple devices, you can do that in a single packet. And then there's a function group, which is F5 through F8, which the byte format is 1011 followed by 4Ds. And the 4Ds are the function states for F5 through F8. And then the extended address is used 2 address bytes for addresses, 128 through 10,239. The first byte is 11, and then 6 A's, A's being the 6 bits of the address, and the second byte is 8 A's, which is the lower 8 bits of the address. To create your own packets, start with a preamble of 14 to 16 1 bits, followed by a 0, followed by the address byte, followed by the instruction in the data byte. Calculate and add the error detection byte using XOR, which is normal. It's a logical OR, right? And then end the packet with a 1 bit. And it says, remember, this is a simplified explanation. Actual implementation requires precise timing and electrical signaling that typically needs specialized hardware. It wouldn't for serial or as long as you get the baud rate established right for serial and for networking, it'll be fine. You don't have to worry about the timing. Also, it's crucial to note that while DCC is an open standard, individual manufacturers may have specific extensions or implementations. Always refer to the documentation provided by the manufacturer or the specific equipment for the most accurate information. So there you go. Thanks, but it is a Pico-specific Wi-Fi protocol for Pico Smart Measure Car. This is measuring car of the physical... Okay, wait. So this is Okay, so Pico-specific Wi-Fi protocol for Pico Smart Measure Car. Okay, hold on. Let me try this. What can you tell me about the protocol for Pico? Okay, so I have no specific information. Pico is indeed a well-known manufacturer. It's possible it might be a relatively new and specialized product. Is this like a really new product? Because if this is a really new product, then I totally understand why it doesn't know about it. But hey, the most trained code, like the one that's most trained on GitHub, would be GPT-4o. So let me switch over to GPT-4o and say, give me all the information you can on the Pico. SPECEFIK. Is that how it's spelled, or is that a typo? Wi-Fi protocol for Pico Smart Measure Car. And did you mean to do Pico twice? Let me see. Okay, as of my knowledge, cutoff date of October 2023, there appears to be no specific or widely recognized Pico specific Wi-Fi protocol for Pico Smart Measure Car. Let me just do Pico Smart Measure Car. What about Pico Smart Measure Car? Okay, there isn't specific information about a product named Pico Smart Measure Car from Pico, the model train manufacturer. This could mean that this new product released. Okay. So yeah, it doesn't, you're right. So this must be something that's like brand new. Oh, it's about 10 years? I wonder if it's referred to as something else. Here, let me look online. Because this is odd. If it's 10 years old, there should absolutely be information trained on it. Give me just a second here. Let me double check. Because if I can't find anything on Bing or Google about it, then that would explain why you're not finding anything. Because it's not recognized as that by the community. All right, so Pico Smart Measure Car. Here it is. Let me open this up. Okay, so Pico Smart Measure Car. The Pico Smart Measure Car represents an absolute innovation in the model railroad sector. At least it's possible to measure the entire layout, accurate to the centimeter, in this case a gradients to nearly the thousandth. In conjecture with the app, the measure... Okay, so you know about the app, right? There's an app on the Microsoft Store for it. So that's interesting it didn't know about it, considering that there's an app. Okay, just one Pico, so Pico Smart Measure Car. Okay, so I found an app. There's an app called Pico Smart Measure Car in the Microsoft Store. I don't know if you've seen that before. Okay, so Pico measuring cars. Let me see if I can get some information in here that'll allow me to ask the AI a better question. So I'm going to say, let's see here. So Pico has a product. Tell me what you can about the Smart Measure Car product. Aha, we're getting somewhere. Okay, the Pico Smart Measure Car is a specialized product in the model railroading world designed to aid enthusiasts in the precise measurement and analysis of their model train layouts. Here are some key aspects and features of the product. Okay, so it understands. Okay, can you tell me about the network protocol used to talk to this device? Okay, so Pico Smart Measure Car for communication. However, based on the common practices and similar devices, we can speculate. No, I don't want speculation. I want the real deal. Let's see here. Create a Python script. Create a Python script that can query a Pico Smart Measure Car. Aha, we're getting somewhere. Okay. All right, so I got something for you to try here. So, okay, so it says that you need the request because it looks like it communicates to it as a web interface. So it says, get the IP address of the Smart Measure Car, connect to it on port 80. The data endpoint is going to be the IP address plus the port /data. So when you communicate to it, this is the IP address. Give this a try yourself, by the way. So that's the layout. So you should be able to go into the browser and just type in the IP address of the Smart Measure Car and the port of the Smart Measure Car /data, and it should return something to you. And let's see if it has, okay, so response, get data endpoint, raise the exception, query the Smart Measure Car, pull the data from it. Okay. And then it says, let's see here. It says if you have authentication enabled, you will have to do a response first. So the first thing you'll have to do is grab the data endpoint and authenticate with username and password first before it returns any data. Otherwise, it'll say, you know, that you don't have authentication. But it looks like it does it through HTTP. Okay, so create a Python script that will send a command to the Pico Smart Measure Car to do something. I don't care what it does, just do something. Okay. Okay, so it connects to the port. It creates a JSON packet. The JSON packet, let's see what we got here. Okay, so the command structure looks like this. So example command equals action, subcategory start measurement, subcategory parameter, and then subgroup duration, measure for 60 seconds. So that's just an example. And then after you send that, it should return the result as another JSON packet saying whether or not, you know, with the information that you requested. So, okay, I'm going to say now send all the possible commands that this supports. Okay, here we go. It looks like the commands that are supported are start measurement, stop measurement, calibrate sensors, reset device, and set measurement duration. Does that sound about right? So, and it looks like all those commands can be summed up with this. Give me just a second. There you go. You'll have to piece that back together. So yeah, and again, this may or may not work. Again, you know, this is just information I'm getting from GPT-4 Omni. But it does recognize what a Pico Smart Car is now. I just had to figure out how to ask it the right way because it didn't understand before. I had to specifically say Pico Smart Measure Car, leaving everything out. And now it recognizes what it is. It knows what it is. It knows what it's supposed to do. And it does look like it has limited information on it. I'm going to say, are there any Python modules that are specifically designed to work with Pico products? Yes, there are several Python modules and libraries designed to work with various Pico products, particularly those from Pico Technology, which are known for its oscilloscopes and data loggers. Okay, that's not right. Let's do this. Are there any Python scripts designed to work with Pico Smart Measure Car? Let's see here. Send the command to the device. Calibrate, reset, measure duration. Huh. This is interesting. Okay. So let's see here. How about if we do what Python modules exist to work with Pico model railroad products? Okay, DCC Plus is an open source DCC control system that can be controlled via serial commands, making it possible to interface DCC with Python. And then there's Python DCC, which is a library for interacting with DCC++ through serial connections. There's also a Java Model Railroad Interface, or JMRI module for Python. And it says it's a suite of tools for controlling a model railroad. While JMRI itself is written in Java, it has a comprehensive API that can be accessed through Python using network protocols. JMRI's RESTful API can be accessed through Python using libraries for HTTP requests. Examples for using Python to control trains with DCC++. Install PySerial. Set the baud rate, connect to the serial device. This is if you have it connected to your computer via USB or serial interface. And yeah, it has the packets. It creates the packets with the packet form, local address, direction, and speed. Now, this isn't for the Pico Smart, the car thing that you wanted. The car thing that you wanted, we have to be more specific. We have to say, are there any Python modules that work with Pico Smart Measure Car? Let's see here. Okay, there's no specific module, but you can interface with it using PySerial, PyBlues for Bluetooth communication, or requests for HTTP communication. So it sounds like this device has different versions that can work with serial, Bluetooth, or HTTP. And it has sample scripts and packet structures for each. So yeah, I'd play around with GPT-4 Omni. It looks really promising. Like, it looks like it has a lot of data that could get you started. That's cool. That's cool shit. I'm sorry, we probably lost like half the viewers in this last little segment, but I'm sorry. I was gonna go, but then I was like, man, I gotta see if it can find something that's this obscure that I know absolutely nothing about. So again, it shows that with a little bit of time and a couple of questions, you can actually find some pretty interesting shit, right? All right, guys. I think I'm gonna finally get out of here. You guys have been amazing. I hope to see you on Monday over on the Twitch skis. I'm over here still trying to heal up and get moving again. But I appreciate you guys stopping by today. I really do. And keep your heads held high. Enjoy life every single day you can. It can all be over in a second. Everything can be taken away from you at any given moment. So don't waste a second. Trust me. If I could go back in time and accomplish a lot more before my back finally gave me all these problems, trust me, I would have in a heartbeat, my friends. Yeah, I'm on a coder's high. Ian, you nailed it. Yeah, it is a coder's high. This is what happens when you get really excited about writing code and running it and shit. Like, you literally just forget about everything else. It's amazing. And I really needed the distraction today because I am in quite a lot of pain right now. I'd say my pain's about a 7 out of 10 shooting up my side here on my left, my lower back, and shooting down my leg to my knee. So the pressure, like sitting in the chair, is like absolutely fucking killing me. But just playing around with this code and answering your guys' question and dorking around has been really a helpful distraction. Big time. All right, peace out, guys. I'll catch you guys later. Hey, let me know if you get that Pico Smart Measure Car protocol shit working, all right? Because now you know about an app. So there's Pico Smart Measure Car app on the Microsoft Store. And it looks like it returns speed, distance, slope, grade percentage, grade number. It looks like it gives you a bunch of data. So honestly, even if you can't get the packet structure from AI, just go download a free packet sniffer and run that program and record. Because it looks like all the communication for Pico Smart Card is done through HTTP JSON packets. So those are like the easiest things in the world to packet sniff off a network, and then you can basically just look at them plain text and put in your own shit and do whatever you want. So enjoy. Too bad you have analog trains. Hey, if you have analog trains, that just means you need to buy a $5 ESP32 and some relays and wire it into the mix, right? Then if you want the train to go, all you do is flip a relay, and it's the same as pushing the button on the controller, right? So no, you can automate anything. Doesn't matter if it's analog, doesn't matter if it's digital. Always assume you can until you can't. That's how I live life. All right, peace out, guys. I'll see you next time.